Good morning, everyone. Day 2 of Donna Adelson's trial. Today's going to be quite an exciting day, I would say, in comparison to day 1. Day 1 is usually like opening statements, and then like testimonies are usually like a little bit slow. Today, we're going to get into Donna's emails, and then I'm seeing that right now, Wendi Adelson is testifying. So Wendi Adelson is the daughter of Donna Adelson, and Wendi is the only Adelson family that people think is involved but haven't been charged yet. So again, they went after the 2 hitmen. They went after Catherine McBenoit, who was the nexus between the 2 hitmen and the Adelson family. They went after Charlie Adelson. He was convicted about 2 years ago, and now they're going after the matriarch, Donna Adelson. So Wendy's going to be testifying. She's got immunity. Anything that she testifies on the stand, the state can't use against her because, again, if she were to be involved, she technically doesn't have to incriminate herself. So she's going to be testifying today, and I think through her, they might be getting more emails in. Now, so far, Donna has blamed her entire family for this. She's blamed Charlie, saying that it was Charlie's money that paid the hitman. Donna didn't drop it off, and that it was Charlie's money that Donna was giving Catherine McBenoit $2,000 a month for like the past 2 years, back from 2014 to 2016. So she's blaming it on Charlie. And then she's like, well, Wendy's the one that wanted Dan Markel murdered. And then lastly, also blaming her husband, Harvey, who was actually sitting behind her, saying that, well, I share my email with Harvey. So how would you know if these emails were coming from me? It could be Harvey. So, you know, it's a defense team, you know, that's how it is, right? That's how it rolls. So blame everyone you can, try to seed some doubt into the jury's mind, and that is exactly what they are doing. So again, we're going to jump right into the emails, and then Wendi Adelson's going to be testifying, and I think we'll catch her pretty quickly. I mean, George is going through a boom, 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 boom. She's going through it pretty quickly. I wonder if we are going to be finishing a lot earlier than what was anticipated, because they were going for a September, I'll say December, no, December. They were going for a September 5th finish, and I feel like it might be a lot sooner. Because I think Charlie's trial, his entire trial was about maybe 10 days, maybe. Yeah, opening, close, 10 days. I think that's what it was. All right, y'all. So Donna's coming on in. She's got the current grandma yellow cable knit sweater. Everyone's loading into the courtroom. Judge is making sure that the jury, you know, didn't do their research or anything like that. All the admonishments, make sure they were followed. Here is our witness number. Wait, hold on a second. Did he already testify? Because he kind of looks familiar. I don't know if he's witness number 7. He looks kind of familiar.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Newland, Jasonnewlin.
Jason Newland. Okay, no, I don't think we've heard from Mr. Jason Newland before. So he's the one who's going to go through the emails. Hi, Neko. How are you doing today? Hi, Zephyrus. Artist. Hello, hello. Good morning. I hope you guys are all doing well. I couldn't believe the so-called mother threw her kids under the bus like that, especially Wendi. I thought they were religiously protecting her. Well, at this point, Donna's realizing, hello, jail sucks. Okay, I have, what did she say? She got like sciatica, the ear canal thing. I mean, sleeping on that dinky mattress probably sucks. The food probably sucks. So she's realizing, do I really want to die in prison? Because, you know, if jail's bad, prison's probably maybe 10 times worse. So maybe Donna's like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck all you guys. Okay. I'm getting myself out of this one.
How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties at the State Attorney's Office?
I primarily assist the prosecutors with preparation for trial.
Okay, so that can include quite a long laundry list of tasks?
It can.
In this case, have you had an opportunity to review State's demonstrative A?
Yes.
So Jason Newland works for the State Prosecution Office. Essentially, what he's going to do is he's the one that went through all of the emails, and he's going to figure out how the emails tie back to Donna, how Donna knew about these emails. Oh, no, sorry, not the emails. Let me start over. The divorce filings. So all the divorce filing between Dan Markel, the victim, and Wendi Adelson. He's going to go through all the divorce filings, and then he's going to tie the divorce filings to Donna Adelson and how she knew about it through her emails, because they got her emails back in 2016. Oh no, they got Wendy's emails back in 2016. And so Wendy's emailing her mother saying that like, oh, did you see this? Or like, oh, look at what's going on here. And she's like forwarding all these like divorce filings to Donna Adelson, and Donna Adelson is replying. So this man went through a lot of documents.
Saying the information was passed along to the defendant.
Okay, so if we click, will we see this divorce filing? What was the first divorce filing?
The first divorce filing was a petition for dissolution of marriage.
Who filed that?
Wendi Adelson.
When was that filed?
It was filed September 10th, 2012.
All right. Any evidence that Mrs. Donna Adelson was aware of this filing?
Yes, there was a preceding email and an email following. So an email sent on September 9th, 2012, indicating Ms. Adelson would be filing for a divorce, and an email on September 19th indicating Ms. Adelson had filed for divorce.
Excuse me, Joe, can I ask the witness to speak to the microphone, please? That's the microphone.
She did.
All right, his defense says that he couldn't hear the guy testifying, so he's speaking closer to the microphone. I think that was a defense.
All right, let's go, if you would please, to tab B of Exhibit 60. What is the filing in tab B?
Joint stipulation for substitution of counsel.
Okay, and what is a substitution of counsel?
It's generally when an attorney that's assigned to a case is getting off of the case, and an attorney will be assigned.
All right, and Wendy was switching lawyers?
Yes.
Who was she switching from, and who was she switching to?
She was switching from Shannon Novy, switching to Kristen Adamson.
And was Donna aware that Novy had represented Wendy prior to this substitution?
Yes, she was.
All right, and for that, I would direct you to 60B.2. Did she send an email 7 days before this lawyer change?
And again, they're going to point out that whoever's signing these emails, it's going to say, love Donna, love mom and dad, love mom.
Yes.
All right, that's the defendant sent an email indicating that Wendy's lawyer was Shannon Novy. Is that right?
Correct. Currently, our attorney is Shannon Novy of the Novy Law Firm.
Okay, and then was there a second email directing you to 60.B3 sent on July 10th of 2013?
Yes,
Okay, that's after the changeover of lawyers, right?
that is correct.
And what does she say in that email?
Good morning.
This is going to be the July 10th. Gary Cohen told Wendy tonight that he thinks the offer should be made her attorney Kristen at mediation on the 18th of this month.
Okay, and what about in the paragraph above that? Does she talk about why Wendy left the Novy law firm?
She does.
Okay, so acknowledging that the new lawyer is Kristen.
Yes.
Do you know who Kristen is?
Kristen Adamson.
Okay. And 60B.4, did she actually draft an email, and by she I mean the defendant, draft an email including a portion in Wendy's voice for her to send to Kristen Adamson?
Yes.
And that email is dated what?
October 18th, 2012.
And what is the email entitled?
Review of post-relocation info for your attorney.
One more click, please. One more click. All right, and in that pleading, she says, I have been upset about this move since it happened in 2005, referring to having to live in Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the I in that sentence is Wendy, right?
Correct.
Okay, next. There are, however, 16 Christian.
And that's why people think she wrote that book. There's a book that Wendy wrote, which I don't remember. I don't think the judge allowed it in, if I remember correctly, because they did have that. They were discussing that in the motions and limine stuff. I don't think they're allowing the book in, but essentially a lot of people think that the book was about Wendy. She wrote the book. She talks about how this woman was really unhappy in her marriage. She was living in Hiawassee Springs, which sounds like Tallahassee. I don't know if that was something that she wrote and she was hoping Dan Markel would read it and then realize that, oh, my wife is not happy. We need to change things. Or I don't know. Maybe it was a jab at Dan Markel, or maybe Dan never read it. I don't know. But I remember hearing that Dan did support Wendy by essentially he had like a blog. It was like a blog post where he supported Wendy and then he was trying to promote the book for her.
Catholic and Baptist schools in Tallahassee with over 3,600 students attending them. If I remain in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending a Hebrew day school, nor be brought up kosher or religious in any way. That's not a threat, just a reality. Is that contained in that email?
It is.
All right, next slide. All right, so the boys stay with me, the mom, during the week and spend every other weekend, Friday evening through school, Monday morning with their dad. Okay, so this is arguments for relocation that are being outlined by Donna for Wendy to send to her lawyer, correct?
Yes, that's
Next
correct.
slide, please. All right, so let's
It's so crazy how Donna thinks the role of the grandparents can replace the role of a father.
move on to tab C. What is the pleading addressed in tab C?
I mean, if you have a healthy father who wants to be involved in their children's lives, he's not crazy, he's not abusive. What's the issue? Of course, kids are going to want their dads to be in their lives.
C.
Wife's answer to husband's counter petition for dissolution of marriage.
Okay, and so now on what date?
That was filed on December 5th, 2012.
Okay, so we have Wendy filing another response, yes?
Yes.
And what is she asking for? Next slide, please. She's asking for, I'm sorry, bad question. Strike that. Was there any proof that the defendant saw
I'm gonna boost the sound up just a little bit more.
this filing?
Yes.
The wife's answer. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got an email in here dated July 19th of 2013. It's marked as state 60.C2. What is that email?
The subject is please forward 5 items, and there are 5 attachments to this email. It was on July 17th, Donna Adelson replied to an email, and then Wendy replied back.
All right. So sometimes Wendy would just file a group of actual divorce filings and forward them to her mother.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, she addresses the email, "Hi guys." Does that indicate she's sending it to both Harvey and Donna?
Yes.
Okay. Next. So that's where Donna is asking for the items, and then Wendy responds and sends them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next slide. All right, let's go to tab D. What is tab D?
Amended petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children.
All right, what does this indicate, this petition? Does it indicate where she plans to go?
It does. This is Wendy Adelson attempting to move the children to another part of the state.
To Coral Springs, right?
That is correct.
To live with her parents.
Correct.
Okay. And States Exhibit 60D.2, can you tell us about that email?
I like how they have little pictures up above here to indicate who these emails are from. Visually, it's easier to follow.
This motion was forwarded to Donna Adelson with the terms, here it is, let's edit.
All right, so who's
Oh, let's see what Wendy's signature is. Wendy Jill Adelson, Esquire, visiting clinical professor, director, medical legal partnership at Florida State University.
sent it to Donna Adelson?
Wendy Adelson,
On what date did she send this to her mom?
December 10th, 2012.
Okay, so that's 3 months before the document ends up getting filed, right?
A month.
Okay. So before she files her motion for relocation, she being Wendy, Wendy sends it to the defendant for edits.
Yes.
And does the defendant reply with some edits?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and that's this email that starts, "Honey," on page 3, number 13, sorry, says that you and Danny have assets that are deemed non-marital assets, which are either titled in both or in each individual name, which will be kept separate. What non-marital assets are these? Does this refer to your 401k, his 401ks? If so, his 401ks, one for $75,000 and one for $25,000, if not set aside in a prenup, are deemed marital assets. So this is, am I correct? This is Donna responding to each, she kind of goes paragraph by paragraph and offers edits and questions for Wendy.
That's correct.
All right, and how do we know this is Donna and not Harvey?
Signed, love you, Mom.
All right, and then are Donna's questions and feedback for...
And I'm laughing because on day one, the defense attorneys were like, well, how do we know that this was Donna that wrote these emails? You know, this is a shared email between her and her husband. Well, because there's signatures at the end.
Forwarded by Wendy to Wendy's attorney?
Yes, they are.
And does Wendy cut and paste Mom's questions and then send them to the attorney as her own questions?
She does.
Okay. And then does she, upon getting a response from the lawyer, does Wendy send the lawyer's answer on to her mother?
She does.
Let's go to tab E, please. What is tab E?
Motion for leave to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation.
We're going through everything we just talked about. Hold on.
Because it says, love you, Mom.
All right, so E, motion to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation. All right, so this is Wendy seeking to add the relocation issue to her initial petition.
Correct.
Okay. And was there any discussion from the defendant regarding the arguments for relocation in the context of the divorce?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And is that 60.E2?
It is.
What's the date on that email?
It's going to be 5 days prior to the filing, so January 9th.
Okay. And that is for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen.
Correct.
And Kristen Adamson.
I don't know if he reads the whole thing. I'm going to read it. Here's an email. Wednesday, January 9th. For your meeting tomorrow with Kristen, Donna Adelson. One of the issues that you want me to write to you about for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen is how to handle the issue of your job. Obviously, at some point, whenever Kristen thinks it's a good idea, since this is a major bargaining chip for you, again, Kristen is Wendy's attorney, The university must know that you cannot continue to work there since Danny has spoken to Curtis, associate dean, as well as other faculty slandering you. You stole from him and you're mentally ill. It is uncomfortable for you to continue to work in this sort of environment. Therefore, after you complete your commitment to teach this semester, you'll be leaving FSU. Once you leave FSU, your job opportunities in Tallahassee are limited. You're already in an application to one law firm and had a second interview, but no job offer. Oh, come on. You got to continue applying. That's why. Obviously, you cannot seek other employment in this town, but the pay scale and the job opportunities will not be there. Or you can make sure they won't hire you. So sabotage your own interviews just so you could be like, oh, I can't find a job here. Boo, I guess I have to go to Miami. Clearly, when Danny realized that you remaining in Tally, either employed for a very low salary or not employed at all, will cost him big bucks compared to a better paying job in South Florida. I don't think Dan Markel really cares about the money at this point. I think he probably cares more about his sons than money. Maybe, possibly. He'll realize that will affect how much he pays in child support and alimony. Knowing how important money is to him, this is going to be a big issue. I mean, money may be important to someone, but I mean, money versus raising your children. He needs to know that there's no way in hell you're going to stay at FSU and that he is the reason you're leaving. I would ask Kristen about doing a depo on Curtis ASAP. I know he's a lawyer and he must tell the truth, but the longer you wait to depo him, his memory can fade, in exclamation marks, or not exclamation mark, in quotations. Once you have a depo from the associate dean confirming what Danny told him about you, you got him by the balls. Oh no, not Donna Adelson talk about balls.
Days prior to the filing, so January 9th. Correct.
And how is this one signed? Well, let me back up for just a moment. Some of the contents include, obviously, at some point, whenever Kristen thinks it's a good idea since this is a major bargaining chip for you. What was the major bargaining chip?
Oh, I already read the email, so. Yeah, they're just going through excerpts of it. They're not reading the entire thing. The jury can go back and read it, I guess.
Move to South Florida with the kids.
So she can be closer to her parents.
Right. And did he say that she was misusing access to the children as pawns?
Yes.
Meaning Wendy was doing that.
Correct.
Okay. And did he make some other allegations against Wendy in this particular filing? For example, the wife alleges that the husband wants to move from FSU, but that is false. So he's saying that Wendy is misstating his intentions in the pleadings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does he also say something?
And it seems like Dan is just calling them out, saying that Wendy, Donna are just using the children as pawns, which that's what they were planning behind in the emails. Hey, Taxi, thank you so much. Donna always wants to help her offspring near her, also in prison.
Here's the pawns. We can skip that.
Oh, Cheryl says hi.
The wife has on various occasions failed to allow the children to Skype with the husband. So as part of his allegation here that the communication is lacking.
Yes.
And specifically that Wendy is failing to comport with the agreement that they've made about Skyping with the children.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the broken promises, communication withdrawal, and deceitful behavior indicate that the wife really cannot be trusted to consider the children's best interest. Did Dan Markel put this in his filing?
He did.
Because there are numerous false statements in the petition to relocate, and because the wife's behavior reveals deception, lack of integrity, and other instances of bad faith, this court should look at the wife as having unclean hands. Did he put that?
He did.
And this was
Oof, scathing.
sent to Donna Adelson,
Correct.
the wife who unilaterally helped herself to $400,000 of assets she barely contributed to. And it goes on, this court should award decision-making authority over education, medical, and religious matters solely to the husband. He didn't even want to consult Wendy on those matters?
He did not.
And he was asked.
So I think that's Dan Markel referencing that Dan Markel went on a work trip, if I remember correctly, and then he came back and the house was like empty. Wendy took the kids, took the furniture, took some like heirlooms that belonged to Dan Markel, like emptied out the safe or something like that, and then just like left. Didn't even say anything. He had no idea where they were. And I wonder if the $400,000 in assets that he said that Wendy helps herself to, that she barely contributed to, I wonder if this was like the safe that they emptied out and like some other stuff that she took from the home. And then I don't know if she also cleared the bank accounts or anything like that.
Asking the court to grant him sole decision-making over those three areas of his kids' lives, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so do we have the defendant's response here? And I'm referencing 60G.2.
This is sent from mom. Okay, so unilaterally helped herself to $400K in assets. She barely contributed to. What does Donna says? Donna says, this is Thursday, February 21st. I read it. No one ever thought this was going to be easy. You have an outstanding attorney who is used to dealing with these issues. She'll do a great job for you. Most of what the Dark Lord attests to is hearsay between the Dark Lord. So Dan Markel's Voldemort now. Attests to is hearsay between the two of you or his interpretation of your words. I wouldn't worry about it. That's why you have an attorney. I would not be surprised if he, not his attorney, wrote most of this. You have a great attorney and a supportive family. We're all behind you and will do whatever needs to be done to help you. Try as much as you can to put this out of your mind for the weekend. Enjoy your time with your friends and family and your favorite mom over your favorite mom. Oh gosh, you're like the only mom. I'm pretty sure there's no other moms that she can compare you to. Your favorite mom will be returning a car in the AM at, I guess, maybe Tallahassee Airport so that we can drive back to your house together. I love you, Mom. Wendy Adelson wrote an email saying it's on, ... Oh God, these people are so cringe. All right.
Yes, we have an email from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson.
And she replies the same day indicating she read everything that Markel wrote, right?
She did.
And how do we know it's her and not Harvey reading these documents? Or
Signed,
this
I love
particular
you.
one?
It's signed, I love you, Mom.
And does she send any emails at this point indicating that she's working on Wendy's response to this filing that Markel, that we just went through in detail?
Yes, she did.
Tell us about that.
On February 27th of 2000.
Did Wendy work? I'm not really quite sure what Wendy's work history was. Like, I don't know if she had like spots where she didn't work or she did work or she took like a job that was like low paying or something like that. I do know that she was working at FSU, right? I don't know what her role was. I don't know if she was like a professor there, but it was like in her signature. I think she was like working with like 2 different jobs at this point, but I don't know if it was like part-time jobs or what.
2013, she sent an email to a friend, Ronnie. Literally says, I'm sitting here at the kitchen table in Wendy's house working on her response to Danny's response to her relocation petition.
This one, Donna. Oh man, could we see the entire email though? Okay, it's cut off, but at the bottom says, research this and do as much work for her as possible to try to allow this to happen. He has no family support up here for a 2- and 3-year-old, and frankly, neither will Wendy. And she was offered a job at a law firm, which pays considerably more than she is currently receiving at the law school. So she's at the law school, but this has to go to court. She's finally received a date for her hearing before a judge, May 9th, 2013. According to Florida law, they must go to mediation sometime before that. Danny actually refused to go to mediation as it will cost him money. But the judge just responded with a note that it is mandatory that they do this before May 9th hearing. Wendy has so much work to do for this divorce. Aside from her regular job and her children, that she feels that she has a full-time 3rd job. Just terrible. Okay, so she's working at the law school. Sorry, I don't mean to lay it out on you, but you and Sherry have been wonderful every time we've spoken. I know that because you've been through this, you both understand. Anyways, back to work. Love you guys, Donna. And then somewhere in that email, it says, I'm sitting here at the kitchen table at Wendy's house working on her response to Danny's response to her relocation petition.
All right, let's skip to tab M, please. What is tab M?
Husband's memorandum of law in support of his answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage, and objection to request to be allowed to relocate with their minor children, and husband's motion to dismiss wife's petition to relocate.
All right, so we have a second filing, the gist of which is an objection of Dan Markel to these kids being relocated.
Correct.
You speak up here.
That's correct.
All right, let's go to M2. Was this filing that Dan Markel did forwarded from Wendy to her mother?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and it was forwarded on what date?
May 2nd, 2000.
All right, let's read the email. All right, so Donna responds back, Dear Wendy, okay, just saw this email this morning. Obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he's trying to push the court to deny your petition. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm glad you acknowledged that. I don't know if to prevent any action with your attorney must respond or not. I thought Donna was also writing some of these filings in response to Dan Markel. Maybe she was writing it like notes, and then she had the attorneys put in like proper language. Only you and she know that. However, Jibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he always gotten his way. His job allows for lots of time for him to put into this project. And you know as well as I do, all the research he's done on different case law to prove his point is his research, not his attorneys. No matter who did it, he is quoting 13 cases to show why the court should basically throw out your petitions. Is Kristen answering this? Does it require an answer to make sure that this is not seen by the court as ignoring his rights? I don't know. You need to find that out. The most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is non-negotiable. Lots of things are not negotiable. That's the only thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours, much more flexible than your current job. But she hasn't even gotten a job yet. There was no job offer yet in Miami area, so that you can spend significantly more time with the children. So she's going to get a high-paying job in Miami, but then the hours are going to be more laid back than a university hours, I guess, which requires teaching hours, office hours, court appearances, meeting with the med school people, and multiple trips away from home. Oh yeah, the meeting with the med school people. So I think it says that she was like the director as well of like part of like this medical thing in her signature. Those trips need to be coordinated with a very angry man who will not be cooperative with you in this regard. For example, this past weekend, you had your annual conference for underline. At the same time, his regular NYU crap was taking place. He didn't say, I go to NYU every month and this is a year annual meeting. I'll stay with the children and you go. Of course not. Danny thinks he's a very important person. And as always, he and his needs come first. So without your parents as backup, one of you would have to stay home with the children. Your attorney needs to understand that your mother works, I don't know what that says.
Forwarded from Wendy to
That your mother worked full time
her mother.
in the something like that. I don't know.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it was forwarded on what date?
May 2nd, 2013.
So the same day it was filed by Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the next day, does the defendant offer a response to the email?
She does.
And what is that response entitled?
Info regarding his memorandum of law. Email.
And how does she refer to his memorandum of law? It was 23 pages
His 23-page
long, right?
rant. Yeah, obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he's trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition.
Okay, what is
Has made a
All right, so I already read it.
lots of things are negotiable. That's one thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs a support system.
All right, we already wrote this. Oh, only an idiot like him would write that he should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding health, education, and the religion of his children.
Regarding the health,
I think at this point, Dan Markel just felt like the Adelson family was definitely controlling Wendy. And again, he really thought that maybe they were using the children as pawns. And that's why he doesn't trust Wendy anymore and doesn't trust, of course, the Adelson family.
education, and religion of his children.
okay? Keep going.
Skip forward. This is also to show the congregation what an attentive father he is.
Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son, taking him to the synagogue with him as an infant so that he can absorb the music and prayers. Is that really a bad thing? He has done the same with our second son. This is also to show the congregation what an attentive father he is. Donna wrote that. Donna also writes, there are no Hebrew day schools in Tallahassee. Mr. Markel seems intent upon religious training, but he feels that he could only provide the best religion training for our children. Our children. It's Donna's children, too. He is indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about the religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys. Oh, it's Donna's son, too. I wonder if Donna tells like her grandchildren, hey, when mom's not around, you can call me mommy. I'm your favorite mom. Oh, gosh.
Choice for our boys.
All right, next, please. Okay. Does she say the word bribe? Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Okay, what does she say about a bribe in this email?
Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, since he does have family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in.
Okay, next, please. What does she say about the legal fees?
And isn't he also supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? This bastard has not paid 1 cent toward your bridge gap alimony.
Loving, caring father that he is.
Yes.
She doesn't think he's loving.
No.
Your Honor. What is the objection? Counsel's testifying.
Call of John.
Stay. Please.
Tab O, please. Next line. Okay. Okay, so here we've done
Wait, why aren't we reading this? I'm too angry to read anymore. I'm going to shower, wash my hair, and get ready for you and the boys to come home. Love you, Mom. So Harvey's not writing these emails, right? This is Mom? This is Donna?
Okay. Okay, so here we've done something with the exhibit to avoid duplication. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Okay, so several of the emails that were preceding this, they all correspond back to this. The filings, everything was kind of an ongoing process. So there were multiple emails that covered multiple filings throughout the court document. So some of these files will say refer back to the emails in C or refer back to the emails in B. And this is one of those that says refer back to the emails in C. And this was a motion, father's motion for enforcement of parental agreement and for electronic access to minor children pursuant to Florida statute.
All right, so if they get to a filing in their Exhibit 60 and they can't find the supporting documentation, they should look on the first page and there might be a note referring them to one of the other tabs.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, they're going to refer back. If they want to see the supporting documentation for O, they'll have to go to C.2. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and how does C.2?
This is for the Skype communications. Father's motion for parental agreement, something electronic agreement.
Provide a foundation for O.
It is one of the petitions, it is one of the attachments that was forwarded in that email.
All right, and that's the C2. It's not up there right now, but that we've seen where there was a batch of documents forwarded from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Okay. Tab P, please.
Are we not going to read this? I'll read it if they don't.
Okay, so this one is what?
Notice of taking a deposition of Donna Sue Adelson.
Okay, I don't know why they didn't read it. I will read it.
Correct.
Okay. Tab P, please.
While the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband and the marital home on or about September 10, 2012, taking with her the children's, their furniture, their furniture, clothing and toys, and whatever assets and... I can't see the law and crime logo so loud. And furniture, both marital and non-marital, something. Furthermore, for the first 6 weeks following the separation, the wife refused to share any correct information with the husband regarding her whereabouts with the children. In March of 2013, the wife announced she was no longer going to facilitate Skype calls. Okay, so it was about Skype. On the grounds, the 3 conversations in the average month were disruptive and not in the best interest of the boys. Wow. In short, the wife is engaged in a pattern of interfering with the husband's access to the children. All right, what was the date that she did this again?
Tab P, please.
It was September 10, 2012. Okay, that's what I was wondering. And who writes this email? September 10. They lose with the boys. Okay. Here's an email from Donna. Hi, sweetheart. Just finished the list from the photos I have in my iPhone of the things left at the house. I needed to add some info about the drugs he was taking in the master bath. Just didn't have the time to do all that, so I'm a little unfinished there. All the drugs. Oh no, they're going to say that he was like unfit father. He was taking drugs. I'll work tonight on what I can recall having taken, and I'm sure he'll have a list of these things. Please forward these items to me now if you're still in the office. Thanks, doll. Motions filed, responses to motions filed, written order from the judge, judge's ruling, transcript from the hearing. Thanks, honey. When he writes back. Hi, guys. Here is what I've had so far. It's the motions. I cannot get the rest of this to you by today or even Monday. Love you, me.
Okay, so this one is what?
Notice of taking a deposition of Donna Sue Adelson.
All right, so the defendant's deposition was being sought in Wendy's divorce.
Correct.
And was Donna aware of that?
Yes.
How do we know that?
Emails.
Okay.
And the communication was back and forth between the two.
All right, did she author an email specifically talking about the service of the notice for the deposition? I'm referring to 60P.2.
Yes. It was an email on May 21st.
All right, and what does she say about the service, the notice of service for the depot?
It says, wow, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S? R, as in, like pirate.
Okay. And does she indicate she's still working on some of the questions for Wendy's divorce?
Yes, I've been working on some statements, etc., for the relocation, so I'll send them soon. Love, Mom. I love you, Mom.
Okay. Tab T, please. What is this?
This is the wife's memorandum of facts and law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
Okay, and how do we know that the defendant was aware of this particular filing?
This one we would refer back to Q2.
Okay.
Refer back to.
Donna writes, hey, honey, so here's the info I had on travel since Ben was born. I'm assuming Ben is the eldest of the children between Wendy and Dan. Probably most of the dates will coincide with the list you've got from the university for his conferences. 2009, he went to Israel in May for 2 weeks while you were pregnant with Ben, leaving you alone in the 8th month of pregnancy, ! Tuesday, October 27th, 1 week away, you and Ben were here for Charlie's birthday. I think Danny was away somewhere that week. Thursday, November 12th to November 18th, Danny away. Winter break in December, 3 weeks in Coral Springs, Danny working every day. 2010, oh, here's a more list of dates right here at the very end. Do you have the dates of 2010 he went to Israel? At least you know he went. Subject line, documentation of Danny's travel and my mom's depot. June 11, 2013.
To Q2.
So we're about a year away from the murder.
Okay.
One is indicating thanks so much, Mom. But in Q2, there's going to be an email on June 11th, 2013. Hi, honey. So here's the info I had for travel since Ben was born.
Oh, sorry, I already read it. I wasn't sure if I was going to read it or not.
Adelson reference Dan Markel's travel.
So what's the purpose of documenting Dan Markel's travel?
Essentially to say he was absent most of the time.
I'm going to object. So, investigator offering his opinion.
Overruled. The investigator may answer these questions based on his review of these documents and investigation of this matter. You may continue.
Specifically outlined in detail by Donna Adelson and present in Wendy's filings that Dan traveled too much to be a present father.
Correct.
Hey, audio check. Is the audio okay for you guys? I keep boosting the audio slowly, and I feel like it just gets lower and lower and lower. But let me know if the audio is okay, if I should make it louder.
And in support of that, does Donna here send Wendy a detailed accounting for every trip that Dan Markel has taken since the birth of their first child?
It does.
And we don't know how it is that she came to possess this information, or do we?
She kept track of a lot of things.
Okay. Can we go to tab W, please?
TV's in general or did a headache to deal
What
with.
is tab W?
Husband's reply to wife's memorandum of law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
And what does Dan say about the wife's pleadings?
The wife's pleadings are vague, filled with rank and obvious falsehoods, and the legal analysis is fundamentally inept.
Does he mention her parents as well related to this line of argument?
For the preceding reasons, the petition should be dismissed with prejudice and costs forwarded to the husband. Indeed, if the costs are not awarded, then wife and her affluent parents, who are bankrolling wife's litigation so that they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren, will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation and thereby prevent the parents from reaching a space where they can cooperate, collaborate, and communicate effectively and warmly in the project of raising their wonderful children.
I've never heard the word vexatious before. I've heard of vexing, but vexatious. Learning new words. Thanks, Dan.
Okay, I think we can breeze through W3 and 4, please. Go on to tab Y. Tab Y, what is this?
Order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children.
What was the order?
It was denied.
When was it denied?
It was filed June 21 of 2013. It was actually denied on June 20th, though.
All right, so signed by the judge on June 20th, filed with the clerk the next day.
Correct.
Okay, and it denies relocation.
Major blow for the Adelson family.
Yes.
With prejudice or without prejudice?
Don't see prejudice referenced in this motion.
I think with prejudice. Wait. I always mix the two of them.
Does
Oh, it's 50-50.
the defendant acknowledge that this relocation order has come down?
She does in an email to a friend,
When is the email sent?
June 24th, 2000.
I don't think they read the emails.
In an email to a friend.
Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, I think this is from Wendy. I think it's from Wendy. Oh, no, it's from Donna. From Donna to Donna's friend, I guess. The judge listened to Wendy testify for 1 hour. Then one of the partners from the Miami law firms that offered Wendy an amazing job flew up to testify on her behalf. Oh, okay. So this is the job offer that Donna said that was like pending. I wonder if it was like one of Donna's friends and she asked him for a favor. Like, hey, can you please like offer Wendy a job? And I want you to go up there and testify. And then make sure you tell them that she's going to get a high paying job and her hours are going to be great for her to take care of her children. The judge took a break and asked one question. I'm not hearing almost any physical abuse by the father. Has he been pulling out their toenails? When Wendy said no, the judge said, well, then I made up my mind. No physical abuse, no relocation. That was it. Nothing that her lawyers had prepared for over all these months have ever been listened to. All the judge ever cared about was whether the children had been physically abused. Outrageous. Even the Miami lawyers who heard her said it was bizarre. So at the moment, she would not be able to relocate. At the moment? What do you mean at the moment? The judge says that, like, no, you can't ask me again. She would not be able to relocate unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move, which she knows that wasn't going to happen. If he chooses to move, then Wendy can relocate. How is that fair? Anyway, if I sound angry, and it is because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe this outcome. Sorry, I didn't mean to respond this way, but I'm beyond angry.
When is the email sent?
June 24th, 2013.
So just 3 days after the filing of the order?
Correct.
Okay, what does she say to the friend about losing relocation?
Oh, we're just going to jump around.
This is a order setting pretrial conference and non-jury trial.
All right, so the divorce is set for a final hearing, a trial.
Yes.
And when is the trial to take place?
Tuesday, July 9th, 2013 at 10 a.m.
I think that's the pretrial hearing.
Oh, that's a pretrial. Okay. The non-jury is scheduled for Wednesday, July 31st and Thursday, August 1st, 2013.
Okay, and does Donna send an email to her daughter Wendy regarding how we're going to take this news that relocation has been denied by the courts?
Yes, she does.
And does it say it's behind us, it's over, nothing else to fight about?
No, this says never, never, never give up. It's time for action.
Hold on just a moment. If you look at the bottom of that slide, you're going to get a trigger to hit play. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay. It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Gibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have, and lose out on what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages that they will never otherwise be able to enjoy. Let's show this F what will make him absolutely miserable. Fast forward, however, the rest of your life, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform or act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Gibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Dad and I have done everything we can to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. Fast forward, if you can put these actions before everything else this next month, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this, we believe that Gibbers will be saying, stop this, and you'll be telling him, you wanted me in Tallahassee? My children are going to fit in this Bible Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them caught up for Sunday school classes. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and a new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church. Plan of action. 1, take photos of the boys, dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with New Beginnings in Tallahassee. Might be nice. And then 2, make arrangements to get the boys...
Wait, read the rest, sir. Oh, I guess because it's not highlighted. Within minutes, Gibbers should either see this or will be getting calls from his friends/acquaintances about this. How happy do you think he will be? Oh my God, that is so fucking unhinged.
And then 2, make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, a teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I'll happily do it for you. 3, let Gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Let him know that
If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I will happily do it for you. She or he will serve as a good babysitter assistant for you while you're preparing dinner, etc. Smiley face. Let Gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you will certainly invite him to the event.
that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks.
Dude, they're 3 and 5-year-old, okay? They're like, you're going to confuse them. They're going to be like, why am I going to Jewish school and I'm going to Catholic school? Like, what am I doing here? They're just going to be pulled left and right. Donna doesn't care about these boys. Donna just cares about her. She just wants to win. It's an ego thing at this point.
4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it. 5, register them for toddler classes at church. I've looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show Gibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it. We'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca, or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other.
I don't think it matters if the children end up going to the best schools in Miami because they will still have the influence of a batshit crazy grandmother.
Sunday school, in quotes. And then she says, I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family.
You have a little over 3 weeks till mediation. Let's get this going now. I know you never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could try to come down to your family. Between living down here and having a job that will give your children the lifestyle they deserve, your life now and for sure in the future will be significantly better. Gary told us that he is not going to hire anyone until your court hearing and after we tried to make financial offer to Jibbers.
We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than what he's already done. If he keeps this up, they won't want to eat in your non-kosher home. As they get older and more involved under Jibbers' religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Jibbers to have this power and control over them. Then in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I is referred for the person. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. We send this letter with...
I think, wasn't the performance of your life, wasn't that also told to Wendy again before the murder? I thought it was. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up. I could have sworn when they were planning on having Dan Markel murdered, Donna told Wendy, was like a couple weeks or a couple days before the murder that, hey, you're going to have to put on the performance of your lifetime.
With our love and only the best intentions, Mom and Dad.
Oh, Mom and Dad. And I feel like she's just throwing Harvey into this, Harvey probably didn't even see this email. He probably didn't even write it. Maybe she told Harvey, hey, Harvey, hon, can you read this? And he's like, yeah, I read it. It's fine. Said it.
You mentioned this as we were going through there, but there's a reference to Dad and I in the text, right?
Correct.
Can we go to tab EE, please? What is this filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
And what does Wendi Adelson allege in this motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement?
Require the former husband to immediately transfer to the former wife the remaining amount due to her.
So she's saying he hasn't paid up.
Correct.
Okay. And is there an email prior to this filing indicating that Donna Adelson was aware of this upcoming deadline, or I guess the deadline had already passed at this time, but the deadline, the fact that he had not made payment, and the possibility of Wendy taking him back to court?
Yes, the email was from October 15th. The filing was October 31st.
Okay. Can we go to GG, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have the captions on. My bad. Hopefully the captions are better than last time. Last time was a little jacked up.
Okay, what was filed in GG?
Former husband's request to produce to former wife.
Okay. And did the defendant discuss this request to produce in an email?
She did.
Okay. And did she formulate in this email a plan of attack or suggest a plan of attack to deal with Danny's request to produce?
She did.
What does she say in there?
In the first paragraph, it's, let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you, and make him do the research and show statements from every month, from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts, where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up Schitt's Creek.
Does she specifically reference the deposition?
It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depot you, but for you and Kristen to not give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him.
Also,
what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief?
and can you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Did she say that too?
She does.
And what else?
Well, sign love you, Mom, but something has to be done with this asshole. Love you, Mom and Dad. Love Mom and Dad.
All right, and let's go to tab HH, please. What is this filing?
This is an amended notice of hearing.
Okay, and on what date was this filed?
February 11th, 2014.
Okay, so how close are we getting to the murder of Dan Markel?
Who wrote this? This is like from someone that works at a law firm. Completely and no, we will not take this offer as we are insane or stupid, which he seems to be counting on. Cheers. What a fucking idiot. Love you. Oh. I don't know. To Wendy.
At this point.
We're almost 5 months out.
I don't know what gibbers is supposed to mean. I have no idea.
Okay. In the amended notice of hearing, does Mr. Markel offer to settle the divorce?
He does.
Okay, and what is he saying about the settlement?
One of the suggestions is neither party will seek to relocate in the future with the children without the consent of the other party. If the offer above is not accepted by the deadline, minute fast forward. Mr. Markel will file his motions and memoranda and supporting documents that detail how Ms. Adelson failed to disclose substantial assets in violation of the Florida rules and the master settlement agreement. How Ms. Adelson fraudulently induced the settlement, how she made numerous instances of demonstrably false testimony before the court and under oath in deposition, how she ignored court orders, discovery requests, and made false responses to the latter.
And Wendy Adelson was a lawyer, member of the Florida Bar at the time, right?
She was.
May still be, I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
If this offer is not
So
accepted
I guess if she was giving false testimony, then that could put her bar in jeopardy, maybe.
by the deadline, Mr. Markel will file his motion and memoranda of law and supporting documents, and these will allege, and with other evidence, demonstrate that Ms. Adelson engaged in misconduct, including but not limited to filing a frivolous petition to relocate that had already been deemed impossible to win by another board-certified lawyer, standing by silently while her client divulged privileged attorney-client information, advising Ms. Adelson
So now he's going after her attorney. Filing a frivolous petition to relocate that has already been deemed impossible to win by another board-certified lawyer. Okay.
to interfere with Mr. Markel's parental rights,
I think it's one more.
Oh, gosh.
Markel.
and becoming a willing instrumentality of or participant in Ms. Adelson's financial misconduct related to the disclosures and discovery process related therein.
So he's going after Wendy, and he's going after her lawyer as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And does Wendy Adelson forward this email to the defendant?
She does.
All right, let's go to tab JJ, please.
I object to this being shown. The exhibit hasn't been entered in evidence. I know that most of this will be. However, I'm objecting to this being shown to the jury, and specifically the testimony concerning this based on the proffer that we had earlier.
You may lay the foundation as to JJ miscalculation, but until it is in fact entered, there is to be no publication for the jury.
What is the document in JJ?
The former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that includes the allegations, grandma says you're stupid?
We have a foundation for the contents of the document. Ms. Kappelman, objection sustained.
Are you familiar with the contents of the motion?
I am.
Okay, and are the contents of that motion present in an email that was dated before the filing of the motion on 12/17/13? I'm referring to JJ.2.
Yes, the email is a forwarded email. The original email is 12/16. It was forwarded on 12/17.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Gibberish is someone that speaks incoherently. That's the only thing I can think of. But I mean, Dan Markel sounds like he was very well spoken and very well written.
So who sent the email on 12/16?
Dan Markel sent the email to Wendy Adelson and their parenting coordinator.
Right, and then you say it was forwarded. Who
It
was
was
it forwarded
forwarded
to?
to donnaharvey@gmail.com.
Okay, and that was on 12/17/13.
That's correct.
And did someone respond to the email?
They did.
And what did the person say?
Wow, with an exclamation point.
Okay, and the contents of JJ, that motion that was ultimately filed, were they also, you mentioned they were sent to the parenting coordinator. Did the parenting coordinator give a response to Dan Markel's allegations? And I'm referring to JJ.3.
Yes, this is another one of those convoluted emails, but yes.
Okay, so the parenting coordinator, you mentioned that the original email was sent
So
to
12/16, Dan Markel sent the email. 12/17, it was forwarded to Donna Adelson. 12/18, the parenting coordinator replied.
all right, and the parenting coordinator's reply, was that then forwarded to the defendant as well?
Yes.
And so on that is part of that thread a second version of this content that we're talking about that Dan Markel is alleging?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it was sent to the Donna Harvey email twice.
Correct.
And the second time it was sent, the one that includes the parenting coordinator's response, how is that email addressed?
Dear Mom and Dad, here's the Skype phone plan for the holidays. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if you just follow it. Love me.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence state 60.
Objection, state 60.
We would object to JJ coming in with the attachments.
State 60 is admitted except for JJ. Any remaining portion of the foundation as to JJ may be laid for additional witnesses.
All right, the hearing on this motion that Dan Markel filed, was it ever conducted? This JJ motion?
Nope, I don't think so, because he was dead by then.
I believe it was.
It was?
The grandma motion was heard?
I'm
No.
trying to figure out the dates here.
That tone from Georgia says, sir, that's the wrong answer.
No, there was, the hearings continued to get reset.
Okay, and what prevented the hearing from occurring?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge and lack of foundation.
Well, the rule is the witness through his investigation is aware. He may answer the question as his knowledge on that ground.
Eventually, Mr. Markel was murdered.
before the hearing took place.
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
I think that's it. All right, cross-examination.
Okay, so
All right, so we have Mr. Zellman with the defense team who's going to do the cross-examination. Hello, Mr. Zellman.
I want you to turn to
I hope you're organized today. I hope you're ready and not. I hope there will be no issues with you and the judge.
B, I think it's link 4. B4. That, does that email indicate that it's who the sender is?
It says Donna Harvey Adelson.
Not Donna?
No.
Okay, and then it's, is there any, love mom or anything like that at the end of that email?
There's not.
So you don't know who sent that, do you?
Let me go through it again.
Do we not have any visual aids for what emails we're talking about, Mr. Zellman? We're not, how are we going to memorize which emails was which?
No.
Then I want you to turn to JJ2.
Oh no, I didn't write down the exhibit's name, so I don't know which one he's referring to.
So that one-word response is from the shared email address of Donna Harvey, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that emails from Donna Adelson are much lengthier than a one-word response?
They generally are.
I want you to turn to Y2. When Ms. Kappelman was questioning you about that,
Wouldn't it be better for him to? Is he not allowed to share exhibits with the state? You know how the state had that nice email stuff? Maybe that's like the state stuff, and like the state. Maybe he didn't make his own. I don't know. Why did you make your own? Just so you could show like, here's the email. Instead of referring to the exhibits as their name or number or whatever it is, or by the letters, show the emails to the jury and be like, hey, okay, so you don't see a signature down here. Okay, it doesn't say mom down here. Oh gosh.
you testified that the email says, so at the moment she will not be allowed to relocate. You didn't finish the rest of what that email, the rest of that sentence. Isn't it true? It says, unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move. If he chooses to move, then Wendy can relocate.
Yes.
Okay.
Now the June, let's see. Now, after the relocation was denied, my client sent that lengthy email, I believe it's at Z2.
Yes.
Isn't it true that although my client made these suggestions, that Wendy Adelson later responded and said, I'm not doing this?
I do recall an email from Wendy saying, Mom, I'm not doing this.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Good for Wendy. Because that shit was completely batshit. It was very unhinged. I think that's it. That's a very short cross-examination.
Redirect examination.
Did relocation happen for Wendy and the boys?
After the murder.
Where did they move after the murder?
A couple blocks away from Donna and Harvey Adelson. Well, they moved in with Donna and Harvey Adelson for about a year, and then permanently to a location a couple blocks away.
No further questions.
You may step down, Investigator Newman. Will he be recalled again by the state or the defense?
Potentially, Judge.
You remain under subpoena. Members of the jury, does anyone need to take a restroom break before we proceed forward? Please raise.
All right, so very short cross-examination from the defense team. Yeah, it seems like a lot of those emails were signed mom or mom and dad. Oh gosh. All right. So I just want to show this part here. Donna has a very visible reaction to Wendy coming up to the stand. I don't know if Donna looks like she's like really upset. Also, Wendy looks like she's wearing the same thing as last time. Actually, no, this is a V-neck. Maybe blue's her color. So Wendy's going to come in. She's going to testify. Witness number 8, I believe.
Good morning. If you could just take your seat for right now, I'll swear you in the jury and everybody.
Does Donna look upset to you guys? I wasn't sure if she looked like she was happy at first. Like, oh, maybe she looks happy. Like, oh, I'm happy to see my daughter. Or like emotional. And then I was like, oh, maybe she looks a little upset that Wendy's going to be testifying and that Wendy's not going along with her shit. I don't know. Hi, Mandy. How are you doing today? The defense team has been on this case for almost a year. Da, 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 da.
I believe even though the jurors indicated they did not have to go to the bathroom at this point, if we are once again dealing with the needs of 14 people, they might be in the bathroom. So wait for the knock.
All right. So waiting for the jury to come in. To forward it a little bit. Oh, they're going to go to the seal. Waiting for the jury.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
Good. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in this trial will be the truth? You may be seated. Please adjust the microphone as you need to so you can be clearly heard. Ms. Kappelman, you may examine.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where are you from?
I'm from Coral Springs, Florida.
And you live in another state now currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Texas?
All right. How are you employed?
I'm an immigration attorney
How long have you been an attorney?
since 2006.
And you're here pursuant to a state subpoena, is that correct?
Yes,
And that subpoena confers a type of immunity on you. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Which means that nothing you say here in court pursuant to that subpoena can be used against you at a later time. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean you could never be prosecuted. It just means that what you say in court could not be used in any future prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you about your ex-husband, Daniel Markel. Is that a fair and accurate photo of Mr. Markel?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
We met originally online. It must have been the fall of my first year of law school, so 2003.
Okay. And when did you marry Mr. Markel?
We married in February of 2006.
Were you living in Tallahassee at some point as a married couple?
Yes.
When did you move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee my final year of law school, so that would have been in the summer of 2005. And we were here from 2005 till 2006. We spent a year at the University of Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then came back to Tallahassee from 2007 until 2014.
All right. And during the time that you were living here in Tallahassee, did you live over on Trescott Drive?
For some of the time that we lived here, yes.
And when your first child was born, were you residing at the Trescott Drive residence at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a photo of that here. Is that the Trescott Drive residence?
Yes.
Oof, show her the
And how many
crime scene
children did you have
photo.
with Mr. Markel?
We have 2 children.
What were their ages at the time of their father's death?
It was 10 days before my older son's 5th birthday, so he was 4 turning 5, and our younger son was 3.5. The boys are 14 months apart.
Wait, right before the birthday? Wow, Donna really wanted her grandchildren or her grandchild's birthday to be celebrated with her.
And did there come a time when you and Mr. Markel separated?
Yes.
When was the separation?
It was in the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was mine.
How did your ex take that news?
Well, we talked about it many times before it actually happened, but when the separation became official, he was very upset.
And even though there were problems and issues and discussions, it was a surprise to him when it actually happened, right?
It was.
Okay. And was part of the reason for the separation your differing views on how to raise the kids pursuant to the Jewish faith?
I'd say it was a very small part, but it was a part.
Did you consider your ex to be a religious zealot?
No, I didn't think he was a religious zealot, but I did think he was using religion as a way of controlling me.
Okay. Did you think he was more devout in his faith than you were?
I don't know that, I feel like devoutness has to do with maybe a relationship with God, and I don't know that his was more strong than mine, but he was more observant of kosher rules than I was.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury what those imply? What those
Sure.
don't?
So keeping kosher has to do with separating milk from meat, something like you can't eat a cheeseburger. and it has to do with the ritual way that animals are killed. So certain meats would be considered kosher or non-kosher, and then things like shellfish are not allowed, or pork would not be allowed. And so his beliefs changed over time. We used to have bacon, and then bacon became a no later on.
All right, and those rules were something that he was wanting to impose on the children, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you were less interested in those kosher rules?
it was less important to me.
All right, were both you and Mr. Markel raised within the Jewish faith?
We were, yes.
When you separated from Mr. Markel, did you move out of the marital home while he was on a business trip?
I did, yes.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I went to another property that I had rented for the boys and me.
Was that at 3303 Aqua Ridge Way?
Yes,
Was that located in Leon County?
yes.
Okay. What was the custody arrangement? Broad terms are fine for this time frame during the separation.
I think we were just trying to figure out how to make it work. We didn't have any formal custody arrangement at that time. I remember his parents came to town that weekend, and I made sure that he had the boys that weekend. We were just trying to figure out how to make it work until we had something formal.
Was the arrangement roughly 50-50 or something else?
It would have been roughly 50-50.
Okay, and were you mixing it up during the week, or was it a week on, week off situation?
It wasn't week on, week off. We didn't settle into that until the first summer, or maybe the second summer. I don't remember. That was more of a summer arrangement. But it was 50-50 and definitely a mix during the week.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60.
You think she's in Colorado at the point? Oh, really? I thought I heard Texas. Like, maybe I'm remembering incorrectly.
Your petition. Was your mom, Donna Adelson, involved at all in drafting your divorce documents?
No,
Did she ever make any edits to any of the filings that you made pursuant to your divorce?
I think she made suggestions, but I had an attorney, a very good attorney, helping me through the process, so she wasn't editing legal documents.
Did you ever forward any of your mom's suggestions to your lawyer?
I probably did.
And when you did that, would you attribute them to your mom, or would you just forward them along without noting whether they were your questions or your mom's questions?
I honestly don't remember.
Was this a contentious divorce?
It was.
As part of your divorce, did you file a petition to ask the court for permission to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And I think that was your amended petition. Not sure if we can see that very well. Here we go. It says the wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who was the close family that was available in South Florida for the boys?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
Why did you want to move to South Florida?
I had very unstable employment in Tallahassee. I had a wonderful job, but it was on grant money, so year to year I never knew if I would still have my job. I had a job offer that was very good in South Florida, and the assumption was that Danny was always going to be at a different school, a better school. He used to joke that he would take one bar exam for every 2 bar exams that I had to take while we moved around the country, and so it seemed like a way of having stability while he was climbing up the law professor ladder to be ultimately at Harvard or Yale.
And was relocation important to you?
It was, in terms of having a safe and stable place for my kids.
Did you consider having to live here in Tallahassee being stuck? Or had you referred to it previously as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I mean, I may have. The idea of being stuck is if you don't have permission to live anywhere you want to live. But I had a...
Oh, was it like they can use her book against her for like impeachment or something? Or what was it? Fuck. Because now I'm starting to remember things. The book that she wrote, the judge says that they can't use that in trial. However, they can use it for something. For what?
I had a nice quality of life here.
Did you consider the worst case scenario to be that you would end up stuck here in Tallahassee if your petition was denied?
I don't know. I mean, at the time, I may have felt that way.
Okay. Might you have sent an email to a friend on March 24th of 2013 indicating, quote, I do fear that the worst case scenario that could happen is that I will be stuck here in Tallahassee?
It's possible that I sent that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that item?
I'm happy to.
It's on tab 6 on one of those binders. And did you also email a friend around the same time frame regarding life in Tallahassee couldn't compare to the life that you would be able to enjoy in South Florida with your brother Charlie and his boat and pool and hot tub and things like that?
It's certainly possible.
Okay, that's on tab 7. Please refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And in fact, didn't you use the word stuck in your actual motion for relocation? Let's see if we can get there. Here, the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
So my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office where we work together. So I would see him at work. I never knew when he was showing up. So I'm sure, this is 12 years ago that's how I felt at that time.
Okay, but outside of the context of your relationship with Dan Markel, did you ever express that just the smallness and slowness of Tallahassee made you feel claustrophobic?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 8 to refresh your recollection.
Your Honor, if I may, this time, say tell us you're just saying tab numbers, we're not sure the document you're referring to.
Yes,
Read
I
the
can.
monitor is up on the
I love it. She's like, you can't remember it? Don't worry, girl. I got you.
witness stand. Ms. Cattleman does the defense have a copy of the same document?
No, Your Honor. I'll show them the tab.
Please do.
All right, showing to the
This
defense.
one, were you able to find it?
I did. I found it's part of a sentence. Can I read the whole sentence?
Sure.
Tallahassee feels claustrophobic at times, given its smallness and slowness, and the fact that my friends cycle through here with transient regularity. So yes, at that moment in time, that's how I was feeling in 2013.
And relocation was pending at the time that you were feeling that way in that moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and relocation was also very important to your mother, wasn't it?
Yes,
All right, and did you have some discussions with your mother about relocation?
I did.
And was that during that time frame when it was pending?
Yes,
Okay, and do you see your mother in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
My mom is on right. I can't see her clothes from here, but she's directly across from me.
All right, is she wearing a headset on her head?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record reflects.
Your mom didn't want you to be stuck in Tallahassee either, did she?
She did not.
She wanted the best for you, right?
She saw the best for me as not being in Tallahassee. Yes.
That's right. She referred to being in Tallahassee that you were a hostage and a prisoner, right?
Yes, she did.
Oh no. Clicker gate continues.
I don't know. I feel like Donna maybe was just trying to get some sympathy from Wendy. Like, please don't do this. Don't do anything that you'll regret later on. That's going to hurt me. And then now she just goes back to like her normal face. I feel like she's trying to appeal to her
Prisoner.
sympathies.
Close enough.
Hey, Tuggy, how are you doing today? Hello, hello. How's it going? Hi. Oh, no. Hey, Joe, how are you doing today? Good morning. What's going on?
Did your mom express concerns that as a Tallahassee native, the judge presiding over your relocation motion would underestimate how much better it would be for you to live in South Florida?
She did.
For you
What to say? Number 7, negotiate. Let him know that you want to see his children. How can we accomplish this? Give up some of your alimony and or pay all of a part of his flights to visit the kids. How can we accomplish this? Compensate him with some way. Explain to him that you want the boys and him to have a relationship. You do not have to be a prisoner in Tallahassee to accomplish this, maybe?
to live in South Florida.
She did.
All right, let me ask you a few questions about your parents. Your mom is Donna Adelson. Who's your dad?
My dad is Harvey Adelson.
And where did your parents, I think you said they were in Coral Springs back in 2012?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? Okay. How long had they lived in the Coral Springs area?
I was born there, so from I think they started living there when my oldest brother was born. So since the early 70s.
So fair to say they had deep roots there in that area.
Yes.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom had with your kids during the time frame we're talking about? So separation to murder time frame?
It was very close. My mom taught my boys how to read. She taught them how to play chess. It was very close.
Were your parents employed during that time frame?
Yes.
What kind of work did they do?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom was the office manager for the dental practice.
All right. And what about your brother, Charlie? Did he have a role there as well?
He was a periodontist, and so I believe at some point he purchased the practice. I don't remember what year that was, but he would sometimes work from my dad's office and sometimes work from other offices around South Florida.
Was the dental practice, the family dental practice, a successful business?
I believe it was. My family never discussed money or finances with me, but I believe it was doing well.
Did you discuss your marital problems and resulting legal issues with your mom?
I
Talk
did.
about relocation, but in general, you did talk about your woes with your mom?
I did.
Okay. And I think you said you did send many of your divorce pleadings to her. Is that right?
I did.
What about your dad? What was his role in reference to your divorce pleadings?
I don't remember exactly. My parents have a shared email, so when I send an email to one of them, I would send it. It was being sent to both, but I don't know who was reading what or at what time.
Is it fair to say they were both welcome to read whatever you sent to that email address?
Yes.
And both welcome to reply as well?
Yes.
Who would reply more frequently, your mom or your dad? To this
My mom
case?
would reply more frequently.
Okay. Who took more of an interest in the day-to-day ins and outs of your litigation?
Probably my mom.
Okay. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
Is your mom an emotional person?
Yes.
What about your dad? Is he emotional as well?
I think so.
Okay. Did you previously say he was more of a straight shooter and mom was more emotional?
I think so, but I think women tend to be more
Alienating.
emotional and men tend to be less emotional.
Okay.
Before you continue, Ms. Kaplan, I am going to admit State 60JJ at this time. The court admits it over objection. For the record, you may continue.
And I think that's the same exhibit that's in State 64AA, Judge. It's not necessary to have duplicates, but because of the way the evidence came out in this trial, that is present in State 64 as well.
States 64AA is admitted as far as the final record. If you wish to remove one, you may, but both are admitted for the record.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Is it fair to say that your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person?
I don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you
Really?
say at one time back in 2013 that your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
I may have said that.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I can.
It's tab 45 in the binder in front of you.
Yeah, is it highlighted or is it just in the? It's a.
That one, we can just walk up and show.
It's 3, I think.
So the question was, did you previously say your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
Yes.
What is meant by that?
I honestly don't know what I meant at the time.
But not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
Did Dan Markel have a hard time understanding some of your mom's behaviors?
I don't remember that.
Well, did she think you incapable of driving to South Florida by yourself with the kids? This is back when they were little.
Yeah, I don't think she thought I was incapable, but I was breastfeeding and it was helpful to have someone with me.
So what was her practice to avoid you having to do that?
One of my parents would come with me for the long drive.
So they would rent a car, come up here, ride back with you, and then follow the same procedure to get you home.
They would drive with me if I was down there, back up, and then rent a car to come home.
Wow.
And did that procedure occur the week before the murder? There was a visit the week before the murder, correct?
I think it was 2 weeks before.
Okay. And on that trip, is that how it was handled, where they rented a car and came up to get you?
Yes.
Did your dad think that was necessary, or was that a mom thing?
No, my dad probably thought it was more necessary.
Okay. And did your dad make a practice of supporting whatever your mom wanted? Is that kind of the general rule?
Yeah.
Was she the dominant force in the household?
I mean, I think my dad had more of a quiet strength, so it's hard to say who was a dominant force. I think they were both equally strong in their parenting.
Okay. Did you previously describe this back in 2013 that your mom was the dominant force in the household? If you need to refresh, it's tab 97.
Okay. So this one goes up to 93. Is it?
Check the very back.
Oh man, we're gonna have a lot of these refreshers.
It wasn't a very popular. I don't know about my.
Micromanage your life?
Yes.
Did your mom ever try to micromanage your life?
Yes.
Your career?
I don't know about my career. I chose to be a lawyer. It wasn't a very popular choice in my household.
Yes, and there were different types of areas of law that she would have preferred you practice. Do you agree with that?
I actually think they were really proud of what I was doing.
Not to suggest she wasn't proud of you, but she was encouraging you to pursue a different type of law that would be more lucrative. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And what about your dating life? Did she meddle there?
Yes.
Did she create a dating profile for you on Match.com?
I don't know if it was Match.com, but I do remember a dating profile at some point.
That she created for you?
I didn't use it, but yes.
And conducted searches for men in the Miami area and sent them to you?
I think
Remember
this
that?
was when I was living in DC, maybe.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit here.
I wonder if Donna was the one who was replying back to the Match.com response. Oh gosh.
Dated January 17th, 2013. For the record, this is 64I.
Was Donna sexting for Wendy?
And it reads, so honey, so you think I'm nuts, but...
Oh gosh. Warrior of Love 305. Lawyer, I like him. Lung Man 11111. Pulmonologist from Peru. AAP MD. Another pulmonologist, looks interesting. Bobby Digital, another lawyer. Funny, sex, Jewish. Oh, gosh.
When you get a moment, check out some of these whom I've pre-screened for you. And these are guys in Miami, right? After all, you're going to be in Miami here and there. Why not see who's out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And here's some options that she sent you. Here's an interesting guy,
Oh,
etc.
God.
Okay. Did you ever feel like your mom was walking all over you?
I don't remember feeling that way.
Okay. What about specifically regarding this divorce?
Hey, Sermon Late, how are you? I'm doing good. Just call me Corgi, please, though. Honey, I found a perfect guy for you. He goes by the name Funny Sex. I don't even know. I don't know.
I don't. I mean, I had a really good attorney, and I was making the decisions I wanted to make.
Okay. And did you, back in April of 2013, tell a friend that you were trying to find a way to
You know, I'm not a huge fan of her glasses. They're very funky, and I guess they're cool, but I'm not a huge fan of them.
coexist with your mom that didn't feel like she was trampling your autonomy?
I'm sure I said that in 2013.
How did your mom feel about Dan Markel in this time frame, 2012 to 2016?
And I think I think a lot changed between 2012 and 2016. So I think her feelings about him changed over time.
Okay.
Did
and what
it?
about in 2016? Did she hate Dan Markel?
No, not in 2016.
Are you
What
sure?
about 2014? Did she hate him then?
No.
Did you say do you remember giving a law enforcement interview in reference to this case?
Yes, I remember.
That was the same day that Mr. Markel was shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you say in that interview, for court and counsel, I'm referring to page 288, lines 24 through 289, line 1, quote, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else."
At that point, I was sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours and had just been told that Danny had been shot. So I was in shock.
I don't think you were sitting there for 6 hours. I think you said it. Maybe that statement was later on, but she brought up how the parents and Charlie did not like Dan within like the first, the first half hour or some shit.
And I was trying to help the police think of anything I could possibly think of that would be helpful.
And are you suggesting that after 6 hours you became fatigued to the point that you started saying things that weren't true?
No, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I just was in shock. I just kept talking and talking and talking.
When your mom is really upset about something, does she talk about it a lot?
Yes.
And when she talks about it a lot, and I'm referring you back to this time frame, does she talk to your brother Charlie specifically a lot?
My mom and Charlie have always talked a lot.
Okay. And was Charlie kind of like your mom's problem solver?
I don't know about that. I kind of feel like it was where she would help him more throughout childhood and adulthood. She would help him solve problems, not really.
She definitely did a lot for him, didn't she?
She did.
She helped him with his business. She helped him with his personal life, his finances, his bills, remember to pay the whatever. She was like still mothering him into adulthood, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as far as meddling in your life, did your mom feel that Charlie could make more progress with you than she could on items like who you were going to date?
I would just be guessing about that.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, was the defendant, your mother, very angry at Dan Markel?
Before he died?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you hated him too, right?
At certain points, I was very frustrated with him.
Did you refer to him as an STD?
I don't remember saying that.
Tab 5.
Oh, no. Something you can't get rid of or something?
It looks like I made that an
And this will never go away. Is that what you said?
I did.
And did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember ever saying that, so I don't think it's something I said very often.
And this was said in an email on February 26th of 2013, correct?
It was.
Approximately 17 months before the murder?
Yes, I don't think it was an email, though. It looks like it was sort of an iMessage.
Okay. Did you ever refer to your ex-husband as the Dark Lord?
I don't remember saying that,
Voldemort.
but I certainly might have.
Did you refer to your ex-husband as Jibbers?
I did.
What is the meaning of Jibbers?
Jibbers was just a silly name that a friend helped me come up with to basically make him feel less scary. It was nonsense.
Did it reference Jew in boots?
That I don't remember.
What is it called? Jew in boots?
It wasn't a friendly name, right?
It was a silly name.
Did you ever say that you hated Dan Markel?
I don't remember saying it, but
Oh, is this what gibbers mean?
It
Is this
wasn't a
fucking cat
friendly
book?
name, right?
it was a silly name.
Did you ever say that you hated Dan?
Is this the origin of gibbers? Oh gosh. Guys, we have the answer. Now we know.
Markel.
I don't remember saying it, but I certainly could have.
Tab 31, please, to refresh your memory.
Hate him in this moment.
Okay, and did you say in that email, that same email, quote, I hate my children's dad?
I did.
And do you agree that email was sent approximately 15 months before Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was in April of 2013.
Thanks, Wendy, for the dates.
March. As show you. X50.
It's my mom. And my mom.
Okay. And 56B.
It is.
56C. Accurate phone number for him at that time.
Yes.
And then 57 Markel.
Yes.
States 56 and 57 are.
Refer to your ex-husband Dan Markel as an emotional terrorist.
I very well could have. I don't remember saying that, but
That one's on tab 34.
it is. I see it. I said it in December of 2013.
Approximately 7 months before his murder.
December to, yes, approximately 7 months.
And tab 35, in June of 2014, did you say of your ex-husband, I hate him so?
I don't see it.
3 weeks before Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lost my clicker.
Well, the I don't remember shtick is not going to work because she's getting called out for all the exhibits.
Clickers are a real problem for me.
Georgia was prepared for this.
All right, next I want to ask you about Mr. Markel's response to your petition to relocate. Is it fair to say he was adamantly opposed to that motion?
Yes.
All right, and you all fought over things large, of course, but also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis racket is mentioned, right?
Yes.
And, oh, jumped ahead on us. Okay, let's go back. In Mr. Markel's response, and for court and counsel, this is page 82 of Exhibit 60, he indicates, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. Did you take those things when you vacated the property?
I did remember taking his tennis racket by accident, and I returned that, but otherwise I didn't take his belongings.
Just a tennis racket? That's it?
Did you strategize to leave him in a way that would cause or inflict maximum damage upon him?
No.
Is that something your mom ever said?
I don't
To your
remember that.
knowledge? Did you discuss with your mom how and when you would leave your marriage?
I did.
Do you recall a November 2nd, 2012 email where Dan Markel was saying to you, let's put all this aside. This is all about the kids. Let's act toward each other in a way that they can be proud of. Did he say that to you?
I remember reading an email like that.
All right, and we talked about the Aqua Ridge apartment, or I guess it was a home, residence. Is this a fair and accurate photo? I blurred your kids' faces, but of the living space there?
Thank you for doing that. Yes, that's our home.
Okay. And did your mom help you secure this place to live? Did she have any involvement in that?
She did.
Okay, what involvement did she have?
She says, thank you for doing that. That can come across as like, oh, Wendy's like really grateful. However, her family's the one that dragged her kids into all of this. So Wendy's saying, oh, thank you for blurring my children's face out. Okay, well, you and your family murder their father. And then the reason why their faces are like all over the internet is because you guys got them involved.
She helped me move in.
Okay, did she help you locate the place to live?
I think
at all?
so.
Okay. Did she come up and look at places with you as well?
We did.
Okay. Did Dan Markel threaten you in the pleadings with federal kidnapping charges?
He did.
And that was associated with the way he claimed that you left the marriage?
Yes.
And he says you took the kids and did not tell him where they were for several, I think I've seen days and weeks. Is that true?
It's true that he said that. It's not true that that's what happened.
What was his position on your motion to relocate?
We did talk about it before I filed it, and he was amenable to figuring it out. But once I filed it, he was against it.
Okay. Did he allege in his response that the sole stated reason that you wanted to relocate was to be closer to your parents?
He did say that in his response.
Right. And is that the response that your mom referred to as his 23-page rant?
Probably.
She had a lot of thoughts about that particular filing, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And she laid those out in an email to you. I know you remember. That's the whole, your non-negotiable is relocation.
Yes.
Do you recall having 2 long mediations to try to resolve your divorce without a trial?
Yes,
And were those mediations successful?
they were not.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mother as part of the divorce proceedings?
I don't remember that.
What about your brother Charlie? Did he care about whether you moved to South Florida or not?
I think so. I mean, I think he would have liked for me to be closer to him and have the kids closer to him.
Would it have been okay with him if you had made a decision to stay in Tallahassee?
I would have imagined so, yes.
And after the relocation motion was denied, you were kind of like, well, maybe I have to stay in Tallahassee. Wasn't there at least a moment of that for you?
I mean, it wasn't maybe, that was the court's decision, and I respect the court's decision, and,
Did you?
you know, I would make the best of it.
What about Charlie? Was he outraged by the court's decision?
I honestly don't remember him being outraged.
But to your mom, it was a big deal.
My mom was really upset.
No. It was described by your mom in several places as like a life and death proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think my mom thought my life in Tallahassee wasn't good.
Is it true that you never would have left Dan Markel without your mom's suggestions?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. She may answer the question based on her own knowledge.
I would have left Danny regardless of anyone else's input. I was very unhappy.
Did you ever write that you would have never left him without your mom's suggestions?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 41 and see if it refreshes your memory.
I've done it on my own. I do say here I wouldn't have done it on my own.
Okay. Did you specifically reference your mom?
I say my parents and brother's suggestions and support.
Okay.
I think because I wasn't happy, but part of me thought maybe I would just stay until the kids grew up.
Just one moment. I've lost my place a little bit. Offer your testimony.
Sorry.
Edit. Is that your testimony?
Sorry.
Did you
What's the
send your
question?
divorce petition to your mother to assist you in editing it?
I don't remember doing it.
Okay. And did your mom also pretend to be you to Mercer University to help you complete your divorce affidavit?
I have no memory of that.
Got a little pop out here of this email from your mom. Obviously, I pretended to be you contacting these financial institutions. Is that something that she would normally do on your behalf? Pose as you?
I had very little understanding or involvement of my financial situation, and so that might have been an account that my dad had created for me or that had like co-signatory authority, so that's possible.
Okay. And here, did you forward a letter that was written on or sent to you on December 19th of 2013 from Dan Markel, where he was kind of wanting you back and making a lot of concessions? I'll stop coming home late, etc. Do you recall that
I do.
long email? Did you forward that to your mother?
I very well may have.
And do you recall she replied with sort of a paragraph by paragraph breakdown of that, Dan Markel email?
So I see that here. I mean, I certainly didn't remember, but I see that there's a response here.
Okay. I think I've got her responses. Did you respond to her? Very nicely done, Mom. This is great.
It looks like I did, yes.
Okay. And then we go to L. A joint email, so how do we know it's Mom and not Dad? Do we?
I don't.
Does Dad send responses like these? This is all the response. Is
Don't play dumb, Wendy. Don't play dumb.
Harvey detail like that in a response?
No, but it could be that my dad and mom were talking and that she was the scribe, right? That they were, that it reflects both of their thoughts and that my mom's the one writing it.
And many of the emails are signed Mom and Dad, or they reference Dad and I feel this way. Was it common for your mom to express for the two of them a certain position?
Yes.
And in this particular email, so this is a little confusing, but she responds paragraph by paragraph, K3, K5, K6, referencing Dan Markel's email to you and refuting each paragraph. And she felt that his position was outrageous, right?
Yes.
And she thought his religious practices were extreme, didn't she?
She did, yes.
She was extremely concerned about the well-being of the children in reference to his religious practices.
Yes.
She wanted a psychological evaluation of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
Didn't need a psychological evaluation, did he?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Was he an extremely intelligent, accomplished law professor?
Yes.
Did your mom ever call Dan Markel any disparaging names around this time frame?
She did.
Okay, including piece of shit,
Yes.
asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Major fucker?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
I wish we had side-by-side cameras where we could see Wendy testify and then the exhibits as well.
A bastard?
Yes.
Did your mom help you prepare for your meetings with your divorce lawyer?
My mom offered help, but I don't think I needed help preparing for meetings with my divorce lawyer.
Who was your divorce lawyer?
Kristen Adamson.
Your mom, in an email dated January 9th, 2013, indicates that she thinks the job opportunities that you had in South Florida was a major bargaining chip in your divorce. Did you agree with that?
Did I agree with it at the time?
Yes.
I don't remember.
She did a lot of work sort of making arguments to that point, didn't she?
I believe so.
And did you forward your correspondence with your lawyer to your mother?
I did.
Publishing 64, I'm going to skip to J. She wanted to be kept informed, right?
Yes.
Your mom mentions, see if I can find it. This is 64G, your South Florida legal team. She will try to remember to discuss things with your South Florida legal team. Who was that?
I think she was jokingly referring to herself.
Oh, she's the South Florida legal team.
I don't know who else it would have been. I think that's why there's a smiley face. I think it was a joke.
Okay. More questions for your upcoming hearing with your attorney. Did you forward your mom's questions or ask your mom's questions when you met with your attorney?
Probably not all of them, but if there was something that I thought was useful, I probably forwarded it or had a conversation about it.
And here you can see in paragraph 2, your mom referred to Dan Markel as Gibbers as well, right?
It was a silly name, yeah.
Let's go to the order denying your petition to relocate. Was your mom aware that the order was filed?
Yes.
Okay. And this is language from the order denied with prejudice, meaning you can't re-raise it, right?
Right, you can't refile.
And your mom wanted to fight the decision, didn't she?
She did.
Did you feel railroaded by her in this email where she's kind of bullying you to keep fighting?
Yes, Your Honor, the prosecutor's testifying.
Please rephrase your question.
Did you feel railroaded by your mother?
No.
Okay, but she wants you to continue to take action.
It was denied. I wasn't taking any more action.
Not any more legal action.
I was not taking any more action of any kind.
Didn't your mom have some other ideas for some other actions that could happen?
She did.
She did want to take it to an appeal. You remember that?
Actually, I don't remember, but
That's on tab 43 of your binder.
yes, I see.
Okay, but she also wanted to develop this plan of action that could be implemented between the time you learned of the relocation denial and your final hearing in court to maybe strong-arm Mr. Markel into agreeing to the relocation. Do you remember that email?
Yes.
Okay, and she had some ideas for how to do that, right?
Yes.
And she said Gibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So what was her plan of action? What did she suggest you could do to get Dan Markel to relent and let you take his kids to South Florida?
She suggested that I pretend that the boys had become Christian.
Is that something you would ever consider doing?
No.
She was going to pay for them to get instruction on the Christian faith, right?
That was what she said.
And she said she looked into it and she could get them baptized in a couple weeks. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it's here.
Do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
I don't know.
Did she ever share with you or forward you any tips on how to bring emotion or fake emotion?
Not that I remember of any kind.
All right. What about a financial offer? Was that part of it as well?
Yes.
What was the financial offer to be?
I think it was $1 million.
Who was going to pay the $1 million?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
And they were going to pay $1 million. You didn't have to pay any of it?
I don't remember having to pay any of it.
Okay.
Oh, it was separately. Harvey separately, Donna separately, and then Charlie separately. Okay, I thought it was like Harvey and Donna, and then Charlie, and then Wendy.
And they were going to give Dan Markel $1 million for what?
So that I could relocate.
Okay. Did you ever make that offer to Dan Markel?
No,
To your knowledge, did anyone make it to him?
I don't think so.
Would it have worked?
I don't think so.
It's all about getting control from Dan Markel, right?
Yes.
I am.
And you told her these ideas were crazy, didn't you?
I did.
I will not be introducing my children to Christianity. I truly believe it will backfire.
Again, Your Honor, prosecutors testifying and leaving.
As counsel testifying to stand, please make sure you're asking open-ended questions to the witness. Ms. Kaplan,
I'm reading from State's Exhibit 64B, which is in evidence.
please proceed.
Did you say it would backfire?
Yes, those are my words.
And what did you mean by backfire?
I don't remember, but I can read there below what I was saying.
Did it have to do with this will give him ammunition to pursue things in court?
I might have meant that at the time.
Did your mom respect your decision not to use her suggestions?
I mean, she had to have, right? I'm a grown-up.
She kept pushing, though, didn't she?
She was suggesting other ideas.
Okay. January 27th, 2013 email 64W. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show gibbers that he's not in control. Did she suggest that to you?
Yes.
What was your response? Of course Charlie will come up with that.
She urged you to rethink your decision not to implement her suggestions, didn't she?
Yes.
She wanted you to do an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. Why would she want to scare Mr. Markel?
So that he would let me relocate, I guess.
She says here, and I'm still on 64W, I don't know how much of the big picture you're seeing, honey. I don't know if you can realize that not only what you can provide for your boy's life, but for your own life, all depends on this change. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So she did view this as a very serious matter, right?
Yes.
And she's sending all of this after the relocation is denied, right?
Yes.
Everyone has a price. Fight for yourself. Okay, I'm showing you this slide also from Exhibit 64W, which indicates that you were going to go into the $1 million offer as a third. Does that refresh your memory on that deal?
I mean, it refreshes my memory, but it's not something I ever considered or thought about doing.
So you would not have paid up the
No.
third of $1 million?
No.
Moving on to 64X, this is an email in which your mom expresses opinions on several items, including the marital home, the parenting schedule, alimony, child support, health insurance. Did you want her opinion on all these things?
I mean, I don't remember, but I think we always want our parents' opinion on things, even if we don't take it.
Sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear.
Please state your answer.
Counselor asked me if I wanted my mom's opinion on those things, and it's hard for me to remember at the time if I wanted other opinions, but I said, I guess, people always want their parents' opinions on things.
And your mother's opinion was that she wanted you to aggravate your ex-husband, right?
Yes.
To screw him financially,
Yes.
to get a win.
Yes.
She thought your divorce was something to be won, right?
It seems that way.
When was the divorce final?
It would have been final this summer of 2013.
July 31st of 13 sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw that that was the date for your trial. Did a trial take place?
Yes.
Okay. With witnesses being called?
No, there weren't any witnesses.
Okay, so it was a settlement.
Yes.
And did you reach the settlement on the day that the trial was supposed to be conducted?
I think maybe the day before.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about voice authentication. Your cell phone, was it collected by police in this case?
I gave the police my cell phone to search.
Let them download it and return it to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with a wiretap that was conducted in this case,
I've seen a lot of wires.
where phone calls were intercepted by the police and recorded by the police?
Yes.
And were you asked to listen to a disc of calls to see if you could authenticate the voices on those
Yes.
discs? Okay. And were you able to authenticate some of the voices on there?
I was able to authenticate the voices of my family.
All right, so Charlie
Oof.
Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you initial on State's Exhibit 135 by each of those voices that you were able to authenticate?
I did.
That's
Any objection?
So that's how they're getting the evidence in. Oh, they're windy.
After the divorce was
Hi,
final,
Nicole.
was there any
How
more
are you?
litigation between you and Dan Markel?
There was.
All right, and who was the first one to file something after the divorce was final?
I don't remember who was first to file.
Because you both filed some things afterwards, right?
Well, Danny was supposed to pay me for the deal with our settlement was I was supposed to take my name off the title to the house, and he was supposed to pay me half the value of the house. So I went that first week and took my name off the title and then just waited. And when I reached out, when it was time for him to pay what he owed, he said, I'm not going to pay it. And I asked why, and he said, I have my reasons. And so my attorney had to file to enforce the settlement agreement because otherwise he was going to be held in contempt of court.
The court had given him a deadline to make the payment, and he didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
So you filed a motion to enforce,
The settlement agreement.
Technically, it looks like it's navy blue, but
and he filed a counter motion saying, well, I'm not paying because she's in violation for all these different things. Remember that?
I do. And then he accused my attorney of committing fraud.
Right. One of his big complaints was failure to facilitate the communication agreement, where I guess you all had some type of agreement to provide Skype calls with the kids to each other when you didn't have the children. Do you remember him complaining about that?
I do. I remember if I was 1 minute late, he would contact the parenting coordinator and complain that I was in violation.
That was a pretty regular complaint of his in this era of these filings, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And when he sent an email, for example, 64N, let's see if we have that, alleging these sorts of violations and including, quote, accusing you and your mother of making zero efforts to facilitate communication between he and the kids. Did you forward this email to your mother?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And during this time period, did Dan Markel send you quite a few emails pleading with you to play nice? For example, March 7th of 2013, Wendy, I really regret that things have gotten to the place where they are. Do you think we could try to resolve more issues directly with each other to prevent so much of the unnecessary tension and cost? Things like that.
Yes.
Okay. But then you didn't seem to be able to actually play nice with each other, even though it seems like maybe that's both what you wanted, at least at certain points.
I was always trying to play nice.
Well, you were threatening to hold him in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening to hold him in contempt. That's what my lawyer filed. That's what happens
Well,
when
your
you...
lawyer represents you, doesn't she, Mrs. Adelson?
my attorney did it. I had no idea. Oh gosh, let's just keep blaming other people.
She does, but I wasn't threatening him.
Did you cease all Skype communication between Dan Markel and the boys on March 12th of 2013?
I don't remember that, no.
Tab 54, please.
Attorney advised me to do that.
Did you cease all Skype conversations between Dan Markel and the boys?
Again, I don't remember. It's been a very long time. But if my attorney advised me to do it, then I probably did it.
Okay. And the day that you filed that motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt, see if I can find that. What was the date of that filing?
It looks like it was October 31st, 2013.
Was that the same date that you backed out of the contract to buy a house here in Tallahassee?
I don't remember if it was the same date, but at that point I didn't have the money I needed to buy the house because Danny didn't pay what he was supposed to.
Okay, but you don't remember which day you backed out of buying the house?
I don't.
Could it have been the same day that this was filed? Halloween of 13?
It may have been.
Okay, and was it Charlie, your brother, who talked you out of buying the house?
No, I didn't have the money to buy the house.
So you don't remember him discussing that with you?
No,
Okay. And did your mom have a position one way or the other on whether you would buy the house?
I don't remember.
The image that I just had up there, was this image sent to you on October 31st? How did this get onto your cell phone dated October 31st?
I It looks like something my brother would have sent me at some point. I don't remember if it was what day it was, but I remember seeing that picture.
Okay, do you have any reason to dispute the metadata associated with it on your phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize your brother in this photo?
I do.
And who's the woman he's pictured with here?
Katie.
Is that Catherine McBanoa?
Yes.
So did your brother at any time send you this picture? Not at any time. Did your brother on October 31st send you this picture and basically tell you not to buy the house because you weren't going to be living in Tallahassee much longer?
I don't remember him ever telling me not to buy the house or that I wasn't going to be living in Tallahassee. I really wanted to buy that house.
Do you remember, after all the drama with the Skype, asking your mom, let's see if I can find it here, to help you work on the Skype thing because it was becoming a real problem between you and Mr. Markel?
I honestly don't remember, but I see this email and I must have sent this.
And then a few months later, in February of 14, Mr. Markel files a motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, and that we've touched on that already. That was alleging that you committed fraud on the court during the original settlement. Remember that?
I do. I remember him saying that my attorney helped perpetrate a fraud.
He did. He suggested that the court should send a strong message to you about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the assets that he alleged were undisclosed. Do you remember that?
I do.
And did your mom view that filing?
I don't remember.
Isn't that the one she responded to? We need a plan of attack. We need to aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you.
I remember we just looked at that. I just didn't remember what it was in response to.
Okay. And did you respond to his allegations?
I would
In court. In a
Ooh,
court
the
filing.
audio.
We must have responded in a court filing to that,
Okay.
because if someone accuses you of fraud, at that point my attorney had to recuse herself because she had to become a witness in the case and to say that that didn't happen. And then I had to find a new attorney to represent me.
Okay. And did you do a filing in response to his counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement, alleging, and this is page 439 for court and counsel, that a vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous? That sort of language, does that sound familiar?
It doesn't actually sound familiar, but I would have responded in a motion, so I'm sure my attorney filed something.
Did your mom move around this time?
I don't think so.
Do you remember your parents signing a lease at a place called the Continuum?
My parents were spending some time there on the weekends, but they didn't move until 2015 when I was clerking for a judge at that time.
All right, so they signed a lease to have sort of a weekend property. Was that in South Beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that does March of 14 sound right for that?
I don't remember when they signed a lease there, but is that
For Wendy?
it's possible?
Well, when you ultimately left Tallahassee, which we'll get to, did you go to live at the Continuum or at Coral Springs or somewhere else?
In Miami at the Continuum.
And do you know why they chose to move into the Continuum? I mean, this is about 3-4 months before the murder.
My brother had a girlfriend that lived there, and he really liked the property, and he thought maybe my parents might like to retire there. So he was suggesting that they start trying someplace other than Coral Springs to retire.
And did your mom add you as a resident to the Continuum on May 16th of 2014?
I don't remember that, but the Continuum, the apartment complex, had very high security, and so it may have been that if you wanted someone to come and not be considered a guest, they had to be considered a resident.
Okay, tab 95, please. And the question is, would you have been considered a resident as of May 16th of 2014?
And I don't know, so you want me to see whether on this document I was added as a resident?
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like I was added and my brother were
Seems like they're planning on the move for Wendy Adelson. I don't know. I think that's where George is getting at. Before Dan Markel was murdered,
added.
they're making moves.
And then my other brother was the in case of emergency, and it was in April of 2014.
April 2014. Okay, so about 3 months before the murder?
Yes,
And that was just so that you could come and go whenever you were visiting.
that was my understanding.
Do you recall a motion being filed by Dan Markel that we referred to as the grandma motion?
No,
Did Dan Markel in March 26th of 2014 file a motion seeking to preclude your mother from having unsupervised contact with your kids?
I don't remember him filing that motion, but
You
it
don't?
sounds like if it's a motion you have a name for, then it exists.
And in that motion, do you recall, or does it refresh your memory, that he was saying, Grandma, the boys were telling him, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you, and as a result, he was concerned about your mom alienating the kids or turning the kids against you?
Does she not remember because Georgia coined it as a grandma motion that's new to her, or is she just saying she doesn't remember? Because she went through Depo and she went through Charlie's testimony, and this case, everything with Dan Markel has been part of the Adelson family life for more than like 11 years.
I remember hearing.
You don't
about this
remember?
motion.
And that is a motion that was never got to be heard, right?
That was part of the motion to enforce the settlement agreement,
But which was never heard.
which was never heard.
Because he was killed.
Hey, Neil.
Because, yes.
And do you remember why you didn't forward your mom the actual motion that was
Yeah, her driving by Dan Markel's house was just bizarre. The police interview, bizarre.
filed in reference to that?
I don't.
Okay. If you will check tab.
Hey,
See if you
Sandy.
can find tab 98 in the back there, please.
It's like, I don't remember. I don't know. I had no idea what was going on. My family did everything. I'm just dragged into this.
Okay. Does it refresh your recollection as to the question, which is?
But I will say to the jury, I think she looks fine for the jury. If I was the jury, I probably wouldn't really see any red flags yet in regards to Wendy's behavior. I think she's had a lot of practice, and of course she's had because she's testified at at Charlie's trial. But I'm sure she's had a lot of practice over the past couple years, and then she's probably got it down. Okay, the Wendy Adelson, the police interview, versus the Wendy Adelson now, completely different.
Where was your mom on the day that the relocation was filed, which for your reference was 3/26/14.
So this email is from 3/25/14, and it looks like my parents were coming up. It says coming on Thursday, and this was written Tuesday the 25th. So my guess is that they were coming on Thursday the 27th.
And was it their practice to typically stop in Orlando and spend the night on the trip up to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay. The allegations that are laid out in Dan Markel's motion were sent to you in an email before the motion was ever filed. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
I'm publishing 64AA, a December 16th, 2013 email. This email indicates that Dan Markel is going to be introducing a major issue, grandparental alienation. This will be part of our ongoing effort to resolve outstanding issues. But basically, at the bottom there, Ben announced to me, Abba. What does Abba mean?
It's Abba. It means father in Hebrew.
Father.
Oh, you know what? I wonder because Dan Markel was trying to punish Donna for what she was saying to the children, and Donna felt like her as a grandparent was being alienated. I wonder if they decided to reciprocate that after Dan Markel's death to Dan's parents by alienating the grandparents on Dan Markel's side.
Grandma says you're stupid. Okay, and he details a couple, I think it's 3 different instances in which
Just like as like an extra added bonus, like erase Dan Markel from the children's family's lives, erase his family, and then also like, fuck the grandparents or fuck Dan Markel's parents because Dan Markel was trying to make it so Donna wasn't going to be able to have free reign over the grandchildren.
his boys have told him that Grandma, your mother, has told them that you're trying to take my sunshines away, she hates you, that sort of thing. Does this refresh your memory at all about those allegations?
It does.
Okay. And this email, you did forward this email to your mother. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it makes sense that I would have.
And your mom responded to it, or someone responded to it. Wow. Do you remember that?
I was shown that email yesterday.
Okay. And you forwarded that email not only to your mom, but to a total of 12 different people. Do you remember that?
I remember being very surprised that he was trying to accuse a member of the Florida Bar of fraud and going to all these lengths to avoid paying money that he owed me.
Okay. And is that the reason why you sent it to the 12 people?
It was pretty shocking what he was doing.
Did your mom respond at all to that allegation regarding her alienating the kids?
I don't remember a response other than the one I was shown that said, wow, but I don't know if that was my dad responding or my mom responding.
But the allegation was in reference to your mom, right?
The allegation was in reference to my mom.
Okay. And in fact, the next day, because the parenting coordinator was in on the original thread, you forwarded the email a second time to your mom, didn't you, with the parenting coordinator's response. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but it makes sense that I would have forwarded it.
Do you remember just, let's see, a couple months before
And that's what I think. Wendy couldn't help herself.
the death of Dan Markel, saying to a friend of yours, I think her name is Jane, does that sound familiar?
I had a friend named Jane.
Telling Jane, quote, Danny is a monster.
Overrule, the witness may testify based on her memory.
I don't remember telling Jane that I thought Danny was a monster.
Okay, was Jane one of the people you forwarded the email to? Dan's email?
I don't remember.
Okay. But it was the same day that you called him a monster. Do you remember that?
I don't.
I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Judge, I don't know if you're wanting a recess, this is a good time. It's getting a little tedious, I'm sure.
I think they are going to do a recess. How's Wendy doing on the stand so far?
Before we continue with the examination of this witness, we are going to have our lunch break at this point.
Okay, lunch break. We're going to have a lunch break. We'll be back in about half an hour.
I am going to remind you once again not to
Day 2 so far of the Donna Adelson trial. So again, on day 1, they've already placed the blame on Wendy, saying Wendy was the one that wanted Dan to be murdered. They placed the blame on Charlie, saying that Charlie was the one that paid the hitman, and that Charlie was the one that told Donna to write those checks out to Catherine McBanwell for the Dental Institute work where she wasn't really working at. And then the email thing with Harvey saying that, well, how do you know that Donna was the one that wrote the emails? It could have been Harvey. So we've already placed the blame on the entire family. I don't know. Maybe she'll blame the grandchildren next for something. But with day 2, we started with Jason Newland, who basically went through all the divorce filing, and he essentially tied them all to Donna by looking through Wendy's emails with Donna to show that Donna had knowledge of these divorce filings. She was responding to it. She was reacting to it. She was putting in edits to it. And Donna was pissed at how things were going because it seems like every step of the way, they were just being outsmarted by Dan Markel, and Donna was just maybe just out of her league. And then we move to witness number 8, which is Wendi Adelson. Again, Wendy is basically the center of all of this. Wendy's the one that married Dan Markel. Wendy's the one that had 2 children with Dan Markel, and that they divorced, and it was a very contentious divorce to the point where Wendy's family was very involved into this. Wendy's family wanted Wendy to move down to Florida, South Florida, sorry. And because that relocation was denied, they were pissed. They decided to hire two hitmen to murder Dan Markel. So she's at the center of this. She is testifying right now. However, anything that she says, she does have immunity at this point. They can't use it against her for later on for prosecution. We don't know if there's a pending investigation into Wendi Adelson. Maybe they just dropped it. Maybe they don't have enough evidence. But, you know, a lot of people do think that she is involved. I don't know what other evidence the state has against Wendy. It's just that, you know, the police interview was really bad. Her driving by Dan Markel's house and taking a very long way to the liquor store instead of going to a straightforward way. Very suspicious. Just a lot of things about Wendy's just very suspicious. Like, I feel like she definitely had knowledge of it. But do they have evidence against her? They might not. Maybe the family told her some stuff, but then insulated her from most of it so she wouldn't be heavily involved. I don't know. So we're going to do a lunch break. We'll be back in about half an hour. And, you know, I think Wendy's doing okay so far in the stand. If the jury doesn't know anything about this, which they shouldn't, I think they probably just see Wendy as like someone who's like, oh, maybe, you know, she's just being controlled by the grandmother. And maybe, you know, she was just being pulled by 2 sides, you know, with the divorce with Dan Markel and then her family and basically being told what to do and all that stuff. So anyways, guys, I will be back. We'll see you guys in about half an hour when the lunch break is over. I'm going to take my dogs out and we'll see you soon. We'll continue the rest of Wendi Adelson's testimony, and I'm not quite sure who else is going to testify, but I know they're going to call Charlie at some point. I'm sure they'll call maybe the other hitman. I'm not too sure. There'll be Catherine McBanwell and Jeffrey Lacoste. So we'll see. All right, guys. I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Behave. I'm going to have the live up and then we'll just have it muted. Oh, I forgot to make a card saying that we're going to be on break. Oh, okay. I'll remember to do that later today. Oh, really? Garcia's not on the witness list? Just Rivera? Gotcha. Maybe it's redundant to have both of them testify. And one is good enough. I mean, Rivera was the one that took the plea deal, so that could make sense. Hey guys, they're starting back up. I will be back in 2 minutes. Hello, hello. How was your lunch break? Or I had a breakfast break, I guess. All right. Where are we? Oh no, did I break it?
Seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may resume with your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, I want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson. How is he older or younger than you?
They were talking about the wiretapping earlier, so I wonder, are we going to be listening to the wiretap conversation soon?
I'm the youngest of the 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me.
How much older than you is Charlie?
He's 2.5 years older.
And in the time frame
He looks way older than her.
2013 to 2014, how much time were you spending with Charlie Adelson?
I don't remember spending a lot of time with him. I was in Tallahassee most of the time, and he was in South Florida most of the time.
Did you speak with Charlie regularly during that time?
We did.
What type of lifestyle did your brother have around the time frame 2014 to 2016?
Lavish.
My brother was a single guy. He was dating lots of people. He worked really hard till early in the morning till late at night, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week.
Worked hard, played hard?
Yeah, I think that was kind of his lifestyle.
Did he like nice things?
He
Fancy
did.
Cars?
He liked nice cars. He liked nice food.
Okay. Did you, during the phone conversations you had with your brother during that time, did you talk much about your marital problems?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Is it fair to say during the year or so leading up to Mr. Markel's murder that your brother did not like him?
I think that's fair to say.
Did your brother joke about hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
He did make that joke.
What was the joke specifically?
My brother had bought me a TV as a divorce present, and he would make the joke that the TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse about that joke?
I may have mentioned that joke to Jeff Lacasse.
Who is that?
I may have. Oh, you know you did.
Jeff Lacasse was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
Had he met your parents?
I think he may have met them once, but not in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back in May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, "My parents are not into him," referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
captions are a little bit wonky.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
What was the nature of that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working. And so I had an
Blame the kids. There we go.
appointment, and they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
And was that the TV that was the same TV that your brother joked he got you as a divorce present because
It was.
cheaper than hiring a hitman?
Yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the murder, did your mom text you about the TV repair guy being on the way or coming to your house?
She did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy that came with the Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
The TV was under warranty, right?
I believe so.
But the damage that you had was not covered by the warranty, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And do you recall how long the TV repairman was at your house?
I don't. It was a reasonable amount of time, so maybe an hour or so.
And why did it take an hour to determine that the TV couldn't be repaired or was not under warranty?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And the TV repair guy, well, I guess I should ask, were you upset, crying and upset during the time that the TV repairman was there?
I don't think so.
Were you particularly upset about the TV, the fact that the TV couldn't be repaired?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the TV guy, to your recollection, didn't actually do anything. He didn't fix the TV, didn't take it away, didn't bring you a new one.
No. He was trying to fix it. I mean, I think he was trying to assess what the problem was and if it could be fixed, but it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be that, yeah.
Did you go to a dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment. I was very, very scared.
So that happened?
It did happen.
Okay, and that was in a restaurant, right?
It was at a restaurant.
Who was present at that dinner?
It was my brother and me.
And where was the dinner?
It
South
was
Florida or here? Or
It was
somewhere?
South Florida.
Okay, and you said it was several weeks after the murder?
I believe so.
Had you ever heard Charlie, your brother, refer to that dinner as a celebratory dinner?
Only in previous trials, but never to me personally.
Did you hear him say it the night that you had the dinner or after that?
No.
That you threw up at the celebration?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua?
I met her on 2 occasions.
Okay. Do you have an independent friendship with her, or did you just meet her through your brother?
I just met her through my brother.
Who was she to Charlie?
She was a person that he had dated.
Was she a serious girlfriend?
I didn't think so.
The celebratory dinner, was that mentioned in a text message or was that a wiretap conversation? So it seems like, going back to the TV repair, it seems like Donna was trying to give Wendy an alibi by having a TV repair person sent over to her house to have the TV repaired. And I think it was also used in a way that repairman is on the way, aka the hitmen are on the way to take care of the TV, aka maybe Dan Markel, because they also use TV as code words as well when they're talking about this whole thing. And then afterwards, after Dan Markel was murdered, somehow the state found out that Charlie labeled it as a celebratory dinner. So what are they celebrating? Dan Markel's death? I mean, it's kind of weird. Weeks after Dan Markel was murdered, you would have the celebratory dinner. Apparently, Wendy vomited at the table. So, yeah, some weird shit.
Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
Yeah.
Oh, was it Jeff that said it? Maybe it was Jeff then. Yeah, it could have been Jeff that mentioned the celebratory dinner. Well, actually, I thought Wendy and Jeff stopped communicating after the murder happened. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember.
I had a lot of girlfriends, and they all looked somewhat similar.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's... One moment, Your Honor.
You took a picture with Katie, though.
35.
You're saying you can't tell Katie apart from the other girlfriends?
Was a visit. I went to the beach with Catherine and a friend of hers for about an hour.
Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
All right, and when was this photograph taken?
It was Father's Day weekend of June 2014.
So just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine Magbanua?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff Lacasse when I was running an alternative spring break, I came down to visit.
Is that the dinner at Yardbird?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So this was the second meeting.
Yes.
All right, Judge, move to introduce Stacy to the 35.
Okay.
No objection.
Stays 35 as a minute.
Motion stays 35. Which one is Catherine Magbanua?
She's on the left with the white top.
Okay, and that's you in the center there.
That's me in the middle.
And this photograph was it taken near your parents' residence in
It
South
was.
Beach?
Very close.
During that trip,
Ah, shit, my bad. Sorry, I was sneezing. I didn't want you guys to hear it. Jeffrey talked about it in his interrogation. Jeff Lacoste said that she said it during the, she called it was a celebratory. Jeff Lacoste has said she called it a celebratory dinner. We need Jeff back. Don't worry, you'll get Jeff soon. He's going to be testifying.
were there any conversations
y'all.
with Catherine Magbanua or your brother or your mother about the murder?
No.
Is Catherine Magbanua the girlfriend that your brother had in this time frame leading up to the murder?
I believe so, but he had multiple girlfriends, so I don't know if she was the only one.
Okay, but that's definitely the one that you interacted with the month before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything stand out to you about this particular girl as being, you know, the one or special or different from the parade of girlfriends that
No.
Julie had? Did your brother have girlfriends after this woman, Magbanua?
Yes.
Okay, including, do you remember a Whitney?
I do remember Whitney.
And then there was June Mchinda,
Yes, I remember June.
a June Co, I think.
I remember Junko.
Okay. Prior to Dan Markel's murder, was this image taken at your trip to South Beach that was most recent before the murder?
No,
So you went down another time between this trip and the murder.
I did. I went down for my dad's birthday.
And when was that?
It would have been, his birthday was on July 5th. And so I was down, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but maybe 7.
Looks like they're trying to get chummy with Katie to get her to feel more sympathy, possibly. I wonder what they talked about during that beach trip.
Or 10 days over July 4th and for his birthday, and then went back to Tallahassee.
Did you run into Catherine Magbanua at all on that trip?
I don't think so.
Any discussion with any members of your family about the murder on that trip?
No,
It was your dad's 70th birthday, right?
it was.
And was there a party?
We had a party.
Was that friends, family, both?
It was friends and family.
And I think, is this the trip that we were talking about earlier where your parents had come to Tallahassee to fetch you and take you down south?
Yes.
Was there any discussion on that trip about any other relocation strategies,
I don't have any memory of that.
like bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those things,
It had been, I think, about a year since.
since those were first broached?
Right, but I'm just saying by that time it was the summer of 2014. I don't remember any kind of conversation like that.
Okay. Was there any discussion on that trip of the pending motion that included precluding your mom from having unsupervised visits with your boys?
No.
Do you remember the time frame that the repairman was at your house on the morning of the murder?
I remember more or less. I feel like he came, I think he was supposed to come sometime between 8 and 12, and he came on the early side. Because I just remember being surprised and trying to get dressed really fast.
Okay. And
So he came early. I wonder. Yeah, because I would assume they would try to line it up with when Dan was murdered. That way, Wendy for sure had an alibi. I wonder if Wendy wasn't supposed to go to the brunch with her girlfriends, but then she decided to go afterwards because TV repair thing didn't work out. It didn't line up with Dan Markel's murder, so then she had to quickly go somewhere else to make sure she has established alibi. I don't know. It's just so weird how she would drive by Dan's house though, but I guess that was after the murder. No, actually, no. The brunch was like after the murder too. Because if Wendy knew, then they probably would have told Wendy around what time the hitmen were going to try to kill Dan Markel. Maybe.
And Dan Markel was killed between 8 and 12, right? We
He
know
was.
that now. Who paid the repairman that came to your house?
I think he was under contract, so I don't have a strong memory of that, but I don't remember paying him. It's possible that I did.
I think the mom did, no?
I'm going to ask you a few more questions about Mr. Lacasse. You said you might have mentioned the joke to him about TV.
Why does Donna always have that whimpering facial expression on? I feel like it's only on right now because Wendy's testifying. Maybe she's trying to plead with Wendy. They're like, hey, don't screw me over.
Cheaper than a hitman. Did you ever use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that, other than the recordings in this case?
No.
So she didn't talk to you about the TV?
No.
Did you see Mr. Lacasse? And you said that was somebody that you had been dating around the time of the murder, is that right?
We had broken up just before that week that Danny was killed.
All right. Did you have an occasion to see him on July 13th of 2014, so just about a week before the murder at your residence?
I think people thought that maybe she broke up with Jeff because she knew that she was going to leave the Tallahassee area and relocate to Miami. So it's like, break up with him before the murder happens because she's already planning to move to Miami anyways. What's the point of doing maybe a long distance relationship?
I don't remember him being at my residence, but I do remember seeing him around that time.
Okay. And on July 13th, 2014, do you remember asking to share something in confidence with Mr. Lacasse?
I don't remember doing that.
Did you tell Mr. Lacasse in the context of, if something were to happen to Danny, I could move back to Miami? Did you tell Lacasse that regarding the relocation battle in the summer of 2013, Charlie had, seriously, not as a joke, explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman?
I did not have that conversation with Jeff Lacasse.
So the jury's going to have to believe Wendy or Jeff. Who's going to be more likable on the stand and more believable?
And I think you said the week before, but wasn't it actually about, I think it was 4 days before the murder, you sent an email to Mr. Lacasse? Do you remember that email, bump in the road?
I remember telling him I didn't want to have contact with him anymore. I don't remember exactly what date I sent it, but whatever date Sunday or Monday of that week would have been around when I sent it.
Does this refresh your memory at all?
It does.
Okay. And so you weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact, is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have a strong aversion to conflict, so this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Okay. And I want to go back to the day of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right. Where did you go after the TV?
Does it look like she's high on something? Not to me. Sounds like Weasley easily turns into a nervous wreck. Yeah, I totally think she was a nervous wreck during that time. I think she was blabbering about this before, after. Oh gosh.
TV. What was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way
Tell us about your drive route, Wendy.
to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn, so I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go in.
She encountered a police roadblock in the neighborhood where her husband and 2 children lived, and she didn't make any inquiries. I don't know if she tried to reach out to Dan. I don't know if she wrote any like messages saying that like, hey, are you okay? There's a roadblock here. Why is there police there? There's police tape here.
Any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn, and then I couldn't go through, so I turned around and kept going.
How far?
But I think law enforcement said that there wasn't yellow tape at the beginning of Trescott. It was like right where maybe like Dan's property or maybe like where the neighbor's property was. So Wendy would have to go deep into Trescott, I think, in order to see the yellow tape. And Wendy's trying to say that, oh, I couldn't turn into Trescott because of law enforcement and the yellow tape.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay.
Well, I thought she said she couldn't turn down Trescott because, or she couldn't go down Trescott further because of the tape. I feel like this story has changed
Which one of you or
a few times.
your ex-husband had the kids the night before he was killed?
The night before, they were with Danny.
All right, so it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning?
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, you know, they didn't have cell phones, they were little, so I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool.
Sorry, she said she went down Trescott, but there was yellow tape, so she had to make a 3-point turn. Okay.
The boys, because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, you know, they didn't have cell phones, they were little, so I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that, so I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
How about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No.
Why?
Did you attempt to call your kids' daycare after encountering the roadblock?
No.
Why not?
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was talking to, oh, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on.
Okay, that was probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was about?
I wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Why not?
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was
You weren't concerned because you know the reason why they were there?
killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going. But I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview in the front.
Okay.
And I would just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11.
When he had plans to be out of town, he was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right. And you knew he was planning to go to New York.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how, if the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
You don't really?
Did
you
your
sure you
brother
didn't tell
Charlie
them?
know that information?
I don't
To your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she probably would have known that I was going to have the boys. I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something. So yes, probably.
And when that became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google Calendar, so she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do. And so that was just her way of keeping track of everything. Not just this, but every part of life.
She's very detail oriented.
Yes.
even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business, or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to the extent that it impacted whether I had the boys or whether they were coming to visit or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay, and did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
All right, and would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
I think they're fighting.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature?
That would be funny that if Donna gets convicted, that would be funny if Wendy buys like a one-way ticket to Vietnam. I'm not saying she will. She won't, but that would be funny if she did. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now. But it's a device to send messages.
During the time frame that we're talking about, which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when, at that time, making long-distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott, you went, I think, to the liquor store. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I was invited to stock the bar party for that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so I went to the liquor store and I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that, and they did, and I bought it.
All right, and that type of bourbon was Bullet bourbon?
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay, and does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said afternoon, proceeded to the scene, encountered the tape, and then went to the liquor store, right?
I proceeded to drive to the liquor store. I saw tape and turned around. Mm-hmm. And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49, and then I may have gotten gas after that, and then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you?
That's right.
Okay, and that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends?
That's right.
I'm sure later on, Georgia will show the jury the route that Wendy took. Instead of taking a direct route to a liquor store that was closer to her and the brunch place that she was going to, she goes like all the way down here where Dan Markel lived. Tried to turn on Trescott, and then went to the bourbon, get to the liquor store, go to the liquor store to get bourbon, and then she went back up to the lunch spot. I have a map somewhere. It's in one of my videos that I covered a long time ago, but I don't think I saved it in my computer.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Did you come back?
I did come back a few times, but
just to get things though, right?
Not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
okay. But what I'm interested in is, where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall on the trip to South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shooting, getting a call from Craig Isom?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's
and
the we in that sentence?
I was with my parents
Okay.
and the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like a, you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that, or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
Are you sure you weren't faking it? She didn't want to talk to the detective anymore. That's what I think.
Who's
And
the we in that sentence?
I was with my parents
Okay.
and the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like a, you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that, or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee when you were able to return to South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
At that point, it would have been a year and a half after I'd been living somewhere else, so I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
But at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
it's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself, and I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay.
So that's her explanation for why she moved, I guess, 48 hours after Dan Markel was murdered. Because she didn't feel safe.
But it says unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
Well, that's not the question. The question is, did you say, so happy I don't live there? And the person says, I bet it's a shithole. Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me. So, no.
Okay, Judge, may we approach it this time?
Oh, Wendy. He's trying to add a little bit of like laughs and giggles in to be likable. But man, Wendy, a lot of this is very suspicious. All right, they're doing a sidebar right now. We will forward through this. Hopefully the sidebar will be, up too long.
Continue
Okay.
with your examination.
Ma'am, did you change your children's names after Dan Markel was killed?
About a year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
I changed their last name, and I changed my older son's middle name
Why?
And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
to mine.
Adelson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start by asking you about this email dated July 3rd, 2014. What is this?
This is the, it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't
well,
remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email, and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my
Okay.
dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me, and my 2 children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Well, okay. I could see Harvey writing an email saying that like Lincoln will attend with his grandpa, but with his grandpa, comma, Harvey Adelson. Maybe? I guess you could.
Okay.
Yeah, if he's like emailing someone else, that's a possibility, I guess.
But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes. No, I from the beginning, I was scared when I put them in school, and so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And
Wouldn't you want to change their names ASAP though? If you thought you were scared, and I don't know, you thought the kids could have been targeted.
did that start as soon as their dad was killed?
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
And your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after-school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
Where was Dan Markel buried?
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
Why not? Oh man, that silence is deafening. I wonder if Georgia did that on purpose. The jury's probably wondering why not as well.
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
November of 2023.
Okay, and so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes.
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes,
She did.
she did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay, and do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay, and what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No.
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information, even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
What information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
But you do admit that your brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, that happened.
For the boy's sake, I hope she's not involved. I think she was.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Why did you tell investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine.
I wonder if she brought up the tape being at Trescott. Like, oh, wait, did something happen? Oh my God, I actually drove by there and there was tape. Is that because of my family? Only she does.
They told me that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Oh no. Did she accidentally mention a shooting when she wasn't told that it was a shooting? Do we have footage of the police car by any chance? Oh gosh, Wendy.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm wondering.
Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer and keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine. My life fell apart. So
but you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay. In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were
Your
some
family?
of the people my parents?
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
Charlie?
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
It's not what you said, though, is it?
I don't remember exactly what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
If that's what I said, then you have it there, but I don't remember who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie as one of those people?
I did.
Do you remember saying, if somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Yes.
And Isom says, regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
I do recall my answer.
What was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family, and so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I don't remember word for word what I
Okay.
said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
Was your answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is, answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When she answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You asked her to sit down. Do you remember that?
I do.
And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
Oh, thank goodness. She was about to sound like an alien for a second there. You know, like those alien voice changes you had as a kid? It's like a little megaphone and you change your voice around. There's like the alien one, there's a robotic one. That's exactly what she sounded like.
I was concerned about her age and if she were standing that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay. And do you recall that she at that point asked if she could put you on speakerphone?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too?
But wasn't Dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad was in the shower.
Was anyone else there, to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Was Charlie there, to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Did you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think I did. I didn't want to make any more phone calls.
And your mom took the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said something like that.
Didn't you say, page 265, line 5 through 6, quote, my mom handled that pretty well?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes, ma'am, page 265, line 5 and 6.
Yes, that's what I said.
And then page 280, line 22 and 23. Did you also say, well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief?
Yes, I see that here.
No further questions.
Just a moment, Donna.
Oh man, I don't know if cross-examination is it's probably not gonna happen because she's just gonna say that, oh, I served my 5th minute right, I'm not gonna answer that. Maybe the defense will try something. Oh, she's getting up. Jackie? She's not gonna answer any questions. What do you guys think? Do you think they're gonna go after Wendy? You think that they might have something against Wendy? Or they might have something on Wendy?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I represent your mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. Listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do.
Come on, go back a little bit. Is she protected by anything Jackie asked or just Georgia? Trying to remember the answer to that. I think cross-examination is fine because they have to stay within the scope of what the state asks. But what the defense is trying to do was the defense is trying to subpoena Wendy as their witness. And at that point, I think Wendy was just going to say, oh, like, I'm going to assert my 5th Amendment right. But I think Wendy could still do that in cross-examination. But maybe she doesn't want to because it looked bad. We'll see what kind of questions she answers. Maybe some of the risky ones she might do that. We'll see.
Never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
So many topics were covered, I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanawal, Catherine Magbanawal, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there. You recall that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie, is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No.
Oh.
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
No.
And then I think you mentioned that you had had a dinner with Katie?
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before. Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break, so that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie.
That you remember meeting her, just in case, you know, if they ever point out a time that Wendy could have met Katie before that, Wendy would have been like, oh, actually, oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
And Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markel was murdered, okay?
Okay.
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
Okay.
All right. I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a five-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's the oldest.
Yes.
Charlie is the middle.
Yes.
And you're the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And you grew up in a household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No.
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
She did.
And at some point she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she did that after you were in school, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you all went to school, grade school, high school, you grew up, right?
Yes.
Each one of you went off to college.
Yes.
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
Yes.
So you're an attorney.
Yes.
Charlie became a periodontist.
Yes.
Which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you,
Yes.
every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well.
Yes.
Very kind.
Yes.
Very loving.
Yes.
Very caring towards her family and others.
Yes.
All right, Wendy, let me remind you how good your childhood was and how when your mom raised you as a kid, you know, what a great job she did.
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes.
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
It has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes.
That's the opposite of selfish.
It is.
Means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes.
Never doing anything for herself.
Correct.
She was invested in your lives.
Yes.
You and both of your brothers.
Yes.
Okay. You were a close family.
Yes.
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
Yes. Very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well.
Yes.
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came.
She did.
And she spent time there.
Yes.
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
She did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes.
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her?
Yes.
For little things and big things.
Yes.
Now, you said that you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
Yes.
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
She did. Yes.
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
Yes.
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
Yes.
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
Yes.
She bought groceries.
Yes.
She cooked.
Yes.
She cleaned.
Yes.
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, Your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And in Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute.
Yes.
That was located in Broward County, correct?
It was, yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
Okay. And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes.
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right? And then
yes.
they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them.
Yeah,
Okay. And you visited there.
I did.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay. And
Usually, most of the time drive, I think.
Most of the time drive. And that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish?
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to driving her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
You're a beautiful young woman.
Thank you.
And you got married.
We did, yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage.
Yes.
And you all enjoyed spending time together.
Yes.
The two of you together and with your children.
Yes.
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Is she looking over at the jury? Donna, what are you looking at over there?
Vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him. He's
No, I called him Danny.
okay. You would agree that he was very intelligent.
Yes, very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing.
Yes.
And at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes,
It takes a lot of time,
it does.
a lot of effort. He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes.
Okay. And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
Yes, very.
Okay. And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them,
Yes.
and he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking, is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
Okay. And you assisted with that?
I did.
Not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try.
You tried.
Yes.
But that was one of the things you two bickered about.
It was.
And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother
Is Skype still a thing? Do people still use Skype? Or has it been replaced with Zoom now?
was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married to him?
Yes.
While you were married to him?
Yes.
While you were separated?
Yes.
And after the divorce?
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted about the ugly things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny
Oh, really? Microsoft dropped Skype?
during the separation leading up to the divorce and some thereafter were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right, but the paperwork was critical.
Yes.
And you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Yes.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
And those things that she said to you in the emails, the communications I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
And during the separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing.
Like, so you're telling me that it wasn't in writing? Oh, gosh, goodness. Oh, man. Gee golly.
Correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Sorry, the captions are a little bit wonky still. Sometimes
You
it
have
works,
State's
sometimes they
Exhibit
don't.
60 up there.
I don't see anything that says 60 on it.
I can't use this book. What is this,
I think we're pretty much caught up with the live.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Come on up, Jackie. She's approaching the witness right now.
I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay? And this would be
Oh, is this the unhinged email, the really long one?
your, it's going to fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side. I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are within your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay? I'm going to leave that with you, okay?
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Yes, you want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please. I
Okay.
want you to familiarize yourself with it.
Reading through it. Should I continue to read
You don't need to read every word. If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall the substance of that pleading. You filing your petition for dissolution. Do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
so
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in any helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process.
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm at the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay. And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
Oh, but I think Georgia has emails that she thinks that Donna did see that motion.
May I approach? I'm going to take the book. I don't know if I need to give it back to you or not.
We'll see and redirect.
That way it's not going to fall on you.
Okay.
Now, correct, referred to this bribe. You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this, about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes.
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
No.
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
Yes.
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
Yes.
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
They have kosher food in Miami.
Yes.
Lots of it.
Yes.
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
No.
And the $1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
That was my
Oh, what a great rewarding of that. Okay.
understanding. Yes.
You lived there with him before,
Yes.
and he liked living there.
Yes. He
In
liked
fact,
it very
Really? He liked living there so much that he decided to live in Tallahassee for, how long were they living in Tallahassee again? For like 10 years almost?
much.
There's a difference between visiting a place and liking it versus actually living there and wanting to live there and liking it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have, yes.
But he didn't get it, and so
But how long ago was that? When what was he trying to get a professorship at the University of Miami? Was that before his tenure at FSU?
he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're
And
getting
so
timeline.
you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset,
Wait, go back real quick. Hold on. I'm confused now.
and if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have, yes.
But he didn't get it, and so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami, but for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yes.
And if
Oh, wow. It's so easy. Just like that.
you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50% parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same, yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
Traveling for work can be annoying. Especially if it's like a weekly thing.
We're going to talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about, okay? So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012,
I think it was September.
okay? So you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed,
Yes.
okay? Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012 that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure. Okay. Not more money?
It wasn't? I thought Donna said it was way more money than what Wendy was making. Didn't she say that in the emails?
Tallahassee.
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure. Okay. Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was secure money as opposed to grant money that could be taken away.
Okay. So you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee,
I was.
FSU.
Yes.
You were not tenured.
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay. So being tenured means you have more stability in your job.
Yes, you have more job security.
Job security, okay. And so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him, and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay, and in part of that discussion, you asked him if he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you
Yes.
relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that, correct?
He said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
Okay. You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
I thought it could be.
Including the boys.
Yes.
He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion for temporary relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation, correct?
I did.
Okay. At the time that you filed it, do you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot. I didn't really know. It would depend on the judge.
Okay.
You didn't know that it would depend on a judge?
And we'll go back to it later.
Really?
But I guess on June the 18th of 2013, which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right? You had a hearing on your motion for relocation.
Yes.
And the state has already presented in its exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
It was.
Okay. And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer?
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion. There was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce, but within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage, right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings, from the time that you moved out of your marital home, that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
No.
Did you always want them to be a big part of his life?
Of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
Why change their last names? Why change your son's middle name that was attributed to Dan Markel's family member? It seems like you wanted to erase him completely. Why not go visit where he was buried? Ugh. The jury must be so confused right now. Or maybe not. She remembers everything for the defense. That's where T-Pain is from? Where? Miami? Florida? I think that's the end of cross-examination.
Yes. That's fine.
Oh, really? Tallahassee? That's what T stands for? Oh, I had no idea.
The bailiff will take you all to it.
Tallahassee Pain. Yeah, I think they're gonna take a little mini break. Are we taking a 15-minute break? Because Corky needs to go pee. Yes, I'm like Harvey. I'm talking about myself in third person. Corky needs to pee.
They can come over here to use it if they need to. Thank you. You all can be seated. Zalman, if your client does need to use a bathroom break at this point, this would be the opportunity to do so. We'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the jurors will be ready at that point. You can step.
5 minutes is a short break. What happened to our 15-minute lunch breaks? Or not lunch breaks, but afternoon breaks. All right, so, well, Wendy was direct examined by the state, right? And anything that she says can't be used against her. Now, when she's being cross-examined, the defense, they have to essentially stick to what was asked in direct. Now, the reason why Wendy doesn't want to testify for the defense is because the defense can ask any questions that they want, whatever they want. However, Wendy said that, like, well, I'm not going to incriminate myself, or I'm not going to say something that might fuck me over. I'm just going to assert my Fifth Amendment right. So that's why Wendy doesn't want to testify for the defense. However, it's different when she's being cross-examined by the defense. So I'm assuming whatever she says in cross-examination, she's still protected, although I didn't really think she said anything that could have been incriminating, but who knows what the state has up their sleeve. So, Wendy Adelson. Who do we think it's going to be next? I wonder if we're going to listen to, maybe they'll call law enforcement next, and then we'll listen to some of the wiretap conversations. I feel like that might be the order, but we'll see. All right, guys, I'm going to get up, use the bathroom real quick, and I will be right back. What's my camera? You guys get up and stretch too, okay? Get up, stretch, get something to drink. Oh boy. All right. I guess we're going to continue the cross-examination of Wendy Adelson. Hello, hello. Wendy's head looks pointed to me. I don't know if I saw that. I thought people were saying that Wendy's blue eyes were fake. I thought they were more of like a less intense blue, maybe, or brown. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
You remain standing, and the jurors will come out in just a moment.
Oh, the jurors hasn't come back yet? Oh, okay, they're coming in.
Gotcha.
So Wendy's either living in Texas or in Colorado. I think I'm hearing mixed things. Someone said Austin,
Everyone,
Texas. Yeah, just a 5-minute short
Ms.
break.
Fulford, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, I guess the pointed head. I guess I sort of see it. Choose enhancers to make the blue pop. Like
Just a
contact
bunch
lens.
of oddball questions at this point. You recall getting emails from your mother
Yes.
and your father?
Well, yes, from both,
And-
from the same email.
And I think you had a necklace at some point during that time period that said, never, never, never give up.
I did.
And your parents would sometimes put that in the emails back to you, correct?
Yes.
I need to know if you recall this. Your parents, you had mentioned when they went out of the country, you used the WhatsApp to communicate with them because it was free of charge.
Yes.
And you could call them free of
Yeah,
charge?
yes.
And you could message with them free of charge?
Both, yes.
Okay. And when your parents would go out of town, do you recall that they had a routine where your mother would take her phone, but your father would not get the plan to travel with? Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And wasn't that because if you called the Adelson Institute and you got the answering machine, it was an old-fashioned answering machine, right?
Yes.
And what it gave out if you reached the answering machine was your father's cell phone number.
Yes.
So he didn't want to be contacted when he was out of town.
I think the Adelsons should be in jail just in case. What do you mean, just in case they did it?
And that's what people would get, right?
Yes.
Hey, Olive.
The birthday party that's been mentioned for your dad, it was his 70th birthday.
It was.
And although I don't think it ended up being a surprise, your mom was trying to plan a party for him.
Sorry, I was reading the chat.
So he didn't want to be contacted when he was out of town, and that's what people would get, right?
Yes.
The birthday party that's been mentioned for your dad, it was his 70th birthday.
It was.
And although I don't think it ended up being a surprise, your mom was trying to plan a party for him where he knew his children and grandchildren would be there, but she was trying to surprise him with the friends.
That's right.
Okay. And you might have helped her with some of those preparations.
I think so.
And she planned it for several months, right?
Yes.
And I think one of the things that you got involved with was a caterer that was going to be used to cook paella. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it at the party.
It's pronounced paella. I remember on the night of, I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish because I don't think he spoke much English.
And Mommy, your mother didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
Okay. You weren't actually making the order and buying it, correct?
No, I didn't pay for anything.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry. It's still Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach and show you what.
It'll be funny if we find out that she was married.
Purposes as defense 49J, and ask you to look at that and tell me if you've ever seen that before.
I have seen this before.
Okay, and that's an email that your father sent to you regarding the appointment that he had made for the TV to be repaired, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on the front page, you can see where he's forwarding it to you, and it says, "Love, Dad," right?
Yes.
And then he tells you when the appointment's going to be, Friday the 18th between 8 and 12, right?
Yes.
And then when you flip, well, now stay on the first page. Do you see down almost 2/3 of the way down where it has the order information and the order creation date?
Yes.
And that date was what?
The order creation date is July 11th, 2014.
Okay. And on the next page, where the problem description is, it says that Harvey called in, stated that the 55-inch TV screen had some problems, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page. It repeats about the complaint that your father had about what was wrong with the TV, right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, there are some questions under date submitted, right?
Yes.
Whether the TV is wall mounted,
Yes.
what the size of the TV is.
Yes.
If it's mounted over 6 feet high.
Yes.
If the height of the ceiling.
Yes.
Is it eligible for a loaner?
Yes.
Was it installed by the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Is the product that we're going to service in a place of business?
So I'm saying yes that I see these questions, but the answer to that question is no.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. That's what I was going to point out. So your
Okay.
dad said no to that one, correct?
Right.
Is the product
Wait, so they're saying Harvey filled this out and not Donna?
that we are going to service in a place of business, and your dad answered no, correct?
He answered no.
And the next one says what?
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? And the answer to that one is yes.
Thank you. May I approach? Ms. Adelson, you testified on direct when asked some questions about the name change of your children. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think your testimony was that you officially changed your children's last names a year and a half? What did you say?
I legally changed them a year after Danny's death.
Okay. But after he passed away and you went to Miami, it was time for your oldest child to be enrolled in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And so what were the ages of the children when Danny was murdered?
They were almost 5 and 3.5.
Okay. And so the 5-year-old was going into kindergarten?
Yes.
And where was the other child going to be? Was he being put in a preschool program?
It was a preschool program.
Okay. And so you went and registered them at the school, correct?
Yes.
And the official registration said Markel for the children's last names, correct?
I believe so.
But because you were going to socially refer to them as Adelson, that's what you asked the school to do as well, right?
Yes.
And so when you went into orientation for the oldest child, I'm trying not to say the name, when you went into orientation for the oldest child for kindergarten, and they had his little nameplate there where he was going to sit at his desk, it said last name Adelson, right?
I honestly don't remember him having a last name on. I remember his first name being there, but I don't remember. I thought they put the first names for the kindergartners.
But you asked the school to refer to him by the last name Adelson.
I did.
And so there was an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
Right.
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
Correct.
Wait, little preschoolers running around playing flag football? That actually sounds so cute.
And the
Is
youngest
that easy to teach? Like three-year-olds to play flag football?
one, where was he going to go?
Or was it
Where
the
did-
kindergartner? I don't know. Flag football? Kindergarten? What do we play in kindergarten? Oh my gosh. I remember in... what was it? Oh no, it was first grade. First grade, we played dodgeball, but it was the teacher that threw the balls at us. Oh man. Yeah, I didn't like dodgeball. Dodgeball sucks.
Where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay, and whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and Grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish, I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay. Tot Shabbat would have been, like a Sabbath activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and
Okay.
something like that.
And so the younger one's also being known as last name Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Because socially, that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There was some questions of you on direct about potentially purchasing a home after the divorce was final in 2013. You recall those questions?
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think you stated was because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right. I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had
Kickball was fun. I like kickball.
been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that,
It wasn't possible at that time.
okay. And in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions, mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do, like tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics. All of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
Didn't she say to dress them up, line them up in front of the Catholic Church or something like that? Post it as your profile picture on Facebook. And even though he wouldn't see it directly, maybe one of the acquaintances will see it and reach out to Dan Markel. Is that not an action?
Testified that your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes.
And nothing but pleasantries between the two of them.
That's right.
And in fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
It was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate.
Maybe to throw him off. I don't know, man. Hold on a second. Banana bread. So this is the week that he died?
Of them.
That's right.
And in fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
It was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
That's right.
But you think she hated him?
I think she was mad at him.
Mad at him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
I don't know, man. She might have done something else to the banana bread. Have you guys ever seen that movie Waiting? It's so nasty. Who's the one in the back with the glasses? Maybe she just has a sensitivity to like the light or something.
I think you testified that, and there may have been an email
Maybe she had LASIK done recently. I don't know.
that suggested it, that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was, I probably wouldn't have left. Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay. Isn't it true that each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny would, when you finished the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes.
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
Yes.
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
Yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny, Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes.
And the children were there too?
Yes.
And they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
Okay. And Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to leave Danny and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
We had been in counseling and it hadn't worked, but again, this sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
Okay. There was also questions of you, several questions about your interview with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents.
I wonder if that was like a bullshit story that Donna tried planting in. Oh, don't you remember that you invited your mom for coffee and then she was like telling you should get counseling, work things out with Dan Markel? You don't remember that? When he's like, no, I don't remember that. And your mom suggested that you guys should do counseling. I think we were already in counseling.
Charlie, remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
She did.
I wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit. So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, Defense Exhibit 49B. You can just read that for me, please, to yourself.
If your brows don't move, you're lying, or Botox, or if you're parasite that paralyzed your muscles. Sounds scary, doesn't it?
Do you want me to read to the end?
No, ma'am, I'm just looking for where you told your mother, get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what you said?
Yes, but I can have Dad there. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Can I get it from you?
Okay.
But they can have Dad there? Why? Why no mom? Oh man, has anyone ever seen the new Cinderella stepsister movie? It's really gory though. Gory as in not like killing gory, but in other ways gory. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. I don't know if I would recommend it though. It was interesting. Oh, was mom planning to testify? Is that why?
Sometime in April of 2013.
Gotcha.
So that would be not long before your divorce was final. You took a trip. I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. You recall that?
Who?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
Oh, is this the guy that Jeffrey said? I think Jeff accused Wendy of like cheating on him or something like that. Or trying to play it both, both sides. Is it with Miguel?
You do recall the trip?
Well, I was seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that. Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am. Let me get that.
Okay.
All right, we're just waiting for it to reload.
Puerto Rico.
To
Does
look at
that
the
sound
paper.
familiar?
It was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year, and that year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay. And did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something?
No, I spoke.
So how old is Wendy now? Mid-40s?
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to now show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendants Exhibit 1E.
Defendants.
April 28th of 2013 and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication there, please?
Oh, I'm caught up now. Dear Renee. Is Renee a friend? Who's Renee? All right, y'all, we're caught up. Ooh, man. Sleepy. My back is tired from sitting here for so long. Jeez. Just stretching. Oh man, I could never watch a trial
I've read
live.
a little bit. Do you want me to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections
you,
that
jury.
I wanted to discuss with you.
I don't know how they do it.
Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes.
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
Yes.
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Good morning.
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community.
What if she was only putting this in writing to her friend? That way, if they ever try to use it, if they ever try to say that she was involved in murdering Dan Markel because she hated Tallahassee, you could be like, oh, well, actually, I wrote this to my friend. What do you mean? I love this area. I love this employment, what's it called? I love what I'm doing right now. I love working at FSU. Because you know who did that? Corey Richens. When she was trying to send a message to her best friend saying they're like, oh, you know, we were at lunch together. Or no, we were working from home together. We had lunch together. Eric wasn't sick or Eric didn't go to the hospital. I forgot what she was saying. Sorry, a totally different case, which the trial will happen in probably about 6 months, maybe.
I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
Yes.
Tallahassee isn't ever where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you have the pending petition and motion for relocation, but as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
Yes.
And then,
When did she meet with Katie again? Didn't she meet with Katie around this time? It was like spring break, or was it before? I don't know, man. I think she just wanted to have that in writing. That way it's out there documented somewhere, just in case they try to go after her for this.
and this goes on. Third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
Like, I don't care that he said I was mentally ill. I don't care that he accused me of stealing. I want to stay here.
Correct.
Yes.
A little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit, see where it starts, wait, it's me again?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markel, correct?
Yes.
In full regalia and clap for the graduating law students. I love graduation, and the Gibbs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend, so I need to. It's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
Yes.
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
Yes.
Let me speed up just a little bit.
Sorry, Judge, I have so many papers up here. I'm confused.
Judge, just take your time. Don't be wasting the jury's time, though. What's the point in trying to establish that Wendy had resolved to stay in Tallahassee? That removes any motive from Wendy.
May I approach?
I think she was just preemptively planning, but yeah.
Ms. Adelson, I'll take that one back and then show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1G for identification purposes. Could you review that to your
Listen, Donna was very involved with Wendy's life. Sometimes Donna would fly up there, sometimes she would drive up there or down.
self, please?
Even though I ran out of water. Alright, I'm just gonna forward through this. We're just waiting. She's flipping through the pages right now.
Okay. I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes.
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
Yes.
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markel had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after that, but at this point, you're kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
Yes.
And you talk about the one alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay. And your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes.
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's the best for my kids to move them to South Florida.
Yeah, but she didn't do that though. I think he did come up and he tried to testify. It's like her actions are different than what she's putting in writing.
Appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, you call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you're considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing. And if they wanted to come up anytime and visit you and the boys in Tallahassee, they were free to do so, right?
Yes.
But that's like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What was the response though? What was Charlie and Donna's response? It was like, oh my gosh, we totally support you. Yes, you should live in Tallahassee. You're right. You're completely right. It's better for the boys. It's better for your family. Were they all also in on this as well to pretend that they were okay with her living in Tallahassee and not coming down to South Florida? Or can we get more emails?
So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markel and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
On the next page, you talk about what the alternative vision is, and that's what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it,
Okay.
to live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to. That's what you said, right?
I say even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Yes.
And what you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
Okay. And
I don't know if this looks good for Donna though. This looks good for Wendy, but not necessarily for Donna. Donna could have went. She still could have went forward with the plans. Let's say if all this was true and Wendy wasn't doing it, just a documented writing, so the court can later on be like, oh my god, like, or sorry, so the attorney could be like, oh my gosh, look, Wendy, you didn't want to move after all. It says it right here in writing. That must be true, right? I don't think this looks good for Donna in any way, but maybe she'll tie it somehow to Donna and how it looks good for Donna and Wendy.
I think, let me find it.
Or it was Wendy orchestrating all this so she can also save her ass. Maybe she wasn't doing this with her family, but like, hey, just in case, if things were to go down, let me make sure my ass is good. Lots of what ifs.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Approach a mundo. Come on up.
Show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. see if I can figure out their lettering system. And if you would review that pleading, or this order that the board opportunity to review that.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes,
So you went into this hearing, and Gary ended up coming, correct?
he did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And you gave some testimony, correct?
Yes.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
Seems like her actions are very different than what she was writing in these emails to her friend.
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point, she wanted to speak to counsel. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel.
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed, and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment, yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay, so even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
If you look at the order, it says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children. And then it says what the court orders and adjudges. The court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see that?
Yes, number one.
Yes. And your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I don't remember, but I remember asking her to stay outside if she was going to testify.
Okay. And you came outside at some point and told your parents that relocation was denied, correct?
You wonder if Georgia has some secret knowledge about Wendy she's not using until she tries Wendy for murder. I know, that's what I'm wondering too.
Correct?
Correct.
Because I feel like she went pretty soft on Wendy.
And it's after this hearing, when relocation is denied, that those truly ugly emails that your mother wrote were written by her, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Actually, if you'd keep that for a second.
Okay.
Once the final judgment was entered, the issue of relocation was over, right?
Yes.
Relocation from July 31st of 2013 until the time that Mr. Markel was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
It was never an issue from the day it was decided on July 31st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes.
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
Yes.
No more plans about how to get relocation. The issue's decided, correct?
It was decided.
Ms. Adelson, if you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening. It says that this denial is with prejudice.
Yes, ma'am.
Of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
Yes, with prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
But what it says right before that is, as such,
And that's a huge blow to the Adelson family, and probably especially to Donna, whose ego was into this game versus Dan Markel.
the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So what happened is after the judge says, if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
So not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving you all of these ugly suggestions, right?
You're telling me that Donna didn't know? You're telling me Donna didn't know this? You're telling me they didn't discuss this when Donna was outside of the courtroom waiting to testify, and then she finds out that it's all done and she didn't need to testify? You're telling me that Wendy didn't come out and tell Donna this? Wasn't Harvey in the courtroom listening? I think they're trying to say that, oh, Donna didn't know that this was like a last final decision from the judge. And that's the reason why Donna kept trying to get Dan to change his mind. Not that, oh, this was a final decision and that's why Donna decided to kill him. Huh. I have a hard time believing that.
She did write those emails.
If you had told her you stipulated with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach? Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
So sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on June the 20th that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
Why wouldn't Wendy tell Donna that though? Wendy didn't tell Donna that? Wendy's attorney didn't discuss, they didn't all like talk about this together after the hearing ended? I have a hard time believing that.
may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to
And
it.
she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but
And you testified when you got up, when the state was asking you questions, after you said your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him, not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May we approach?
Questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
We're gonna take a break so she can go find it. Oh man. Oh boy. So they're trying to say that there's this major hearing on the judge's decision whether or not he's gonna allow Wendy to relocate. And they're trying to say, well, the defense is trying to say that, well, Donna didn't know the final outcome. She didn't know about this. She thought that they still had a chance to get Dan to relocate and that things were still kind of in motion legally. I have a hard time believing that. Donna was outside of the courtroom waiting to testify. Harvey was there. The attorney was there. Wendy was there. You're telling me Wendy didn't come out and say, hey, you know, all right, guys, we lost. The judge denied it with prejudice. That means that that's the end of it. That's it.
The mail will take you to the jury room.
I'm taking the jury to the room.
Everyone can be seated.
Oh, we're caught up. Oh boy.
I believe the defense is talking to their client, but then we'll go into recess in just a moment. Yeah.
Meeting recess. Oh, I do need to fill my water though, so recess would be good. Nope, Harvey's still there. I like Georgia's blazer. There's this pillowcase that I'm trying to buy that's like in that print. I'm just waiting for it to go on sale. So we're still in the cross-examination of Wendy Adelson by the defense. The picture that they're painting for the jury.
I mean, I have in my notes some references too, but yeah.
What did the judge say?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, as to this issue, are you seeking for the court reporter to review something, or do you wish for me to instruct the jurors to rely on their memories?
I think we have an alternative resolution. If we may just have one more minute, please.
Go ahead.
You're trying to say that Donna actually liked Dan. Donna would take care of the kids for Dan. Look at that. The week before he was murdered, Donna even made him banana bread with chocolate chip cookies, not nuts, the way that Dan liked it. That sounds delicious, by the way. And that Wendy, she was actually changing her mind about moving to South Florida. And that she wrote these emails to her friend to document that she wanted to spend more time, you know, in Florida, in where she was living right now, because she had a flexible job. She was able to spend a lot of time with her kids, and that she was only going to pretend to keep up appearances with the family, and that she didn't really want to go to South Florida with this high-paying job. However, her actions was different because she actually had that guy come up and testify, the guy that offered her the job in South Florida, to come up and testify. They were going to fight for the relocation. It's almost as if Wendy was just trying to have it in writing and using her friend as a conduit for that. Like, hey, friend, these are the things that are making me look really good, that will make me look good in the future. But the defense is also trying to say that, well, Donna didn't know that there's no chance for the relocation. Wendy stipulated to it during the hearing, but didn't tell Donna about that, even though Donna was outside of the courtroom. And they would have seen each other after the hearing. Oh, man. I don't know what the jury thinks about this. Oh, and then there was also when Wendy decided to separate from Dan. The defense was saying that, well, the children and Dan Markel, they all went to South Florida to hang out with the family, hang out with the Adelson family. And that when Wendy was planning on leaving Dan, she invited Donna to coffee. But Donna was like, oh, you know, maybe you guys should get counseling. And Wendy's like, oh, I don't remember this coffee meeting. I wonder if this is like a lie that Donna told the counsel and have the counsels like nudge at Wendy. Because Wendy's been avoiding Donna, it seems. I don't think Donna has any communication with Wendy. I don't know if Harvey has. But it's like, don't you remember this coffee date? Wink, wink. Wendy's like, I don't remember this coffee date. Well, don't you remember the coffee date when you said you were going to separate from Dan Markel that your mom suggested counseling? Wendy's like, I think we're already in counseling. I don't remember this coffee date. So I don't know if Wendy genuinely didn't remember or if Donna was trying to plant a lie there and get Wendy to go through with it. I don't know. I don't know. Oh boy. I have questions about this necklace. This never, never give up necklace. Is this a necklace that Dan Markel gave to Wendy, or did the Adelson give it to Wendy as a way to remind her to never give up on fighting the fight against Dan Markel? I don't know. I have questions. Or is this just a necklace that Wendy, I don't know, purchased on her own? Oh gosh. Oh, and the TV repair thing. They're trying to say that Donna wasn't the one that was coordinating it. It was Harvey. Harvey was the one that responded to this. And that it seems like the TV repair guy, well, it's not like we were trying to have him come over to fix your TV to give you an alibi. We were actually flexible of whenever time he would come in to fix it, because there's a portion in the application that says, would be open to an early appointment time? Yes. So I think that's what the defense was trying to do there.
We're going to take a 10-minute break at 3:40. We will resume after the jurors have used the restroom and everyone is ready. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, this is your opportunity as well.
Wow, the judge, you're so nice. So kind. Okay, so they're going to take a little mini break. I'll probably go up and maybe take a break too and fill up my water. Oh, gosh. And then they're talking about the name change. I don't know who this really helps. I guess it can help strengthen Wendy's story. But again, with the name change, they changed the last name of the children from Dan Markel's last name to Adelson. And that was changed a year later. And it seems like Wendy's going with the, oh, well, I'm changing their last name because, you know, I thought it would make them safer. You know, we were being targeted. Like, who knew why Dan Markel was murdered? Who knows who was going after them? So I feel like that's why Wendy is really taking that story right now. But even though the name wasn't changed legally, when the kids were enrolled in the school in South Florida, even though the last names still showed Markel in the registration, they asked the school to refer to them as Adelson. So I don't really know if that really helps Donna in any way. I can see how it helps Wendy. But I mean, they still had the last name change though. Why change the last name? Wouldn't you want to remember their murdered father? Wouldn't you want to honor their father? Oh boy. Hey, Paddle Kev, how are you doing today? The judge is an absolute unit. Got some shoulders on him. The judge is thinking, when will this family just get out of my courtroom and life? I mean, I think that's what Georgia is thinking. Georgia's like, I've been doing this Adelson shit for too long. It's consumed my life and my career. I remember when she was like kind of like venting to the judge a little bit. I was like, Georgia, you're the best person for this role, okay? Yeah, take one for the team. Thanks, Georgia. We appreciate you. All right, so they're taking a little mini break. I'm gonna get up, fill my water, and do some stretches, I guess. Go walk around. Oh, my back is hurting. Legs are hurting too. All right, y'all. We'll be right back. Hello, we're back from the little mini recess. It's about almost 4 o'clock local time in Florida right now, so I think they're going to be going for another maybe an hour or so. We'll see. I think the judge says that court days are until 5:30, but maybe it'll be an early release date, maybe not. Let's see how much they have with Wendy. How do you guys think Wendy's testimony is going so far? If there's a movie made, Jennifer Aniston is Wendy. Jen Aniston is Wendy? I guess they could. Maybe. Who will play Donna then? I know a woman that plays in a horror movie. That could make a really good Donna. All right, they were waiting for the jury to come back in, I guess. Or their sidebar. I can hear some audio.
They're still over there, but
Mini break. Mini break.
you can bring them in.
All right, jury's coming back in. Meryl Streep? No, I love Meryl Streep.
All right, you're in the courtroom.
Meryl. You know they're doing Devil Wears Prada? They're filming right now in New York. I wonder if it's going to be any good. Court is until 5:30 unless the judge decides not to waste the jury's time.
Cross-examination, Ms. Fulford.
Oh.
Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Adelson, isn't it true that before getting married to Mr. Markel in, was it 2006?
2006, we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day, when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show, you knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him?
What?
You said, I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me. You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
I have
that's
placed in
fucked up.
front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
Yeah, that's awful. That's a waste of Dan's time. I wonder if she did because Donna wanted her to be married. And maybe Donna liked Dan back then. Maybe it wasn't until Donna realized that Donna wasn't going to be able to control Wendy and Dan together as a unit because Dan was his own person, strong personality, knows how to stand up for himself, that Donna was like, you know what? I don't like Dan anymore. He's not going to be a puppet.
I see that I said that in 2013.
Oh, in 2013.
Adelson, you would agree that when Danny Markel was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way.
Just how
Isn't
they
that
wanted
correct?
it.
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's not here to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Including you. Let's go back a little bit.
Of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
I think that tripped up Wendy for a second there. She got to that little double blink right there. Anyone that's responsible, including me.
Redirect examination.
When you said you were an actor in someone else's show, whose show was it?
I think I felt like I just wasn't fully present in my own life, that I had always been a real people pleaser. And so there was an aspect of not always being true to myself and wanting to make other people happy.
And one of those people is your mom, right?
Yes.
And that's part of why you kept going with relocation, even when you kind of had some doubts about it, right?
I would say it's part of the reason.
You were asked on cross-examination about the final order on relocation issued June 20th, 2013, and didn't you stipulate?
I don't know. I felt like the cross-examination, I was trying to see what specific angle they were going to go with, but I felt like it was just a little bit all over the place.
To making it with prejudice, I guess. Do you remember doing that?
But I guess like just a tad bit of blaming Wendy and that Donna's a good person. Oh, let me turn my camera on. Hello.
I don't actually remember stipulating. I mean, I see it in the order, but I don't remember actively saying anything or participating in a stipulation.
In fact, when you've testified about this previously, didn't you indicate you didn't know what with prejudice meant?
I think it's not something that comes up in my daily practice, and so at the time I had forgotten that it meant that it was a final order.
All right, and it was suggested or said on cross that you didn't tell your mom it was final and she was misled and she thought there was still room for it, right?
That is.
Oh, that's what she's saying. Like, yes, I went to law school. I got a law degree. I was practicing, but you know, the term with prejudice is something that doesn't really pop up, you know, in my day-to-day life. So I completely forgot what it meant. Is that where we're going with, Wendy?
What was said to me on cross.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 64JJ.
Are you telling me that your lawyer, Kristen, didn't discuss this with you? Because wouldn't there be a follow-up discussion saying like, okay, well, it was without prejudice. That means that, okay, we still got this. We can still fight this. We got to go with the plan of action. You're telling me your attorney didn't explain to you and your family members what the judge's decision was? There was no discussion about it?
Just take a moment to review this exhibit and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
All right, get my water. Guys, stay hydrated.
Okay.
Do you recognize that email?
I mean, I recognize the email address. Is that what you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Who's the email from?
The email is from my mom and dad's email address to a friend of theirs.
Who's the friend?
The Kliegermans. I think it's Vicky, the woman in the relationship.
Okay, and it's signed Love Donna, right?
Yes, sorry. So it's from my mom.
And in this email, does she indicate to the Klingermans that there is no chance at the appellate level for appeal of your relocation?
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/20?
Oh no, is the lie falling apart? The lie that Wendy is pretending not to know what with prejudice meant and that she forgot? The lie that Donna didn't understand the finality of that hearing? Oh, is the lie falling apart right now? Oh my goodness, guys. Oh boy, when was his email?
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/25 of 13?
Yes.
So 5 days after the order was issued, your mom did know that that order was final, based on this.
Based on that email, yes.
Okay, it was.
Oh boy, I wonder if Wendy is losing credibility with the jury, just slowly, because I think she came off pretty strong, likable during direct examination. But you know, things were getting a little bit shaky. I think after the break, when we continued direct examination, and then cross examination was kind of all over the place, and now it's like, oh, Wendy, can we actually really trust you? Jeez.
You were asked questions about, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to you, but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes.
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Yes.
scare him,
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
give him some grief,
Yes.
take something from him,
Yes.
show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable,
Yes.
but definitely not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
I want to go back just a little bit. Sorry.
Control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Bribery.
Yes.
scare him,
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
give him some grief,
Yes.
take something from him,
Yes.
show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable,
Yes.
but definitely not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
You do.
Donna was caring and devoted to your boys. You were asked about that. That's true, right?
Yes.
In fact, she maybe cared a little too much about your life and you and what was going on with you sometimes, right?
I don't know that you can care too much.
Even the Nazi uniform craziness came from her version of some kind of place of love. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because although her lawyers tried to downplay this, she was suggesting a baptism for these kids, right?
Yes.
She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks, right?
I believe that's what it said.
And didn't she justify the means or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to them, right?
Yes.
Just like Jake the Pirates.
Yes.
She thought the ends, relocation, would justify the means, didn't she?
Yes.
Isn't that crazy to take pictures and have it documented somewhere? Because what if later on when the children are grown up and these pictures leaked? Why the hell were you dressed in Nazi uniforms when you were like 3 to 5 years old? That's kind of weird.
And she thought a move to South Florida was what was best for you
Yes.
and what was best for your children,
Yes.
who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean, I don't know who she cared about most in the world, but she loves me.
Is there anyone?
Are you saying that she cared more about herself above all others? I don't know, Wendy. Say it.
I don't know who she cared about most in the world, but she loves me.
Is there anyone that she cares about more than those two boys?
My dad.
Okay. She thought relocation was best for those boys. They were
Yes.
going to have better opportunities, right?
Yes.
Better family support,
Yes.
a happier mother
Yes.
with a more lucrative profession.
Yes.
And your lives all depended on it. Isn't that what she said?
Yes.
And Dan Markel could have agreed, couldn't he?
He was amenable, but then he didn't want to, ultimately.
Well, he could have moved to South Florida, right? Isn't that what you were asked on cross?
Yes, he could have.
Could have moved to South Florida and enjoyed all that delicious kosher food down there, right?
Yes.
And if he had relented, you and he could have had separate lives in Miami and happily co-parented the boys, right?
In
That
theory,
could have happened.
Yes, it could have.
Except he wouldn't relent, would he?
I mean, he said no, and so we had a hearing, and the judge said no.
Right. He wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give your mom what she wanted, would he?
I mean, we only had one conversation about it, so it wasn't like a ongoing thing.
It wasn't an ongoing thing? What wasn't?
I mean, between Danny and I, we talked about relocation. He said he would think about it, and then he said he didn't want to. And then we had the hearing, and then that was the end of it for me.
Yes, but you were asked on cross, wouldn't things have been potentially great for Danny down there too?
Yes, I think they would have.
Couldn't we all have lived happily ever after if he would have agreed to move down there too? Possibly, right?
Possibly.
But he wouldn't agree.
He didn't agree, no.
Nothing further.
Jury, before we continue this afternoon, we will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you back to the...
Again? Why? Are we going to talk about... What are we going to talk about? Hold on. What were they going to talk about? They were talking about the emails that came in through witness number 7. What else was there? Wiretapping shit? Why are we taking another break? It's good for the jury, I guess. You just get up and keep stretching. Use the bathroom in case you need to. All right, they're taking another break. But I'm going to sit here and see what this... maybe they're doing some sidebar stuff. Jackie had judicial misconduct charges filed against her, but they officially removed it due to her permanent disability. Oh. I didn't hear anything about that. Oh, maybe they're going to do a voir dire. Okay, I think they're doing a voir dire.
From this witness. Very well.
I see someone new on the stand.
There being no need for a proffer from this witness, you may step down. Ms. Kappelman, will you be recalling her at any point under your subpoena?
I don't intend to, Judge, but I would ask that she remain unmovable at this time. She's free to go about her business.
You are not to discuss your testimony with any other person who will be testifying in this trial. Mr. Lauro, will you need to be heard any further, sir? Have a good day.
Okay, so Georgia, I don't know if you guys can hear the audio. It's kind of like a little muggy. But Georgia says that she doesn't plan on recalling Wendy, but again, doesn't want Wendy to discuss her testimony with anyone else. Just in case if they do decide to call her up again. I guess they're going to do a voir dire. That means they're going to question a witness outside the jury's presence, but I don't know what they're going to question them about.
This will be whom this afternoon?
Robert Adelson.
All right, you can bring the jurors back in.
And Judge, I think, did you want to instruct him?
Oh, yes.
That seemed like a very quick and, I don't know. It was just like a quick little huggy to
You
dad,
can bring the
but
jurors back
seemed very, a little cold and lacking emotion.
in.
But
And Judge,
she's like, okay, bye, Dad. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
I think, did you want to instruct him?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so could I go ahead and call him in?
One moment, don't bring the jurors in just yet. You can bring in Mr. Adelson. Everyone can be seated.
I guess they were breaking to voir dire.
Make sure the court's prior ruling on this matter you understood and you were clear on. When you're testifying, you are not to testify about any opinions that you have concerning whether your family members or your mother may have committed a crime. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Is that Rob? Rob, is that you?
Does the defense or state wish for there to be any further instruction from the court that does not otherwise cover the substance of the ruling?
No, sir. No, sir.
Please bring the jurors. Yep.
Did he say bring the jurors? I can't hear. I think the jurors are coming back in. Is that Rob?
For everyone in the gallery, again, as you are watching the evidence and testimony, please remain quiet. If you need to speak with each other, please do so silently or step out in the hallway. There should not be any murmuring happening whatsoever as the witnesses are testifying. Please bring them in.
Oh, okay. The jury's coming back. I don't know what's going on with the jury being sent in and out, in and out. I have no idea. So no voir dire? This is just real testimony? If this is Robert Adelson, this is going to be the eldest of the Adelson family. Eldest of the Adelson children. And he cut off the family. There was a podcast that he participated in with his wife, where they discuss how Donna was also very domineering in his life, and he found the love of his life that he wanted to marry. Donna kept interjecting because the woman wasn't Jewish, and that they actually were forced to break up. he was forced to marry a Jewish woman, and then I think he annulled the marriage within like 70 something hours, 72 hours or something like that. And then he went back to the woman that he was in love with. And Donna wasn't very happy about that. They ended up getting married. Donna, Charlie, Wendy, Dan Markel all actually attended that wedding, and photos were posted on Dan Markel's blog. But I think things are probably a little bit weird and shaky between the two family members. So after this whole thing went down, I think at some point he realized that like, oh, my family's involved and I'm cutting them out of my lives. I don't know. Just a hot mess. But I think that's Robert Adelson. So Robert's the oldest, and then it's Charlie the middle. And then it'll be Wendy. Does he look like any of the family members though? He doesn't look like Charlie and Wendy, not in my opinion.
Mr.
Maybe he looks
Adelson
like
remains
Harvey.
standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. And what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so you're a nose and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Oh, I wonder if Donna was going to him for ENT stuff. Because remember, Donna has like delicate little ear canals and needs to be cleaned out. And she's not happy that because she's being imprisoned in jail, she's not seeing a specialist for her ear issue. He looks and sounds like Charlie. Really? I don't think he looks like Charlie. I think he looks like Harvey. I can see Harvey.
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendy and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendy?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendy?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point, though?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
More assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So
Seems
they're
like
kind of
it.
opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
And when I say involved as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of
Man, this is going to look so bad for the jury, depending on what comes out of his mouth during testimony. But if you have a family member that's testifying against you and it's your son, ooh, the jury's going to be like, something's fishy here. Something's up with Donna.
certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No, I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us, and if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to
Yes.
her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendy Adelson's life after you grew up became adults and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Oh, this is Sarah Dugan. Oh my gosh, I completely thought it was Georgia Kappelman. Well, I guess they sound kind of different. Okay. I was just kind of like going through, I was paying attention to Rob Adelson testifying. So I was surprised to see Sarah Dugan. Hey, Sarah, how are you doing today?
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
Probably more involved with Wendy and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was the tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendy left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendy's life once Wendy starts going through the separation or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible? Yes, sir.
Yeah, who's a little bit more gullible? Sorry.
Who's a little more gullible, mentally sharp. Your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible?
Oh, I remember seeing this in the court documents. They're trying to play Donna as someone who was a very gullible grandma who didn't know anything, and I forgot what was the exact context, whether or not it was being tricked by Charlie or not knowing about stuff that was happening during the bomb. I don't remember, but essentially the defense at some point was trying to paint Donna as a gullible person. And I think in the court documents, it said that Robert Adelson said that, no, mom is like more on the sharp side, not someone who's like easily fooled or something like that. Look at Harvey. He's not thrilled about Robert saying even one single word.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Harvey just looks like meh. Dude's chilling. But what a whole like family mess, man. I feel really bad for him too, because he doesn't want to be dragged into this because he's a doctor in New York. He doesn't want his patients like Googling his name and then finding out that there's this whole family hitman kill thing, murder plot. Okay, I thought I muted it for a second, but maybe hearsay. Oh, it could just be because the doctor did, not the doctor, the judge did say that he can't give his opinions about this, just has to stick to the facts. So I don't know, maybe it has to do with the opinion thing. But I thought the opinion thing was only towards whether or not he believes the family orchestrated this murder with Charlie and the hitman and Catherine McBanois. Yeah, I feel really bad for him. But I hope he's living a good, happy life with his wife and children. You know, sometimes you just gotta cut out the toxic people out of your life. Cut them out. Anyone have any experience dealing with a domineering mom or mother-in-law? All right, they're still doing the sidebar. It's a dark Shakespearean tragedy, poor Rob. I guess it's Dr. Rob to us. Sidebar. Oh. Back to being muted. So what do you guys think so far? Who's completely new to this case? One in chat, if you're completely new, you're watching the trial, you don't know any background, anything about this case. One in chat if you're completely new to that. Two, if you're not new and you know a lot of information about this case. Three, if you're like, yeah, it's a mixed bag. I know a little bit. I don't know too much. One, if you know a lot. No, one, if you don't know a lot. Two, if you know a lot. Three, if you're like, mix. A little bit here and there. 3, 2. Any ones in the chat? 2, thanks to you. Oh, thanks, Amon. Isn't Donna's eye structure almost identical to me? Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? I do see some Donna in there, too. Yeah. I would say maybe the mouth. Mouth, nose, but I see a bit of Harvey as well. Because I was wondering if there's any ones in the chat. Oh, one. Midnight Grave. Okay. But was here last stream. All right. Because I wonder if there's any ones that are just like, okay, well, I don't know if she's involved. I don't think she's involved at this point. Need more evidence. Or if they think, huh, she kind of sounds a little bit unhinged and crazy. Or maybe both. Sandy Kelly, too. All right, long sidebar. Let me jump. Jump around. Jump around.
Donna Adelson.
Okay, we're here.
Continue with your examination.
Were Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom to help him out with organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on her a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And
all right, I guess the objection was sustained because they're no longer going into the gullible, mentally sharp comments.
throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom like signing the checks and writing a checkbook at the table, like when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's my memory of it.
Okay. And then, did the dental practice? You said it obviously started out at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So.
Do not testify to what others have stated out of court. You may testify as to your knowledge, but not what someone else specifically said. The objection is sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around what year do you remember that happening?
Around 2012, Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay, and then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey? Harvey Adelson is then becoming the head of the practice again.
What?
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in like fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay, so fall to winter.
Oh, were they afraid that Charlie was going to be next? Oh, no. Sorry. The bump didn't happen. Oh, no, that was 2016. Right? Yeah, 2016. Okay. Why did they sell it back to Harvey in fall of 2015?
Of 2015.
Turning into 2016. That's my memory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
Oh, okay. This is going to Donna being gullible, that, Charlie was telling her what to do. Charlie was directing her to pay Catherine McBanwell. Charlie was telling her to write these checks, and it was all under Charlie's control. And that Donna's not the type of person to push back. Even though Donna's worked at this dental practice for, I don't know, what at this point, like 30 plus years, maybe, that of course Donna's just going to write these $2,000 a check to a woman that never showed up to work at the dental practice. And Donna she wouldn't ask any questions about it.
This is not go to motion. You may answer the question.
He can answer.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
Okay. Is she the type of person who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do
Yes,
something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay.
Hey, don't eat your feet.
How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendy first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay. So he was somebody she approved of?
Yes.
All right. And how did that change as Wendy and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendy moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay. So just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson? I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from, your knowledge of that come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe that Wendy played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson? I apologize. Can I hear the question
Did
again?
Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendy and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoing Wendy to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of, court motions back and forth. But
Oh, Dan was depoing Wendy to death. Okay. I was like, what did he say?
I remember that phrase. I remember, some complaints about like very long either.
Oh, what happened? It blipped.
What did Donna Adelson tell you about?
Oh no, what happened? Hold on a second. We're spinning.
Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendy was planning to leave Dan Markel and he was somebody she approved of?
Yes.
All right. And how did that change as Wendy and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendy moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay. So just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson? I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from, your knowledge of that come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe?
Okay, we got to this part. It was depoing to death.
Complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendy had to endure.
Okay, so this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things.
Yes.
Okay, and just telling you about it.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendy was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms. Doogan.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendy Adelson left the marriage?
Ms. Doogan, please approach.
Okay.
Lou, why is your name so hard to read? What is that? Like some weird encrypted shit. All right, sidebar. We're in the future, so we can forward through the sidebar. Or no, we're in the past, sorry.
To leave the marriage. What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendy Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson?
Yes. That she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy, arranging for movers, moving money around and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendy had moved out. But she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but, probably 5-6 days after Wendy had moved out. And then told me that somewhat gleefully or, pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee moving money around and getting things ready for Wendy. Do you mean for when Wendy moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendy?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, or hiring movers or something.
Have y'all heard how highly symmetrical faces look unnerving? Charlie has a very symmetrical face. Really? I heard the opposite. I heard highly symmetrical faces. People tend to find that more attractive. Now, do I think Charlie's attractive? No. No.
And just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendy Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did. And then you said that their plan was for Wendy to call Dan Markel as he was getting on stage, or right before he got on stage, to give a speech at a conference?
That's what I was told.
Okay.
What? I don't think that actually happened though, because I don't think Dan Markel found out about Wendy moving until he came home that day. He came home and like the house was completely empty. Dude, so they just wanted to just fuck him up when he was about to give his speech. That way he would be unnerved. Jeez. I don't know if that ever happened.
And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendy to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news?
I think she sounded.
Donna's the one who gave the news? If not, then
I believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
Did you ever see Donna Adelson doing anything to help Wendy Adelson with the divorce?
Diabolical.
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before we went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany, okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Ooh, man, this is to rebut against the defense trying to say that, oh, Donna wasn't really helping. Well, Donna wasn't writing these filings. And then also what Wendy testified to as well. Go, Rob.
Did Donna Adelson tell you that Wendy Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markel?
Yes.
During the year or two after Wendy Adelson left Dan Markel, how much time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
From
personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information about how much time she was having to spend in Tallahassee?
She said that Wendy needed a lot of help because now she has 2 boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay. Who cared more about Wendy Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis, going out, boats. Not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and
Yes.
their success?
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, do you think Wendy and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
Charlie was just doing what Mama wanted him to do, okay? Charlie was probably a mama's boy, all right? Charlie just wanted to make Mom happy. And then Charlie wanted to come through looking like a fucking gangster to the family members.
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendy taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and to be a partner. And it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee. And then it was,
I wonder if she was trying to do the Bertha Russell thing where she was promising Wendy, she was promising Gary, this guy who works in a law firm in Miami, that he could marry Wendy or something.
It was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me. The only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred was that I asked, is Wendy going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay, and that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering, did Wendy end up taking this high-paying job in Miami? That way she can take care of her children? Or what did Wendy end up doing afterwards?
Happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because
The partner wouldn't let them hire her? Yeah, because I was like, was Wendy even qualified for this job? Like, yes, like, getting offered $1 million a year job. It's like, well, were they really going to give it to her? Oh, gosh. Or was Gary just also a puppet of Donna's? Oh, Gary. She was angry after the murder occurred. Job didn't happen. And she slipped it out, even though it was supposed to, but partner didn't agree to hire. That's what I was wondering. I was asking you guys earlier. I was like, I wonder if this job offer in Miami was a solid thing, or it was like a loosey-goosey where Donna was having this guy as a puppet, and then, you know, the guy goes up there to testify saying, they're like, oh, well, Wendy moves down here. She's going to have a high-paying job. She'll be able to take care of the kids financially.
The job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendy or didn't want to hire Wendy after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendi Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. You know, Wendy, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she, was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual?
Oh no, this is when she's like, there's also another accusation that Wendy was trying to set up her boyfriend at the time, Jeff Lacasse, of killing Dan Markel, maybe like a jealousy, rage type of thing, even though that doesn't really make sense because Dan Markel didn't want anything to do with her. Dan Markel wasn't trying to rekindle the relationship with her. Dan Markel was just giving her a nightmare, I guess, with all the divorce stuff. But I guess the other angle would have been like, oh, well, Jeffrey was trying to do it for me because Dan Markel was like giving grief in my life.
Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time or no?
No, the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Members of the jury, you are to disregard the last response of the witness.
may I approach, Judge?
You may.
Oh gosh. Okay, where are we going with this boyfriend text? So Dr. Rob said there's a text message that Wendy sent to him about Wendy's boyfriend, and he thought it was weird. It stood out that Wendy doesn't normally typically share this kind of stuff. And Wendy says, don't tell the parents. Charlie's like, hold up. Let me just hire my girlfriend's husband as a hitman. Charlie's like, he thinks he's so badass. He's like, I got connections to the Latin kings. And the way that he talked about them too. Oh my fucking God, dude. Remember how he was like, well, if the cops were to come, who are they going to believe? Like the gang members or me, an upstanding dentist in the affluent area or something like that. Because he really thought he was going to get it with this shit. He thought he was going to be able to use his family's money, his affluence to get away with all this shit. And then, just blame everything on the hitmen or gang members.
Okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received.
Yeah, no, the jury already heard a lot of stuff. It's already too late.
From Wendi Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. I mentioned that she wanted that. I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked who was Jeff. The response was my boyfriend. I responded, I didn't know. And he said, you wouldn't, I didn't hear it from the parents. He says, they don't know. And so it just struck me as, and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so.
Before you continue, members of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
Okay. So it was unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all.
Yes.
But you also felt...
I think he is no contact. I think he completely cut them all off when people were starting to get arrested. I don't know if it was when Catherine McBanwell and the hitmen were arrested or if it was when Charlie was arrested, but I know he cut them off. I just don't remember when. He does mention it in the podcast somewhere.
Felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you?
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
The very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, but that last weekend.
Okay, so it was prior to 4th of July weekend?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendy is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
They were in front of a board that said that.
I know he even had the license plate, the Maestro.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, they, I did, the FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that.
Wait,
and
FBI?
Then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this, this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend. And
Okay, so maybe that's going towards her possibly planting Jeff as the one that was a hitman, maybe?
not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay, was there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
Nope.
No. I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him, and so the email is something like, your dad doesn't want gifts; he just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
So she's basically just letting know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And
I don't know if this was mentioned in Charlie's trial that the gift was actually Dan Markel getting murdered. I don't know if that was something that the state said in the last trial or if I'm mixing it up with people thinking that.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
Correct.
there. Okay. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it, that was not uncommon.
Okay. So tell us at the party, about the party. You said it was at the Continuum?
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay. So is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay, on Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Or maybe Jeff brought that up. I'm pretty sure the state brought that up, maybe even to Wendy, or it could have been Jeff too in the interview.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
It's very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was armed guards, and apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building.
Okay. And these celebrities that live there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure. Yeah, A-Rod.
Did these people have kind of guards of their own too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front?
Yes.
All right. Had your parents, how recently had they moved to the Continuum?
A-Rod, I think, is sports, right? Didn't he date Cameron Diaz or something like that?
I got the idea. It was certainly less than a year. I don't remember exactly, but seemed like they said they were going to try living down in South Beach to see if they liked it for their retirement. And so it had to be sometime, before, because they were pretty well moved in there. But I don't remember the exact time, but if I'm guessing, maybe 6 months before or something like that.
Okay, so by the weekend of the party, July 5th, are they fully moved into their condo there?
Yes.
Okay, and are they living there full time? From what you know?
It seemed like that, but I couldn't. I know they still own the house in Coral Springs, so I don't know if they're just
baseball player
there on the weekends, but I couldn't say definitively, but it looked like they were living there fully.
Okay. Was his party on his actual birthday or another day of the week?
No, on his actual birthday.
All right. Was your brother Charlie there that weekend?
Yes.
Wendy and her sons, were they there?
Yes.
Was the party catered?
Yeah, there was, yes.
What type of food did you have?
There were like past hors d'oeuvres, and then there was a paella chef on the balcony.
Okay. Was the party a surprise for Harvey?
No.
So you were never told, don't tell him about it, it's a surprise,
No.
anything like that? Don't tell him. Were you not supposed to tell him anything about the party that was a surprise?
No, there was nothing about a surprise birthday.
Was there ever a time in the weeks leading up to the party that you heard that the party may be canceled for any reason?
No, never.
Where's she going
All
with
right,
this?
so how did you first hear about Dan Markel's murder?
I heard the day after the shooting occurred, so that would be Saturday, July 19. I was at a meeting in Chicago, and I think I got a phone call first, and that I was in a meeting, and so I just said, can I call you later? And then I got a text message shortly thereafter, like right before 10 in the morning, that said, like, tragedy here, please call.
And are these from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to call her that morning from the conference in Chicago?
Yeah, so I walked out and went to the hotel lobby and just hit call.
The shooting occurred on, it was a Friday, right? Friday?
Okay, and tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those moments that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked like a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help Wendy, and we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not in
Donna
that
Adelson?
conversation.
Sir?
No, she was not.
Okay.
It was very matter of fact.
Did she ever give you any further detail that weekend about how he'd been shot, or other than just Danny was shot and he didn't make it?
I think it was the next day. So the only really other time that I spoke with him that weekend, I was in the airport going home, like Sunday afternoon. So it was definitely the next day, and it was the first time I could actually have any kind of conversation. And one of the things that she told me is, it bothered me, but I didn't have any other details about. But she said that someone went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. And then I said, "Well, how could you know that? Who's telling you that?" And she said, "Well, that's just what they're telling us." And
Okay. So she said someone told her that someone knocked on Danny's door, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes, and the shooter shot him.
That's the story I heard.
I wonder if she thought that's what happened. That's how she thought the hitman actually approached Dan Markel.
Later we found out that wasn't what happened, but that story bothered me a lot because there's only one way you could hear that story.
Was she crying when she told you that information?
No.
You mentioned earlier that law enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
Yeah, they came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up talking to law enforcement and letting them, answering their questions, letting them know what you knew?
Yeah, they came to my office the next day, and we with two agents, and we had an interview.
Okay. After that conversation with, you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but and she called me and said, I just want to let you know, if the police come around, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
Yeah, I said I already did.
What did she say to that?
She said, "Oh, well, you don't know anything anyway."
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement coming from your mother?
Yeah, it just, I mean, everything that week was unusual, but I mean, I clearly didn't know anything, but I wasn't going to not talk to the FBI if they show up at my house.
How did you respond? Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel, did Donna Adelson seem curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
That's right, because they would be worried that Wendy could be next, the grandchildren could be next. Wouldn't they want to launch their own investigation to see who went after Dan Markel? Because the Adelson family might be next.
Was there a complete lack of curiosity?
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Wow.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened? What do you?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? This was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened? And she had said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, I mean, it was an unsolved murder of, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. I mean, if it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest, and nobody had any curiosity about, who did this to Danny.
And Wendy
Is
too?
a person, you mentioned that, not only is it your brother-in-law, but it was like national news at that point as well.
Yes.
And regardless of it being national news or not, I mean, is a person dying from gun violence an extremely unusual thing to happen in your family?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, Danny's the only person that I know who's died from gun violence or been a victim of gun violence, so it's unique in that manner.
What would your mom, Donna Adelson, do if you did try to ask her any more about Danny's murder after that?
It wasn't a subject for discussion. It would be rerouted, or it was just not a subject to discuss.
When you say rerouted, do you mean like changing the subject?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fast forward to 2016. Do you remember in May of 2016 when Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were arrested?
Yeah, I do. I saw it in the OR lounge. Someone told me about it. So it had to be like a Wednesday, and
you were in the the operating room lounge.
Yeah, it was
and
the
someone
lounge.
told you about it.
Yeah, someone else, because
Okay.
stories like this people see on Twitter or such, and I remember someone telling me did you hear about that case, because it's more than one person had followed it, and I saw it, and then. That was on the 26th, and I remember the dates because our anniversary is on the 28th of May. My wife and I were like, should we call them? Like they arrested some guy who killed Danny. And
when you say them, you mean should we
my
call
parents.
my parents? And
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it was big news that even people you work with were seeing that there were finally some arrests made.
Right.
Okay. And that was 2 days before your anniversary, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so did you and your wife eventually talk to your parents?
We did. We thought, should we call them? And we figured, if they wanted to call us, they would call us, and then they didn't. And so we figured, well, they'll call us on our anniversary, and so we can just sit tight. And I'm sure it's pretty stressful. And this guy was arrested in Miami, and so they called us on our anniversary, which was the 28th.
Okay, so that was 2 days after the arrest, I think.
2 days after I found out. Yes.
2 days after you found out. Thank you. So on the 28th, did you talk to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, just called us for anniversary, and wished us well, and had some small talk for a bit. I kind of let it go for a little bit, and I mean, this was not small news, and so I finally broached the topic and said, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. There's no response, and I said it, at least 2 or 3 times that they made an arrest, they got the guy who killed Danny. Yeah, and then her response was, I've got to go.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
Oh boy.
And did-
Oh man. Not good for Donna. Not good for Donna at all. This witness is within the family unit. Has so much inside knowledge.
Did you ever talk to her about it again, ever after that?
No.
Just a second.
Donna's like, well, guess I'm fucked. That's the opening scene from Terminator. Are you Sarah Connor? Oh my god, I love that movie growing up. So he's trying to say that, like, you know, people were talking about this. It was pretty big news. Donna and Harvey and the rest of the family, they must have heard about the arrest that happened. And her calling and not mentioning that at all seems kind of strange.
Other than, you know, her reaching out for happy birthdays, happy anniversaries, that kind of thing, was that the last conversation you had with her?
Why the hell didn't she pretend at least? I think it's a possibility that since he was her son, part of the family, he probably would have never thought that he would ever turn against her. But when it came to like strangers, other people, she probably put on a show of a lifetime. But when it came to him, you know, she probably didn't expect it. She probably didn't feel like she had to.
That was the last time I spoke to her.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Oof. Okay, so yeah, I guess it was when these guys were arrested. That's when he was like, something's up with my family. I'm going to cut them off. All right. Cross-examination time, y'all. Damn, does not look good for Donna at all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What? How does she look like the Beast in any way? She was playing Beauty on the TV series during that time. I don't know anything about that. Hey, Spring Thunder. I mean, once they get into the digital evidence, you know, digital evidence, the wiretap stuff, the bomb, the operation, it's going to get rough from here. Wait, what's going on here? Hold on. What do you mean it was the hair? I remember her being in a ponytail. She kind of looked like Sonya Blade from Mortal Kombat.
I'll say it again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In between 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014. You know, my daughter was born in October of 2012, and so I think my dad's birthday there was a Thanksgiving, I think, in 2013. So I mean, pretty much Thanksgivings were the times when we would travel, having a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So
Sure. Okay, so Thanksgiving of 2013 and then your dad's birthday in 2014.
yeah, there could have been one other one, but I remember those two for certain that I could swear to.
Okay, and when you came for his birthday was on the 5th. You came in on the 4th, the party was on the 5th, and you left on the 6th, correct?
That's my memory of it.
And Thanksgiving, kind of the same thing? I mean, you got a job you got to get back to, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. And how frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
Are they trying to show that he's not very close with his family members or something like that? Hold on, I'm going to let Shura out. He's bork.
frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
Probably less than once a week, maybe every other week, something like that.
And when I say family, I think I'm referring to Donna.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you were here on the 5th for your dad's birthday. You said you went home on the 6th.
Yep.
And Danny Markel was brutally murdered on July the 18th of 2014.
Hey, you leave Jackie's teeth alone.
That was in the summer.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes.
And when did you arrive in Florida to be with your family?
I didn't.
Thank you. You had mentioned in your direct testimony that your mom called and said you shouldn't talk to the police. You recall that?
Yeah, I do, yes.
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do, yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney that you all should not talk to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination. You may step down.
Man, that's all they have for cross-examination. Donna doesn't look happy at all.
Does the state have a witness?
Oh, they did so much damage that it could have been it couldn't have been rebutted in cross-examination.
We'll go about a half hour. Please call your witness.
All right, we have another witness, guys. What do we got?
BRANNON.
And where do you, you said you work at TPD. And how long have you been with TPD?
26 years, and I was with FSUPD for a couple years prior to that.
Okay. Now, did you respond to a crime scene on Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive?
Approximately 11:15.
When you arrived, was EMS and some other TPD officers already there?
Yes.
Okay. Was your role maintaining a crime scene perimeter that day on Trescott Drive?
That was one of the roles, yes.
Tell me about that. What does maintaining a crime scene perimeter mean?
Just keeping people out, redirecting traffic.
Okay, so are you putting up crime scene tape then?
Yes.
Okay, and making sure nobody comes in or out, no cars come through?
Correct.
So where was the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive that you were located next to?
Oh, he's going to talk about, oh man, because Wendy said that she saw the crime scene tape and then she turned out of there. But he's going to say where the crime scene tape was in reference to, I guess, how far the house was. Oh gosh. Because I'm assuming if the crime scene tape was closer to where Dan Markel's house was, you would tell which house it was that this whole thing involved, or that it was really close to Dan Markel's house, to the point where Wendy, you would want to call and check in and say, hey, is everything okay? Why is there police tape here? Are my kids okay? Are you okay? But Wendy doesn't do that. All right, guys.
So where was the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive that you were located next to?
I was a little ways north of the incident location on Trescott.
Okay. I want to, and when you were next to the crime scene tape, were you seated in your marked vehicle?
Yes.
And at that time, looking south down towards the incident location, was there EMS and marked police cars there in front of the Markel residence at the time?
EMS had already left the scene by the time I was in that position, but there was investigators, other officers, and crime scene units.
Okay. And when I say marked, as in your car's marked and their cars are marked, like TPD insignia, what we would typically see as a police car?
Yes.
Okay. Did I show you before court today a map that is marked as State's Exhibit 87?
Yes.
And was that map a true and accurate depiction of where you were stationed that day and of Trescott Drive and of the Markel residence on that road?
I believe so.
Judge, at this time I'd move into evidence State's Exhibit 87.
No objection. State's 87 is admitted.
Okay, so looking here at this map, I'll move that off. Is this Thomasville Road right here?
Yes.
Where I'm pointing? Okay. And is this orange arrow ABC Liquors?
I believe so.
Okay. This is Benton Road?
Yep.
All right. And then is this road over here Centerville Road?
Yes,
And the hospital would be somewhere in this area,
correct.
okay? So this yellow line, is this yellow line Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh man, we could
And
barely
does the
see.
blue arrow show where the Markel residence, 2116 Trescott Drive was?
Yes.
Can you show me where you were located next to the crime scene tape, making sure no came by the crime scene?
Approximately where the little yellow marking was right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep.
with the arrow? Okay.
Oh, I see it.
Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police cars in front of the Trescott residence?
Yes.
Okay. And your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
Correct.
All right. If I'm turning onto Trescott Drive from Centerville Road, would I be able to see any of the activity over here or from this area on Trescott Drive?
No, not back over there.
And is that because the road curves around or winds around?
Yes.
While you were stationed there, did any vehicles approach your location on Trescott, encounter the roadblock, and have to turn around?
Yes, several vehicles.
Okay. Did you notice a particular vehicle that pulled up that you notated in your report that day because it stood out to you?
Mid 2000s maroon or dark red Honda Odyssey van.
And are you familiar with that make and model and the year of van?
Yes, my family we actually still use it. My son uses it. 2006 Honda Odyssey.
Okay. So at the time, your family owned the same van.
Correct.
Okay. And you said it was maroon in color, the one you saw that day?
Yes.
At the time, did you know?
At this point, the jury has already seen pictures of the Wendy's car because the forensic PD person took pictures, and when Wendy came in to do a police interview, they took pictures of Wendy and then her car, which is the maroon Honda Odyssey, and then the ABC liquor receipt, and then as well as the bullet bourbon liquor that she got.
Know that the ex-wife of the person who was killed drove that type of van.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 18. Was this vehicle consistent with the one you saw that day that turned at the roadblock?
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Were you able to see the driver of the van?
No.
About what time did the vehicle approach the roadblock?
Approximately 1 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
Okay. I think, did you say between 12 and 1 in
Somewhere in
your report?
there.
Okay. But don't know exactly the minute that it approached. Okay. Was there anything unusual about the way the vehicle, or I guess the driver of the vehicle, behaved when the vehicle encountered the roadblock that stood out to you?
It wasn't fast or anything, but it was just a little more deliberate and pulling up, turning around, and leaving. The other vehicles, which is consistent with other times I've had to
People probably like took their time because they're trying to see what was happening. You know, we can't help but be nosy sometimes or want to know what's going on.
the other vehicles, which is consistent with other times I've had to block roads. When vehicles pull up, they kind of stop and they're processing like, well, I can't go this way, and trying to think, well, where do I got to go now, etc. So this one didn't squeal tires or anything like that, but I mean, it was boom, 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 and out.
So just less hesitation.
Correct.
Did the driver of the vehicle ask you any questions?
No.
Did the driver of the vehicle question anybody else, any other officers there at the roadblock?
Not where I was.
They just
No.
turned around and went back towards Centerville?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Judge.
Officer, you may
No questions because it's about Wendy.
step down. Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
Sir,
Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
he is released. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
Yay, you're done. Okay, hold on. I want to just go back really quick.
Road curves around or winds around from
Like right around here. Just want to take notes. Okay.
Okay, so looking here at this map, I'll move that off. Is this Thomasville Road right here?
Yes.
Where I'm pointing? Okay. And is
Hey, Sally, how are you doing today? Sally might be watching a little bit behind, that's why. Ava was engaged to Jennifer Lopez when she left him for Ben Affleck. Jennifer Lopez when she left him for... Oh, was that sort of recent then? Because wasn't Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck, didn't they get back together sort of recent, but then they broke up sort of recent?
is this orange arrow ABC Liquors?
I believe
Thanks,
so.
Rain.
Okay. This is Benton Road.
Yep.
So this yellow line, is this yellow line Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the blue arrow show where the Markel residence, 2116 Trescott Drive was?
Yes.
Can you show me where you were located next to the crime scene tape, making sure no cars came by the crime scene?
Approximately where the little yellow marking was right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep.
with the arrow? Okay. Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police cars in front of the Trescott residence?
Yes.
Okay. And your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
Correct.
Oh, gosh. Okay, this is the part that I wanted to listen to again. Officer was there. Could see the scene. And the marked vehicles and everything. Oh, gosh. Wendy, why did you drive by the crime scene, Wendy? Why?
Right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep.
with the arrow? Okay. Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police cars in front of the Trescott residence?
Yes.
Okay. And your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
Correct.
All right. If I'm turning onto Trescott Drive from Centerville Road, would I be able to see any of the activity over here or from this area on Trescott Drive?
Nope.
No. Not back over there.
And is that because the road curves around or winds around?
Yes.
Oh, dude. Wendy.
Mind you, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any information or news reports about this case at all as well. Please report tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. and we intend to get started at 9 o'clock once everyone is here. Have a restful evening. We will see you in the morning.
Wow, they're starting on time tomorrow. Okay, well, I'll probably start sort of on time tomorrow. Oh, dude. Good testimony today. I'll do a little mini recap before we go. TikTok Wendy? I don't know.
Discussion of tomorrow. The witnesses that were supposed to be the PM are they now going to be our AM witnesses state for tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Parties need to be heard before we go into recess.
Nothing for the state judge. No judge.
There was one thing.
That's an excellent sweater for them to give her. Yellow, cable knit. Yellow's a nice soft color. I guess she didn't want to go the Melody Ferris route, you know, wearing the black and then the pearls.
Can we approach about it though?
Yes.
Yellow and blue, soft, serenity, peaceful. It'd be fun if they arrest her outside the courtroom. No, she's already in Vietnam, y'all. She already dipped out. When he says, I'm going to go to Vietnam now. Bye, y'all. I seriously like forget Desert on Saturday. I mean, sometimes I stream on Saturday. Sometimes I do. Yeah, forgot about today. I'm on a rewatch crew after this. Oh, that's LED sign is so funny. I didn't know what it was for a second. I thought it was like decoration. This recording. Cool sign, Judge. All right, Donna, what do you think? How you feeling, Donna? You a little nervous over there? I'm certain that Wendy was supposed to find him and call 911. I actually never heard of that before. I feel like that would be too suspect. Huh. I maybe. But it just seems like such a bad idea. Wearing getting caught. Wendy getting caught at the airport wearing one of the mustache glasses. Lol. Oh man. Poor Markel family. It's almost over, guys. All right, Judge is chatting right now. Harvey's still there. Wonder if Harvey will get charged. I don't think so. I think Harvey just laid back and let his wife
We're done for the
take care
day.
of everything. I believe that he knew everything, though. But there are some people that are so new to this case. I think some people thought that Harvey's sitting into the trial to figure out if his wife is guilty or not. I'm like, I think he already knows they're all guilty. He's just there to support his wife. Maybe she told him to. I wonder what Harvey does now. You know? Harvey's probably like, I don't know, freedom. No, Donna. Yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want. Hell yeah. All right, guys. Let's do a recap of day number 2. Day number 2, I would say, definitely a lot more interesting than day number 1. Although, day number 1 was interesting with the hitman testifying. All right, where are we at? Oh man, I think I took a lot of notes, I think. Okay, we took a lot of notes, so I'm going to try to recap as best as possible. I did a recap of day 1. If you guys missed day 1, opening statements, the hitman testified, the neighbor testified, law enforcement testified, Donna fake crying. So if you guys have not seen that, definitely check it out. It came out, I think, like yesterday or 2 days ago. Harvey has a whole house himself. Apparently, Harvey has relocated to Tallahassee for a little bit to be closer to his wife. So, I don't know where Harvey's living. I don't know if he's in Miami, in Tallahassee, or if he's still in Miami, but then just coming up in Tallahassee for his wife. I don't know. I mean, Harvey should just went to Vietnam. You know, when they arrested Donna, Harvey should have just kept on going. Bye, Donna. Have fun. I'm gonna go have me some fun in Vietnam. All right, y'all. Do this. Day number 2 trial. So we are here with Donna Adelson's trial, day number 2. And today we had a lot more of a, I guess, more of a, what do you call them again? There's a word that I'm looking for. Not lay witnesses, not expert witnesses, but kind of like lay witnesses. Okay, you know what? Hold on, it's at the tip of my tongue. It's at the tip of my tongue. Okay, never mind. We'll just scrap it. I'll probably remember it when I'm in the middle of saying this whole thing. So we're in day 2 right now of trial. And we started off with Jason Newland, who was part of the state prosecution office. Again, I recapped earlier, but Jason Newland went through all the divorce filing paperwork and tied them up with Donna Adelson to show that she had knowledge of some of the divorce filings and that she was really involved in it. Now, the defense tried to say that, oh, Donna wasn't like super involved. She wasn't writing the filings herself. Wendy said the same thing, right? So they're trying to show that Donna had knowledge. Donna was responding to these emails because Wendy was forwarding the divorce filing to Donna. Donna would give tips on what to say, what to write, what to do. And then it seems like Donna was writing some responses as well. So we went through Donna Adelson's emails, and probably the most unhinged one is the one where Donna finds out that relocation is not going to happen and that Donna was planning on having the kids, you know, dress up, pose in front of a Catholic school to scare Dan Markel into believing that Wendy had changed her faith and that the kids were no longer going to be Jewish. And it was just going to be a whole hot mess. Have the kids dressed up in like Nazi uniforms, just a bunch of shit that Donna was unhingingly trying to tell Wendy to do. Now, Wendy, of course, or sorry, not of course, because Wendy had a tract of following everything Donna wanted her to do. Wendy, surprisingly, does not comply with any of that. Which, you know, I'm glad that she didn't, because just using her children as tools in divorce, it's just really fucked up. Even though these kids are 3 to 5 years old and they're not going to probably remember that they were dressed up in Nazi uniforms, whatever it is, it's still really fucking weird. I don't know. I wouldn't want to have pictures around out there like that. So they go through all the divorce filings, and, you know, Dan Markel is scathing in his divorce filings. He's going after Wendy. He's saying that Wendy is like filing these like frivolous claims and that her pleadings are vague. One other description was rank, full of legal falsehoods. So, you know, insulting Wendy and her attorney. And that you see how this whole thing during divorce filing, it's really contentious between the two of them. It's super heated. And at some point, you know, they wanted to have the family to relocate Wendy, the kids. That got denied. And I guess they took it a step further from there because Donna was like, we're not going to give up. You know, just like the way your necklace says, never, ever, ever, ever give up. You know, Adelsons are never going to lose. Anyways, so months afterwards, there was something called the Graham motion, which the defense is trying to deny knowing about it, I guess. But the Graham motion essentially means that Dan Markel was really concerned that Donna was saying things to his children saying that, grandma says you're stupid. Grandma says you're trying to take us away from her. And so Dan Markel was like, okay, well, I'm not going to let this fly. I'm going to make it so, or I'm going to request it so if Donna's going to have any visits with my children, it has to be supervised because I don't want her trying to poison them, saying this like unhinged shit to the kids, involving them in any way. And so this grandmother motion was never ever heard because Dan Markel ends up getting murdered. Again, in cross-examination, the defense is trying to assert that, well, you don't know who wrote these emails. It wasn't Donna. It could have been Harvey. But again, when the state was going through the emails with the witness, they were going through the signatures. Love, mom and dad, mom and dad. So it showed that Donna was the one writing these emails, even though it was a shared Gmail account with her and Harvey. So this cross-examination was pretty short, in my opinion. And I felt like they didn't really have too much to counteract what the state was saying during direct examination. Wendi Adelson testifies. So Wendi, again, is in the center of this because she's a daughter. She was married to Dan Markel. They were divorcing. And Wendy's the one that, the family wanted her to move down to Florida, South Florida, with the 2 kids to be with her family. And so Wendy's testifying and, she's got immunity. So anything that she says in her testimony, and also I guess in cross-examination, can't be used against her. However, Wendi cannot be subpoenaed by the defense team because if Wendy's subpoenaed by the defense team can ask her any questions that they want. It doesn't have to be directly related to what the state asked in direct examination. But Wendi was planning on asserting her Fifth Amendment right, and she wasn't going to answer those questions. So that's why that subpoena was quashed this week, or was it last week? Oh, last week before the trial happened. So Wendy's testifying, and they're essentially talking about, the background between her, Dan Markel. Wendy's trying to say that Dan Markel was using religion to control her, that, he became more extreme over time, such things like being more observant of like the kosher rules. Before they would have bacon, but now Dan Markel didn't want them to have bacon anymore. They talk about the divorce documents, and Wendi, I think Wendy's, even though she seems to have cut off her family, Wendy's still trying to protect her family through her testimony, in my opinion. Wendi was saying that, oh, Donna wasn't editing the legal documents. She was just forwarding suggestions to my attorney. And that they talked about how Wendy's employment in Tallahassee was unstable because essentially she wasn't a she was a professor, but she didn't have she was like a tenured professor. And so it was based on the funding that they would get. And so she didn't know whether or not she would have a job the year afterwards or the year after that. She wanted to go to Miami because there was better employment. Donna had found her a law firm to work at, and I don't know, apparently this law firm was supposed to make her partner and pay her $1 million a year, which to me sounded a little bit, I don't know, man. I felt like Donna was just maybe making shit up or something like that. Dan Markel, of course, didn't want to move down to South Florida. He had his tenure job in Florida State University, and then Dan Markel had, he wanted to move up the employment ladder. He wanted to at some point work, be a professor at Harvard and like another prestigious university. And so, they're talking about how Wendy's stuck in Tallahassee, and then Wendy's having a lot of I don't remember moments. Like, oh, you sent this email to your friend saying that you're stuck in Tallahassee. Oh, I don't remember that. Oh, well, let me refresh in your memory. So lots of moments where Wendi says she doesn't remember. Georgia has exhibits. She used it to refresh in Wendy's memory. And then there we go. Wendi can't use the I don't remember thing as an escape route. And so they talk about how Donna Adelson, was an emotional person, but I think Wendi was trying to combat and say like, oh, Donna was like, not a controlling person. She's not controlling. And then the state's like, oh, I have this email saying that your mom was using emotional subterfuge against her. So I'm glad that they had all these emails to essentially counteract what Wendy's saying. Because Wendy's saying, I don't remember, or Wendy's saying like, oh, this didn't happen this way. But the state's like, no, this is what you said in 2014. Here's an email. Here's this, here's that. And good thing all this is documented because they could use it against her. Again, the state is trying to say that mom is trying to micromanage her life, and that even went as far as making Wendy's Match.com dating profile, and her mom was going through all the different usernames and picking out the people that she thought would be good for Wendi. Like, oh, look at this person. This person's a doctor. Oh, look at this person. This person's good for you. Like, how about this person? I like this guy. So essentially just really taking reign and control over Wendy's life in even her dating life. They talked about how much how much Wendy knew that Donna hated Dan. Apparently, I think Wendy referred to Dan as an STD. This was an email back in February 2013. Even called Dan the Dark Lord. Gibbers. We now know the origin of the Gibbers name. Apparently, it's supposed to be from this book that's supposed to be like Jew in Boots. It's a cat book. I don't know anything about the book, though. I don't know if the cat is just like a bad character in the book or something like that. But that's where the name Gibbers come from. And Woody's like, oh, no, it's just like a silly name that my friend came up with to make him less scary. Because, again, she's trying to portray that she was intimidated by Dan Markel. And Dan Markel was this like scary force trying to, divorce her and like screw her life over. Oh, and even called him a emotional terrorist back in 2013. Oh, gosh. So there's so much here. I'm just trying to figure out which part should we go to. Okay, so the relocation thing, again, they were trying to offer Dan Markel $1 million. The defense is saying that, like, oh, it's not bribery. It was an incentive for him to move to South Florida. That way, he can move to South Florida, he can start his life again, and then he can see the children and then be close to Wendy's family members. They're trying to say that it's not a bribery. Wendy. What do we got here? Apparently, Wendy did authenticate the voices of her family members in a wire. I don't know if Wendy's gonna, that's gonna be like a later on thing because they're probably gonna go through the wiretapping and maybe Wendy can identify like, oh, that sounds like Donna's voice. That sounds like Harvey's voice. That sounds like Charlie's voice. I don't know if that's what they meant, but that's what I think they meant. I think Wendy's trying to downplay her knowing Catherine McBanwa. There's a picture of Wendy, and Wendy says that she only knows Catherine McBanwa through Charlie. But then the state was like, well, there's a picture of you, Catherine McBanwa, and her friend. And Wendy's like, yeah, that's the second time I met Catherine McBanwa. But then if you know him through Charlie, well, why wasn't Charlie there? It was just you, Katie, and the other friend. So it seems like maybe you guys are friends and you're just trying to downplay your relationship with Katie just to make yourself look better. It seems like before Dan Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson was signing a lease for a property in South Beach. This was March of 2014, so months before the murder. And I wonder if Donna was already planning on murdering Dan Markel, and that's why she was renting this property for Wendy, because she knew that maybe Wendy would come down at some point and live with them and be with them, with the boys. All right, continue direct examination. They talked a little bit about not Harvey, about Charlie, about the hitman joke and how he said that purchasing a TV for a divorce present was cheaper than hiring a hitman. They mentioned Jeff Lacoste a little bit. Jeff Lacoste was the man that Wendy was dating around this time, and she had just broken up with him, I think, right before the murder happened. There's they keep mentioning the 70th birthday. I don't remember if it was the state's theory or if it was the internet theory or Jeff Lacoste's theory that Harvey's birthday, the reason why the family didn't buy any presents was because they were planning on having Dan Markel murdered, and then Wendy moving down with the two boys was technically a present for Harvey Adelson. I don't remember where that theory came from, but I do remember hearing it somewhere. They talk about the TV repairman being set up by the Adelson family and how, maybe that was used as an alibi. So when Dan Markel was murdered, Wendy would have an alibi by having this TV repairman being at her house. Now, remember, TV was also a code that the Adelson family used amongst each other. They would say the TV is about 5. Scheduling as well. So the other thing is that they believe Wendy was the one that divulged Dan Markel's schedule to the family members. The family members end up, passing it on to Katie McBanwa and then to the hitman, because how would they know that Dan Markel was leaving town the next day? How did they know they'd had to murder Dan Markel before he left town? And then how do they know Dan Markel's schedule that day? Apparently, Dan Markel left a voice message, or I think it was a voice message that he left on Wendy's phone saying that, hey, we need to talk about something, but I'm going to be at the gym from 9:15 to 10:30, so let's touch base later on. So she knows his schedule for that day. She also had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie and that morning. And it's like, what is this phone call about? Was it because you're planning on was it because you're talking about the murder of Dan Markel and the plan? And she's like, oh, no, we weren't talking about that. We're talking about the TV and like the difference that I owe, the delta. It's like, really? 18 minutes phone call about the TV stuff? Or was Charlie trying to coach you into what to say to law enforcement when they came and picked you up later on? I don't know. I don't know. They talked about how the children's names were changed about a year later. They changed the children's last name, and then also the older son, they changed his middle name. And I remember hearing that the middle name was attributed to a family member of Dan Markel's. Georgia brought up how Wendy and the children never attended, or I think Dan is buried in Toronto, and the children and Wendy never went to go visit Dan ever at all. Kind of weird, huh? They cross-examined Wendi Adelson, and I already mentioned this, but through the cross-examination of Wendi Adelson, they are really trying to paint the picture that Donna was a loving mom. Donna provided them with a great childhood, that Donna was kind, empathetic, sensitive, radiates positivity, and that Donna was selfless. She was a good mom and a great grandmother. Donna apparently would come up to Tallahassee to help Wendy during this time because Wendy was, separating from Dan. Wendy needed help with childcare, and Donna would come up 8 hours drive from Miami area to Tallahassee to take care of the grandchildren. They talked about how, again, like that $1 million thing, not a bribe. Okay, it was just incentive for Dan to move to South Florida. Not a bribery. What do you mean? What are you talking about? They talked about, again, I don't know. They're trying to make it seem like Dan Markel was open to moving to South Miami, but then he changed his mind at some point. I'm not really quite sure if that's really the truth or not. They're also trying to paint the picture that the TV repair was set up by Harvey and not by Donna. That Harvey was the one that was responding to the TV repair questionnaire, and that, they weren't really trying to plan the TV repair as an alibi for Wendy's alibi during Dan Markel's murder, because she was actually open to having the appointment time set earlier. Like, they were really flexible on that. Oh, and then also, how could Donna hate Dan Markel? Donna was helping babysitting the week before he died. Donna was very pleasant towards Dan Markel. She even made him banana bread with chocolate instead of nuts. That's his favorite. Wow. Donna's such a great person. And then also, they tried to say that Donna was suggesting Dan Markel and Wendy get counseling before moving into the divorce proceedings. Wendy said that she didn't remember that, so who knows if that's the truth or not. They were supposed to have a hearing that, this is the part where I'm not really quite sure. I think Wendy was trying to maybe cover her tracks by trying to make it seem like she liked living in Tallahassee, just in case if she was ever questioned about it in the future. But she was writing these emails to her friends saying, like, what do you mean? I love Tallahassee. There's so much opportunities here. I love my job and I have the flexibility to spend the maximum time with my kids, but I'm just keeping with appearances of my family. So I don't know. It seems like Wendy was just either very deceitful towards her family, or she was just trying to set up a backup plan just in case shit were to go down and then fingers be pointed at her. And Wendy was also trying to say that when the judge said that her relocation was denied with prejudice, that she forgot what prejudice means, even though she went to law school. She went to law school. She was a professor at FSU. She was like, yeah, I forgot what that meant. I thought we still had a chance. I don't know, just a whole mess. Just a whole fucking mess. However, they showed an email. They were also trying to say that Donna didn't know either that it was denied with prejudice meant that the judge couldn't change his mind later on, or like Wendy couldn't find out another thing. But there's an email that he showed saying that 5 days after the issue was ordered, Donna wrote an email to a friend saying that there's no chance at the appellate level. So Donna knew that with prejudice meant that it was a done deal. That's it. So I think at that point, Wendy's credibility is like really shaky with the jury. I'm thinking because it seems like Wendy's trying to, tell a different story, paint a different picture, but the state is showing a different version of that. And then we had Robert Adelson, which is the eldest son of Donna and Harvey Adelson, and he's distanced himself from the family. He's a doctor in New York. He talks about how Donna was like, basically the defense is trying to say that, oh, maybe, Donna was complicit into this because maybe she was tricked into this. Sorry. Maybe she was tricked into this by Charlie. She's the type of person who's maybe gullible or something like that. But again, they have Rob Adelson testifying to show that Donna was the leader. Donna was controlling. She's very assertive. Harvey's the one that's very passive. Harvey's the one that goes with the flow, and that it was her way or the highway. It was not acceptable to not do what Donna wanted. Talks about how Donna was very involved in Charlie's life and then more involved in Wendy's life during the divorce proceedings. Also talks about Donna doing payroll and how, remember, Charlie, the defense team is trying to say that Charlie was the one that was telling mom to pay Katie McBanwell $2,000 a month, and mom was just doing it. Mom was just listening to what Charlie wanted her to do. But Rob Adelson was like, no, she's not the type of person to be told what to do. She would ask a lot of questions about that. So again, he's basically rebutting a lot of things that Donna is trying to, assert about herself, that she's just this poor old woman who had no idea what was going on and was just being told by Charlie of what to do. Oh man, there's a lot that he talks about. But essentially, he just thinks that everything with his family is really fishy. He thinks it was really fishy that after Dan Markel was murdered, that no one was curious about who murdered Dan Markel. No one wanted to find out more information. And that any time that he would bring up Dan Markel's murder or who did it, that conversation would just be shut down. He talks about how he was told the day after Dan Markel was murdered. And he said that, Donna just said, oh, Dan was shot. Took him to the hospital. He didn't make it. We're driving up right now to help Wendy. We'll talk to you later. He says that she wasn't crying and that her tone was a very matter of fact. Again, Donna talked to him again the next day and said, oh, someone went to the front door and was like, are you Dan Markel? And then shot him and ran. Where the fuck did she get that version of events? I wonder if she thought that's how things were going to go down because maybe that's what she remembers. I don't know. Maybe that's what she sees in the movies, Like you go up to the door, you knock on the door. Are you Dan? Oh, you are? Okay, I'm going to shoot you now and I'm going to run away. And so he also said that story really bothered him a lot because it's like, well, how did you know about this? Because they end up finding that story is not even true. And then also, again, Donna was not crying. Law enforcement came to try to talk to the witness, Robert Adelson, and Donna had told him, if the police come around, don't talk to law enforcement. And again, he was just really weirded out by the family members that no one was curious as to why Dan Markel was shot and then who did it. Now, when the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia happened, the hitman, it seems like Donna wasn't acknowledging it. Donna called the son 2 to 3 days after this and was like, hey, happy anniversary. And she was just yapping away. And then he was the one that brought up, hey, did you see that the killers of Dan Markel, they were arrested? And he apparently brought this up 2 to 3 times in the conversation. She didn't respond to any of it. And at some point, she was like, okay, well, I got to go. She hangs up. There she hangs up. And he says that he never talks to her ever again. There was a cross-examination done. Again, it was really short. I think Jackie, the defense, was trying to show that Rob was not super close to the family from 2012 to 2014, that he only visited them like 2 times, I guess 2 times during that year. But there were phone calls every week. That seems quite a lot to me, in my opinion. If you're not close to your family, calling them once a week, it seems like you're kind of close with each other. Maybe you physically can't be together because of travel. And he's like, he said that he had like a 1 and a 3-year-old during that time. So phone calls 1 time a week with Donna Adelson seems pretty frequent to me. And then she talked about how, you're advised not to go to the police, but then it was because the attorney told her to tell you that. And he's like, oh yeah, I guess that's true or something. And then we got to Officer Brannon, which looks really bad for Wendy. So for those of you guys who don't know, the day that Dan Markel was shot, well, paramedics were responding and then they left, I guess. And then law enforcement was there investigating. Wendy, for some reason, decides to drive all the way down to where Dan Markel lived. Maybe it was an innocent thing. but it's very suspicious because she took a very long route to go to the liquor store that wasn't even close to her house, that wasn't even close to the brunch spot that she was going to. If I could find it, I have a picture of the route that she took versus the route that she should have taken, or like the direct route. And if I have it, I'll post it somewhere if I make this video. But Wendy decides to go by Trescott Drive where Dan Markel lived, and that's where he was shot. She sees the caution tape and she U-turns out of there. But it's like, why would you drive by there? Is it because you wanted to make sure and confirm that he was shot? Someone else in the other chat mentioned that maybe Wendy was supposed to find him and call 911. I don't know. But this officer testified that he was sitting at the roadblock where the tape was. And from where he was sitting, you would be able to see marked vehicles at the Trescott residence. So if Wendy did pull up there, she should have seen that there was police vehicles in front of Dan Markel's house or around that general area. He said that it was really weird that this car pulled up because the other cars that would pull up, they kind of like pulled up, slowed down a little bit, processed what was going on, figured out like, oh my God, I have to like find somewhere to go now. I have to U-turn out of here. Or maybe they're trying to see like what was going on because they're also being nosy, right? That happens. However, when Wendy's car pulled up, it seemed like she just pulled up really quickly, and it was more deliberate. Like she pulled up, U-turned, and just like got the fuck out of there. It wasn't like pulling up slowly, trying to figure out what's going on, and then like, you know, all that stuff. So I don't know if Wendy pulled up there was like, oh shit, fuck, like, I mean, you trying to get the fuck out of here. It seems like that's what it is. Wendy testified earlier saying that like, well, she didn't see anything. Well, they're calling bullshit on that. They're saying that like, if you went all the way up to the police tape where you said you did, you would have saw the crime scene. And also, it's really weird that you didn't call Dan Markel to make sure he was okay. You didn't call your children's preschool to make sure your children were okay. You kind of just like saw it, left, and then that's kind of odd. So again, a lot of really weird things with Wendy Adelson that was previously brought out during her police interview and then also the other trial. So I wonder if there's anything new that we're gonna learn about Wendy Adelson here. So that's pretty much it for today. A lot of testimony, and I think a lot of this testimony was very damaging for Donna Adelson. Now, when it comes to tying Donna Adelson to the actual crime, that's all going to be done through the digital forensic stuff. So like the cell phone stuff, the wiretapping. And so we'll keep an eye for that one to see, you know, how strong the state's case is against Donna Adelson. But it's a pretty bad day for Donna Adelson, you know, and usually in cross-examinations when you kind of like clean things up a little bit, you know, to make it seem more favorable to Donna Adelson, or maybe add some more, I don't know, doubt, I guess, into the jury's mind about the state's theories. But honestly, in cross-examinations, there just wasn't really too much, you know. I think she was pretty screwed today. It was pretty tough. Donna was a terror grandmother. Donna getting betrayed by daughter and jail daughter. Oh yeah, the jail daughter. George is good at muttering under her breath near the jury. Yeah, sometimes you have to ask questions that you know will get dismissed, but the jury, we give jury some direct info. When's the next trial day? Tomorrow? Yeah, so tomorrow they're going to start on time, super early for me. And so I'll probably be a little bit late, and then we'll just catch up, and then we'll take it from there. But the state's case was only going to be about, I think they said 5 or 7 days, I think. But we're moving on pretty quickly. I feel like it's been pretty smooth, you know. Day one had some hiccups with the defense and the judge getting angry, but so far things are moving really quickly. So I will see you guys tomorrow. And thanks for joining us. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. I'm starving. It's time for me to eat lunch now. But I will see you guys tomorrow for day 3 of Donna Adelson's trial. And again, if you guys have not seen day 1, we did a recap. I posted on my YouTube video to watch. If you guys want to watch day 1, or if you guys want to watch the entire live stream, the live stream is up on the channel as well. So feel free to check it out, guys. And yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you guys being here. It's good talking to you guys, bounce some ideas, and, you know, seeing what you guys think about this case. So I hope you guys take care, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, y'all.
Thank you.